Welcome back to the Society Showdown Qualifier number 2. We've got some brilliant games ahead of us today. I am joined by the lovely and wonderful Dennis. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Really excited today for the open qualifier of the Society Showdown with two great teams here in the winners round one, of course, the round one of the open qualifier number 2. We are seeing Falmouth against Nottingham. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see these teams playing against each other. And well, of course, round one, everything can happen. And yeah, really excited for this series.
Exactly. I mean, last qualifier number 1, we saw a really surprising and brilliant set of games on stream, with actually Durham being knocked down and Bath being knocked down to the losers bracket very early on. And I believe it was Birmingham who had a storm. Birmingham and York having a storming run through the winners bracket. I think Birmingham was actually Birmingham Beavers, Birmingham's B side, being the first team to pick their spot in the standings for the final showdown that is next Sunday. They actually picked to play against their Birmingham A side. So anything can really happen in these qualifiers. So it's going to be really exciting to see what's going to happen. I mean, I believe our first game, as you said, was Nottingham versus Falmouth. Any feelings towards this game? What do you expect that we're going to see?
Well, yeah, as I already said, everything can happen. I don't know much about these players, but surely they have to be from a really high level to be here in, of course, the open qualifier to play against each other. And, also a little bit to represent their uni, of course. It's always, fun to play for your uni. And yeah, it's always different, the uni Rocket League scene, to play for your university and try to, beat the other university out. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I can't really predict who's going to win because I don't really know much about these players, but certainly the winner of this game will go to the winners round 2 and will take up against Newcastle Ninjas. So yeah, a lot to play for, and of course they are today. 2 rounds, then the quarterfinal, then the semi-final, and then the winners final in this double elimination bracket. So a long journey if you win all the games, but definitely it's going to be a fun journey for both of these teams.
Exactly. I think when it ever comes to double elimination, you always want to be coming out strong. The winners final run the winners bracket run is so much better. I wouldn't say easier, but it's so much more comfortable to be doing that run than having to fight your way with just one lifeline through the losers bracket. So it is an important game to start off. You don't want to go straight down to losers bracket, so it's very important. But as we see, Falmouth has Frefrey, Leo, and Lozenger, and Nottingham has Kenma, James, and Mo. So I'm interested to see what really happens. All of these players that are in this qualifier today are fantastic quality and caliber of players, but we all know what's going to be facing them on the other side. I believe we have 2 spots left, one being Group B and one being Group C. Just looking at the groups, I think Group B is the one that I would want to pick over the other 2. As you see, we have Loughborough, Liverpool, and Staffordshire in Group C. Loughborough being this powerhouse currently, and Group B, Portsmouth, Southend, Essex. So I'd say Group B is the place that you want to pick, really.
Yeah, probably Group really looks like it's the more easier group compared to the Group C. Well, yeah, of course, you really want to get the first pick, and I think if you win in the winners bracket and the qualifier for the main event, you have the first pick over the winner in the loser bracket final. So yeah, definitely a winners bracket run would be really, really good. Try to stay alive in the winners bracket, as you've already mentioned. It's just so important, and also makes you feel a little bit more comfortable. If you lose the series, well, it's not a big deal because, of course, you still have the loser bracket to play. But definitely, because if you win in the winners bracket, you still have a little bit of an easier, group in the Society Showdown groups. Then probably they're going to pick group number B or group letter B over group letter C. So yeah, definitely the winners bracket can definitely be a huge advantage over the loser bracket.
100% indeed. And if we have a quick recap before I believe the game starts up, I think we're going to have a lobby reset, as it looks like unfortunately players joined before everybody was ready. So just that we can have a quick recap before everything goes on. So last week we had Birmingham Beavers first team to qualify, and we, kind of Group A was kind of seen as this like life group a little bit, even though it was Kiel, Lancaster, and Dublin. But they chose Group D. This Group D pick was really to kind of. There was a bit of beef, as I believe a player was dropped from Birmingham A to Birmingham B, and plus it's always good fun to have almost an inter-university game. So they decided to pick Group D. I mean, is that the group you would have picked if you were on the side of Birmingham to play against your other side for your university, or would you maybe want to do a Group A run?
I mean, it's always fun, if you know the other team's roster, and if you know you can play better than them, then definitely it could be an advantage. And I think that's definitely also why they chose for that group, letter D, to go against their own university team. Maybe probably knowing that. Well, maybe they beat them in scrims. Maybe they know the players well in real life, and they know they could beat them. So probably there's a little bit of logic behind it, and I think that's why they chose for Group D. So probably out of that decision, it's a good decision.
Exactly, and it also provides huge amount of bragging rights if you are the better team within your university. And the second pick of that, first round qualifier was York. They got the second pick, having a fantastic run, beating out teams such as Bath and Durham, as mentioned earlier. And they picked Group A, which was an understandable pick. They were left with A, B, or C, and nobody really wants to pick C. And Group B are also extremely strong with Portsmouth, Salford, and Essex. But they still have teams such as Kiel, which are looking very, very strong right now, and Lancaster. So, Dublin's a bit of a dark horse here. Being from the Irish scene, obviously. Do they think they made the right decision, or is Group A a bit of a risk?
I mean, it's always a risk, You're not sure how the other teams are going to play against you. Of course, well, you've already mentioned Dublin. It's not, it's probably the team you would least expect in Group A, but upsets happen, and definitely, yeah, it's a hard choice, but yeah, we just have to see how they're going to do in Group A. I think we finally have the players in the lobby, so I think we can just get this game on the way. We are 8 minutes late, but finally we can get this game on the way between Falmouth and Nottingham. So yeah, it's going to be a really, really great game, and I can't wait for this one to start up.
Exactly. It's going to set the precedent of how the teams are going to perform throughout this whole run in the qualifier. And so I'm excited to see what these players can bring and what these teams can bring to the table as the kickoff goes up between Leo and I believe that's Kenma. As immediately Mose goes for a shot on goal. Can Lozinger get back on time? No, he cannot. So an early start from Mo. We see the side of Falmouth, I believe, not rotating fast enough and not capitalising on those rotations off the back of the kickoff. A little bit of a slow start here from the side of Falmouth, but it is anything possible. I mean, do you think this is nerves, this opening goal, or do you think they're just a little bit cold?
Well, we are a little bit late, so it could be just that they're a little bit cold there. No one in defense, though, so that was a little bit, confusing. Why there was no one in defense, I don't know. Maybe a little bit of a lack of rotation there. It was a good hit nonetheless from Mo, from the wall, his own half, I believe. So, a great goal, a great start for Nottingham, and well, definitely what they wanted to start off the series with.
Indeed. And it looks like Naughty Knots are the side putting a large amount of pressure onto the Falmouth as we see Kenmo going up in the centre, going for a little bit of an air dribble, but tries to pop it down over to Mo, who gets a redirect shot, but misses just coming off the top right-hand corner. Just almost slotting a second goal in for the side of Nottingham, as we can see Kenmo dribbling over in the centre, pops it over forward, but Leo is there to intercept it. Playing it over into the corner once again, but James is able to get a nice clearance. We see a good rotation from Freffrey getting a nice catch, almost cut out once again from, I believe that was James. Freffrey now carrying the ball over into the corner, trying to play it over to the centre, but really well by Kenma, really well read by Kenma as Leo, once again, trying to put some pressure on for the side of Falmouth, but Falmouth doing Nottingham doing a fantastic job of rotating back. Do you think this game is going to be decided on who dominates the midfield play, or is it going to be a mechanics-based game?
Well, I think more, the midfield play, like you said. We've just seen Mo. We had a lot of space in the midfield, so he could create the first offense of the game. But Leo, on the other side of the field, will get the equaliser after great offense. Their first shot, but that first shot counts for them. And Falmouth equalises here after 1.5 minute play.
Indeed, and what a play! What an aerial play between Lozinger and Leo. Lozinger doing a fantastic job of setting up his teammate Leo, who comes flying out of nowhere and scoring the equaliser. We have 3.5 minutes left on the clock. So you see Kenma now trying to put some pressure onto the side of Falmouth, I believe. Yes, Leo now trying to put a bit of a counter-attack, but Mo gets a fantastic read onto the ball. Jumping early, Leo, but doesn't manage his boost well enough. There's a bit of a double commit in front of the Falmouth goal as leaves Mo with an open shot, but what a save from Leo, stopping Falmouth from going up 2-1. I think Falmouth, after conceding that early goal, are definitely looking like the stronger side.
Yeah, well, they are doing pretty good now as we see them in the offense again, but they can't score this time. But definitely, they've pretty much woken up after that first goal of Nottingham, and now they're trying to get some more goals in. Of course, have the first goal, and they're just trying to get themselves in the lead. Yeah, pretty much half-time played. In this game, number one, still an equalizing score, 1 each. And, well, it could go any way. But, yeah, we see a little bit the offense go back and forth. And both teams maybe trying to see, waiting on the other team, what they're going to do. Maybe feeding the other team, really, and trying to adapt to the play style. But so far, a little bit back and forth. But we see Falmouth, woken up a little bit after that, really bad start, I could say.
Indeed. And it is important to know, with the whole coronavirus situation, these teams aren't getting as much playtime as they usually would, obviously, with the lack of accessibility to the esports centres around the country, as Kenma gets a lovely dynamo onto Leo. And so these teams may be playing each other a bit more than usual if it wasn't for COVID. However, they haven't been, and so they are really trying to feel each other out, and that is it's going to be an important element as a brilliant shot comes out of Mo, but just straight into the path of Leo. And so these players usually playing each other maybe a little bit more than they have been, and so filling each other out is going to be the crucial element into who's going to claim victory in this series. Referee now knocking over into the side of Naughty Knots. There's a bit of a 50-50 comes out in front of goal, but nothing comes of it. Mo now trying to get a bit of a counter-attack, but Lozenger playing flying around the field, popping it right onto the centre. Leo able to get a reload off the backboard and slots in the second goal for Falmouth after a brilliant pass and play. Once again, Lozenger and Leo working really well together on the offence. You really see these passing plays, they're playing dividends for Falmouth.
Yeah, Lozinger and Leo, we have seen them in both goals. Lozinger with 2 assists and Leo with 2 goals. A great goal from Leo. He just felt like Lozinger was going to send the ball up to the backboard and was up already before he even got the hit. So, that's a great speed there from Leo. Getting the second goal on his name as well. And now Falmouth, after the bad start, are in the lead. So, great comeback from them. Definitely, they did not just, drop their heads. They kept going and they just got the win. Well, they did it. They don't have the win yet, but they still have 50 seconds left. But definitely, they're on the lead now. So, a great comeback from them so far.
Exactly. And I think it's important to note that the scoring side, for the point side of both teams are looking fairly even. I think Falmouth are just edging it out with a couple of 100 points, but in the grand scheme of Rocket League, that is not too much. As we see the ball now flying over into the side of Naughty Knots. Nottingham now back into Naughty Knots side. Kenma having to do a little bit of defence on his side, playing it slow, allowing his teammates to rotate back. Referee playing off the backboard, maybe going for a double tap, but isn't able to get it out. Mo gets a brilliant read. Lozenger having to play the third man and pops it up slowly, trying to park the bus a little bit in this midfield area, not giving Naughty Knots any opportunity to come back. It's 1 second. Can Leo do anything? There's a shot on goal. It's just wide. So unfortunate from Leo. Very close to equalise it in the last couple of seconds, but GG's to Falmouth as they take the first game.
Yeah, Leo with an outstanding performance. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't complete his hat-trick in the last second of the game, but, definitely he has done very good in this game, and just like his teammates, Lozinger there to, provide the assists, and, frankly, we haven't really seen him this game, but definitely he was there when he was needed, he isn't involved in any single goal, but definitely he will be very happy with his win nonetheless. As you see Nottingham, they had a really good start with Mo, who, he had a really good goal from the side wall in the first 5 seconds of the game, actually, and actually got a great chance not too long after. 5 shots and only 1 single goal. Yeah, well, you would expect better from Mo. He had a good start, but definitely, he kind of dropped it at, the latest stage of game number 1.
100%, 100%. I mean, both teams having 5 shots. We see Falmouth having a higher shooting percentage in general. It's definitely going to play differences. Who can capitalize on their advantages and on their opportunities? That's going to play dividends, and who's going to win this series. But I do think that Falmouth's rotations have been really, really strong. They have not given Nottingham any opportunity to have a free goal, but Falmouth doing a brilliant job of rotating and putting themselves in positions to capitalise on their opportunities. As it looks like we're going to go straight into the second game. Every player on their respective teams. Can Nottingham University bring it back? Can they get themselves sorted? Or is Falmouth going to take the second victory of this series? We've only time will tell in this game as Leo and Mo both go for the kickoff. Leo getting a little bit of a victory on that kickoff, but Kenma's done a really good job of rotating and keeping the advantage away. But pops it straight across the midfield. Kenma getting an early demo onto Leo. Frefri is there, popping it high off the backboard. Can anybody capitalise on the side of Falmouth? No, nobody's there, and Kenma does a good job of clearing it. Misses the second touch, but a little bit of faking out Lozinger. We see Mo getting a demo onto Leo as Leo gets that clearance. Lozinger playing super aggressive. It does look like Lozinger is the most aggressive player on this side, really pushing the attacks. Is it very important to kind of have those almost allocated roles? You have a highly aggressive player and that third man, or is it better to have kind of a bit more of an equal playing field across your team?
I mean, it's always good to have at least one player who's playing a little bit aggressive, and when you have all the players playing aggressive, that could cause some counter-attacks going against you, so definitely you gotta watch out with that. But I think at least one player who's aggressive, I think that really works well, and we have certainly seen that in game number 1, where Lozinger was really, the aggressive player of Falmouth and actually got to assist with it, and Leo with the 2 goals, waiting for Lozinger to, give those assists. Definitely, I think it would work for Falmouth if they just have one player, one aggressive player, the 2 teammates waiting a little bit on the aggressive player, see what he does, and then in the end, go with him. As you now see Leo with the first attempt, but can't get it past the defender, and we still see a scoreless game number 2.
Passing play coming out of the side of Nottingham, really starting to kind of feel out how they're going to capitalise on these goals. An awkward position as a double commit comes out in front of Falmouth's net, but nothing comes of it. We see Frefri now knocking the ball down. We see so much more of Frefri this game so far, actually leading points on his team. The side of Falmouth is Mo is actually leading points in general, but we actually see Leo and Lozinger with very few amount of points this game. I mean, a bit quieter. Why do you think that is? Is it just them being slow?
I mean, it can always happen. You can't always get like the most amount of points in every single game. You also don't see that in our CS level, in the top level. You don't always see the best player having the most points. So maybe you can have an off game, but it's only been 2.5 minutes in this game number 2, so definitely they can still step up. But so far, still goalless, and we haven't seen much attempts either. But now we see Nottingham with a few attempts, but it is not bringing the defense of Falmouth in any danger. As we now see Leo with an open net, he won't miss those any day of the week, as Falmouth will get the first goal of this game. And again, it's Leo who has scored all the goals of Falmouth so far.
I think he's really popping off for Falmouth. He seems to be a player who knows when to strike and take control of those advantages and capitalise upon them. I mean, I believe it was Squishy Muffins, the fantastic RLCX Cloud9 tier player, who actually said, NRG player now, who actually said, open goals can sometimes be the best defenders. So he's always a little bit nervous when there's an open goal in front of you. But Leo, calm and collected, nerves of steel, plots it into the back of the net. Frefri now tracking back, helping his teams rotate. Leo is back there to get a touch over the first aggressing player, which I believe that was Lozinger, James even. Lozinger now catching it over in his own corner, beating James, who is keeping that aggression going, winning the 50-50 with Mo, but Kenma is there to keep the aggression on to the side of Falmouth for Nottingham. Now we see James once again popping it high. Kenma going for the redirect. A brilliant save coming out of Lozinger to stop that equalisation coming out. Mo popping it over into the corner. Frefri is there to get a catch. Now dribbling it down the field. He's waiting to get a read. 50-50 with Kenma. A little bit of a dangerous 50-50. So close to goal as James tries to go for a redirect, popping it over into the centre. Nothing comes of it. It's Leo going for an aerial, popping out the centre. From Fefri, but Ken has done a fantastic job of getting that save. Lundgren once again putting it over towards the front of the goal of the side of Nottingham. Oh, what brilliant plays coming out of Falmouth. You can really see how lethal they are when playing as a team.
Yeah, they're really keen to get a second goal of this game to close out this game number 2. As we still see, Nottingham, they are still trying to get the equalizer in this game, but they can't really seem to get past the defenders of Falmouth. And, well, everything they're trying is just the defenders of Falmouth are in the way every time, and then Falmouth are just getting out of it. Well, it's still only a 1-goal deficit between these both teams, but definitely, 40 seconds to go. The time is really ticking for Nottingham, isn't it?
Really is ticking. Remember, guys, this is a best of 3, so if Nottingham cannot pull a victory out for this game, then they are going back to the losers bracket, and it's not a place you want to be after your first game. Brilliant plays from Falmouth so far, as we see Freffrey flying across the sky, trying to get a touch, but actually I believe James beat him out to it. James being super aggressive right now, trying to get his team back into it. Kenma trying to play over to the centre, anyone able to capitalise on the shot? Yes, Mo is there, but Freffrey able to get a save before it is slotted in. Leo parking the bus in front of the ball, but James is able to get a touch. Freffrey once again, we see Mo going up, capitalising on a shot, but Lots just done a great job of rotating in front of the goal, stopping anything from coming. Freffrey gets a touch over one, looking to kill it, but Mo is able to get a touch up into the centre. Kenma popping it over onto the back. Is anyone there to get a touch? Mo misses the touch and it is killed. Falmouth able to take the second game and take the series, and they go forward in this second qualifier.
Yeah, the last chance of Nottingham, that was their chance to get the equaliser in this game number 2, to save them in this series, to keep them alive. But, well, it was an opener, it was an aerial, it was quite, a difficult angle. But, in the end, you don't score those and you lose those. In the end, Falmouth, really well done, because I have seen some solid rotation. 5 saves for them, as well as 5 saves for Nottingham. It was quite an even game, but in the end, Falmouth still had a little bit of the advantage with the pressure, and in the end, won. I would say deserved against Nottingham. Game 1 and game number 2. Well, game number 1, we have seen an incredible comeback from Falmouth, and, well, we have seen Leo with all the goals for Falmouth. Not a lot of goals. We have seen 3 goals in total in 3 games, but in the end, it works, and it will get them the win. So, a really good win, a really good rotation as well from Falmouth, really good positioning from them, and really good to see them winning here against Nottingham. Nottingham, well, they're still going to the loser bracket. They're not eliminated from the tournament yet, but they need to try to fix, giving Falmouth a lot of space, I have to say, because I've seen Nottingham, giving Falmouth a lot of space. Falmouth could just play the game how they wanted to, and in the end, they just, we're a better team than Nottingham, and in the end, Nottingham, they still have a chance in a low bracket, but we still have to see how that's going to fall out.
Indeed. It was a brilliant series, but Falmouth able to just kind of be a bit more consistent, a bit more concrete in that series. Nottingham not able to really get an opportunity to come back in that game. But I don't think we can talk about that series without talking about Leo. Top scorer, scored all 3 goals for Falmouth. I mean, what do you think gave Leo the opportunities to really pop off in that series?
Well, of course, he needs really the assistance of his teammate. Well, I've seen a lot of assists from Levinger, and he did a really impressive job, of course, getting no goals, but still getting a lot of assists, getting the assist for Leo, for the top scorer. You need someone like that in your team. You can be a top scorer, but if no one gives you the passes, then it's hard to make those goals. So definitely, I think that's someone who it needs. And that's also why I think Falmouth is definitely a solid roster in this tournament, because, well, we have seen how good the players play together with each other. All players just fill the role. And, yeah, you've already said, you need one aggressive player, and that seemed to be Levinger, giving the assists, maybe ball chasing a little bit, and giving the ball to Leo, and Leo could just finish all balls left, right, and center. So that's really what they needed, and definitely that's also why they won here against Nottingham.
Indeed. So a really strong team showing from Falmouth, with Nottingham not really being able to find their feet really throughout the whole series, and a brilliant. But GG's to both teams regardless. I'm sure Nottingham is going to put up a hell of a fight in the losers bracket run. Falmouth now is going to go on and face Newcastle Ninjas, who were in the last, obviously the first qualifier, and actually were finished 3rd. So they were just behind a spot to pick a qualifying position in the tables. So they've got a hard match against them next, Falmouth, but I do think they are up for the task. I believe we're going to go to a break now. The next game we have up on stream is Falmouth Phoenix A versus either Derby, Raptors, or Cambridge University. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens next. We will catch you guys very, very soon. Welcome back, everybody, for the second game of the qualifier number 2. We are now entering winners round 2, where we have Falmouth Phoenix versus Cambridge University. A bit of a surprising turnout here because we had Cambridge versus Derby Raptors in winners round 1. That would have been Derby Raptors number 9 seeded, and Cambridge the 34, so the bottom ranked seed, beating the 9th seed to go forward to face Falmouth Phoenix, who are a very, very hot team, the number 1 in the southern region. This is a very, very hot Cambridge side. I mean, this is going to be an exciting game, isn't it, Dennis?
Yeah, definitely. We've already talked about upsets. They can happen, and we have just seen it with Cambridge beating Derby Raptors, and definitely that can be called as an upset. And just the question is, can they make up for an upset here in winners round number 2 against Falmouth Phoenix, another Falmouth team we have seen in game number 1 that we have seen Falmouth already, another roster, but now we are seeing Falmouth Phoenix, another team playing against the underdogs. Cambridge really well done to get here in the winners round 2. No one really expected it, but they beat Derby Raptors with 2-1 in their series. So, well, there was a game 3 drama there, but in the end, they were the winners of that. So let's see who's going to progress through to the quarterfinals.
Indeed. And just a bit of information on the Falmouth side. I think Booker is a 2000 MMR player. So a very, very good player within the side of Booker for the side of Falmouth. But yeah, we mustn't discount Cambridge because they look like they are on fire right now. So it's going to be a very interesting game to see, Cambridge, coming off a really hot win in that third game. These Falmouth, who may be a little bit cold, as it's their first game of the evening, but it looks like the players are on their teams. Who's going to take the victory? Only time will tell. Will the dark horse inside of Cambridge rise out of the fire, or will the Phoenix keep on going and soaring above this dark horse? Only time will tell as the cough between Dayville and Booker comes off. The Orm is now trying to catch it and take it onto the side of, I believe, Cambridge. A little bit more pressure coming out from both sides, but Booker coming flying in, putting huge amounts of pressure onto the sides of Cambridge straight off. The Orm now carrying the ball forward, flicking it up into the centre, but once again, Booker so quick around the field. You can really see that he is a high-level player, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. And as I say that, it is Booker's getting the first goal of this series. Yeah, he who else than Booker's? He is the 2K player on the field and already gets the goal here. Well, great pass as well from the Angry Pepper, and in the end, Falmouth with the first goal of the series.
It really is a difference. What do you think Cambridge need to do here to kind of take control of a very, very strong Falmouth side?
I mean, honestly, just try to challenge him as soon as possible. If you have a 2K player playing against you, try to, you can't really speed him out, but try to at least get a block in against him. You don't want to give him too much space like he has here. Well, now he doesn't have a great flick, but definitely you can't just let him keep doing that, because in the end, he will get punished for it. As Booker's, he is a 2K player. You can't give him too much space, and if you do, then you're just getting scored on. He already has 1 goal on his name and only 1 minute played, so definitely, it's something Cambridge really needs to watch out for.
100%. Do you think the meta of demoing and being quite an aggressive bumper sort of player, do you think that's going to be viable against this sort of team?
I mean, if you could, get it against Bookers, then definitely it could be very good, especially the velocity with a great attempt. But, if you could demo Bookers sometimes, then definitely that could be in your advantage. But usually Bookers, a 2K player, would be someone who is aware of when he's getting demoed or not. Probably has the right teammates as well to call it out for him, so you can try it, but if it doesn't work, you can't keep it trying in this whole series. I haven't seen any single demo attempt though, so maybe one time could be good to try it, but definitely it's not something you shouldn't keep doing when it just doesn't work.
100%. As we see Clarence actually take it over into the Falmouth side, but Booker once again being so quick on his rotations. Make sure he gets back, and once again getting a second touch clearance. They're almost up really early in the centre, trying to get a touch away from his side for the side of Cambridge. But there are huge amounts of pressure coming out from Falmouth as Fish goes for a shot. They almost come off the bat ball to get a brilliant save. But once again, the pressure is up onto the side of Cambridge as Angry Papa is able to keep the pressure on. Clarence getting a nice clearance, passing it over to the side of Orm in Falmouth sides. Claren's going for an early challenge, a bit of a double commit, comes out the side of Falmouth. Booker is there to get a nice clearance. He goes up onto the sidewall, maybe trying to get a read onto Davlosi's touch, but isn't able to do so. The Fish is doing a nice job of tracking the ball over to his corner, but the Orm is saying so fast, really trying to put his name out there. Angry Papa getting a nice clearance, but Clarence has done a good job of topping it. Angry Papa once again following it up, but Davlosi is able to go off the backboard, knocking it down over towards the side, where Booker is waiting, pops it high into the centre for his teammate Fish, who gets a redirect, but a little bit off target, and Clarence is able to get a nice easy touch, but Booker doing such a good job of keeping the pressure onto the side of Cambridge. The Orm is there, popping it forward. Angry Papa waiting for it, maybe looking for a bit of a passing play with his teammate, but no, decides to take it himself. Fish goes up off the sidewalk, going for a bit of an air dribble. KJ, a flip reset, maybe. No, not able to get all wheels onto the touching of the ball. Angry Papa waiting in his own corner, once again popping it high. You really see the mechanical play from Falmouth, setting them apart away from Cambridge.
Yeah, Falmouth doing a brilliant job, mechanically outspeeding Cambridge. And as we see that great demo coming in from Fish on Davlosi, no one in that because of that, and Falmouth up by 2 by great play from Falmouth.
Indeed it was. You can really see the cohesion and why this team is the number one in the southern region. Brilliant goal coming out of the side of Fish for Falmouth Phoenix. Take the lead 2-0 in with a minute and a half left on the clock. Booker's knocking it off the backboard, waiting for Fish, who gets a shot on goal just before Davlosi could get a demo, taking it to 3-0. You know, it was 15 seconds ago when they scored the second goal, and they've got another one. Do you think this is going to be affecting Cambridge's mentality?
I mean, yeah, it is only game 1 and they still have a game after this to play, so probably now yes, but in the next game I don't hope for them. I mean, it could be that they just mentally, down a little bit because, well, they're down by 3-0, but definitely you're playing against a really good opponent. They just need to get their heads up high and then try to approach next game as just a new game. Game 1 didn't happen, try to go into a new game with a 0-0 scoreline and in the end try to win it maybe. Try to, get an upsetting result like they did in round number 1. In round number 2, they keep trying to stay alive in your winner's bracket, but it's really hard when you play against a player like Bukas who does things like this. Fish getting the goal, but Bukas, what a speed was that from him?
I don't even know. He did literally come out of the shadows like Phoenixes do to set up. That was really his goal, and Fish had to sneak it away from him. What a brilliant play from Bookers to take it 4-0. Do you think if Cambridge could get a goal on the board, do you think it will be playing dividends as Fish gets a brilliant save away from a kickoff opportunity? Do you think it's important for Cambridge to try and get their names on the scoreboard to lift their heads a little bit?
I mean, it's always nice to have, at least one goal made in this game number 1. So you kind of, the motivation, the confidence that you can score against these opponents. But yeah, we haven't seen them scoring so far. They have 30 seconds left. We kind of see them getting a little bit more on offense. The defense of Falmouth is still really strong, but they kind of, getting back a little bit. They leave Cambridge a lot of space to create some offenses. Not really challenging them a lot. And well, right now we still see a 4-0 scoreline, so they can't win it anymore for certain. But Cambridge just try to get at least one goal in the upcoming 10 seconds. I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh, is an own goal, but Bukas tried to get that into by himself. In the end, it is an own goal. That's definitely not gonna help for your confidence in game number 2, as Clarence just gets it into his own net.
Booker's going for a little bit of a flashy play, saving his additional flip, trying to knock at him himself. You really see the prowess of this man's mechanics playing a huge difference. As Fish looks like he's going to put another one in, but this time Booker's returning the favour and taking the goal away from Fish. I mean, wow. 6-0 in this first game. Looking at the gameplay, what do Cambridge need to do to bring this back?
Yeah, they just need to give Falmouth a lot more, less space, because Falmouth, they just could do whatever they wanted, and Cambridge was just sitting in goal trying to, maybe get a save against Falmouth's shots, but in the end, if Falmouth can get really just decent shots like we've seen in this round number 1, then, it's really hard to defend that, and in the end, if you don't challenge it, you're just getting shot on by Bookers, by Fish, and, Bookers with a hat-trick, we have expected that, but he had so much space and no one really challenged from Cambridge. I've said this in the start of the game. If no one is going to challenge Bookers, then in the end, they will get punished for it. So they really got to try to, give Falmouth in general as less space as possible. Try to challenge them straight away when they have the ball and try to maybe play a little bit more aggressive to also create some own goals, because 6-0 in game number 1, not really what you wanted to see from this side.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So the goal of Cambridge here is to really shut down this storming Bookers. Otherwise, they are going to fly away as the Phoenixes do. Bookers booking himself a spot in the winners round 3 potentially. Or can Cambridge run him over like their name states? So teams are joining up right now, I believe, to get this second game underway. Cambridge really needing to focus on their rotations and shutting down a very strong Falmouth side. There's very little to nitpick on when it comes to the Falmouth side. Very little they're doing wrong. Do you think they just need to keep on doing what they're doing? Or are there certain elements that they need to be concerned about moving forwards?
I mean, yeah, they could be like concerned about the playstyle of Falmouth, but they just gotta, like I said, try to be a little bit more aggressive against this side to be able to at least win a game here. Because of course, if Falmouth wins this, it is a best of 2 series. They will progress, and Cambridge will go down to the lowest bracket. They're not eliminated from the World Tournament yet, but it's always nice to stay alive in the winners bracket. It is really hard to win against this side of Falmouth, but it's definitely possible if they just play a little bit more aggressive and there's these little mistakes of double commits, try to prevent that, then maybe they can still have a chance of winning this game after all.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. We saw actually a scoreline from the side of when they played Derby. They actually came out cold, but you see them now in this second game, setting up opportunities and actually have felt out this team of Falmouth and capitalising, getting that first goal on the scoreboard. Brilliant from the side of Cambridge, not giving up yet. But as I was saying, we saw from that Derby game, they had a slow first game, but they actually brought it back to win. So, do you think they may have used that first game to really feel out the opposition? Or do you think it is just Falmouth being that good?
I mean, I think a little bit of both. It's always seeing how the opponent is playing in game number 1, but you can't underestimate the skill of Rocket League in the Falmouth players, because they're just incredibly skilled. As we can see, Bookers with a great shot. Yeah, it's just so hard to defend these kind of shots. Fish with a great pass, as Bookers is trying to get the ball. A great pass as well from Angry Papa there from the backboard, and Bookers there, he's always there for the shot and so hard to defend. You just try to block his shot, but he's just up before you even notice. And well, it is equalized there, and definitely it's going better for them than in game number 1. But now here again, Bookers is there in the right place at the right time. A great demo as well in the goal of Cambridge, and that's 2-1 for Falmouth.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. It is very difficult to bring this sort of scenario back. I mean, the demo out of Fish just then was absolutely brilliant, allowing the goal just to be slotted into this open net as Davlossi goes up early. Can he get a shot onto the goal? Almost popping it in, but a brilliant save from Fish coming off his backboard to stop the equaliser. Fish once again getting a nice clearance. The Orm is there waiting in the midfield line, gets a touch all straight into Angry Papa, who is now playing it downfield. Played over to the centre. The Orm pops it up in the midfield. Once again, Clown's going for a second touch. Not strong enough, and it actually gives Bookers a nice little bit of space. Not particularly getting the touch he wants because it goes straight over to Davlossi, who tries to get a clearance. But Bookers come straight back and bumps Davlossi, leaving Angry Papa an opportunity to get a touch over into the centre, popping it over to the other corner of Cambridge, where Davlossi actually rotates and gets another clearance. But we really see Falmouth controlling this midfield, not letting Cambridge escape their own half.
Yeah, definitely. Cambridge trying to get out of it, but as they try to get out of the half, Falmouth is just instantly there to deny that. Well, right now they can finally get a little bit out of the half, but again, Bookers is there at the right place at the right time to deny that, as Davlossi would try to make something out of this. But half-time, it's only 1 goal deficit, but definitely so for Falmouth, as expected, is the better side with the most offense, with the most pressure. And Cambridge, sooner or later, they need to change their playstyle, because they can't keep this playstyle for the upcoming 2.5 minutes.
Indeed, 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 as the ball now goes down the field off Orm's touch, straight into Fish, but 2 demos coming out of the side of Orm onto Bookers, and then Bookers onto himself. As we see Fish able to get a touch in the centre, a little bit of friendly fire, giving the opportunity of Orm getting a touch into the corner, but Angry Papa does a good job of rotating. Davlossi playing it onto the backboard of Falmouth, maybe looking for something, but once again Angry Papa getting a good read on that backboard. Davlossi going for a little bit of redirect, misses the ball, but so does Fish. Fish on the side of Falmouth. Angry Papa once again being that third man in that defense, avoiding any sort of danger. Bookers does a brilliant job of beating Orm out in that area, or trying to follow it back up, but Davlossi is there to get a nice clearance. Angry Papa gets a shot on goal. It just misses to the wide, and the Orm is able to get a clearance into the midfield, getting a second touch onto the goal, but just wide once again. Double commit. Can the Clarence actually capitalise it? No, he cannot. Brilliant saves coming out of the side of Falmouth. Booker's left with a little bit of space, maybe going for a double touch. No, he wasn't going for a flip reset, but isn't able to capitalise regardless. Clarence going off the ceiling as Fish is there, playing it over into the centre. Can Bookers get a touch to get it on goal? Almost does a touch, but nothing comes of it once again. The Cambridge defence hanging on for dear life as the Orm gets a brilliant clearance over into Falmouth's corner. Once again, almost following it up, gets a brilliant touch, beating out Bookers, playing over to the centre. Clarence, no, playing it onto the side. That was Davlossi. Fish is now there to get a nice touch, get a bit of clearance. The Orm once again trying to get some pressure onto Falmouth side, but it is cleared straight over into Clarence's path. Angry Papa going for a little bit of a touch, but cannot get that touch onto the Cambridge side. Fish going for a 50-50 with Davlossi, comes to nothing. Booker's waiting in the centre, pushing it towards it back over into Cambridge's side, but a brilliant clearance coming out of Clarence. Fish going up nice and early. We see Fish being kind of like this playmaker, setting up space for the likes of Bookers to do something with it.
Yeah, for sure. Bookers is, of course, the player that tries to get every single shot in, and is really, of course, the best player of Falmouth, but definitely Fish is there. As I've already mentioned last series, you need someone who's there to give the assist, to create the space for your teammates to in the end get it in, and probably this series will go in favour of Falmouth, unless here it can be scored by Cambridge. They can't find the goal though, as Clarence tries to pop it up for his teammate, as well now falls down. Fish looks like he's going to drop it, and well, it's still up, but now it finally drops for the Falmouth side. The Falmouth are the winners of this series with a 2-0. Yeah, the underdogs, Cambridge, in the end, the second game was much better, and only a 1-goal deficit between these both teams here in this game. But game one, lost by 6-0 is not really ideal. Definitely, they picked up some stuff from that game one. They played better in game number 2, but it wasn't enough to win them this series.
It wasn't. Huge props to Cambridge, though, putting up a really big fight. I think Falmouth was not expecting this much of a fight in this second game, so they did a fantastic job of bringing it to them. But Falmouth, storming Falmouth side, able to take this victory in this series of the 2-0 sweep. Cambridge drops down to the losers bracket. I believe they don't know who they're facing just yet. Only time will tell. But Falmouth move forward to play Bournemouth Beach Boys, which is going to be a really interesting game indeed. So any takeaways from that series? I mean, we saw Falmouth really dominating, but it wasn't particularly, I think, to do with rotations. I think it was just Falmouth being mechanically superior.
Yeah, you've seen that as Falmouth. They just have 3 really solid players, and definitely Bookers, who is the 2K player, he made the most goals, and as expected, his mechanical ability is just so hard to defend. If you're there at like 1600, 1700 level, it's just so hard to defend a 2K player against you, because he will just air dribble over you or flip reset on you. It's really hard, and all I can say is just try to deny him from doing those mechanics by challenging him really, really early, and only then he's going to have troubles with scoring against you. So yeah, that's basically everything I can say to Cambridge. If you're playing against someone like Bookers or another 2K player, try to challenge him as early as possible. And I've seen that more in game number 2, which is really good. But in the end, it wasn't enough. They still got scored on twice, and they made only 1 goal themselves. So in the end, they go to a losers bracket playing against Aston Unofficial. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that series will fall out. Who's going to drop out of the tournament? Who's going to progress to lose round 2? Really interested to see. But yeah, I think this series is all done and dusted, and we are ready for the quarterfinals. So we're going into a little break until we're back with the quarterfinals.
Welcome back, everybody, to Society Showdown Qualifier number 2. We just saw Falmouth take down Cambridge in winners round 2 to move forward to play Bournemouth Beavers. And now we come up to our winners quarterfinal, where we will be streaming Salford versus Lincoln A. Salford actually once again causing an upset in winners round 2 against BCU Blue, who are 4th seed. So Salford actually a little bit on a run themselves, 2-0 BCU in that series, but Lincoln A being a very, very strong team indeed. So another bit of a fight, another dark horse versus another strong team. Dennis, tell me your thoughts about what we're going to see.
Yeah, we see Lincoln, who's having the upper seed, the better seed than Salford, but we have just seen Salford beating seed number 4. So, it is really the tournament of the upsets happening. And Salford, well, we have seen Cambridge trying to make an upset happen in the last game, but unfortunately they couldn't win against the former Phoenix. But now we see Salford, the next upsets in this quarterfinals. Let's see if they can upset the Lincoln Team A here in the quarterfinals. Really interested to see how the Lincoln Team A will play. Of course, they are the highest seed, but will they be able to beat the underdog Salford?
Indeed. And it is interesting to note that, I don't believe Salford was on stream during qualifier number 1, if I'm not mistaken. However, I do know that Lincoln was on stream because I casted them. Very, very strong team indeed. Do you think being on stream with viewership can affect your playstyle? Can it affect your team with the nerves?
I mean, it depends how much the teams have played on stream, honestly. If you've pretty much never played on stream, you probably have those nerves. People are watching you from anywhere of the world, really, on Twitch. And it can always, bring some nerves to the player. But I've also seen that when players are on stream, they tend to play even better. They just have this positive nerves, really, and try to, play even better than they could. So usually you see the most, entertaining, exciting matches on stream as well, because players know they're on stream. So, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking, but more like positive nerves, and try to, play as best as you could on stream.
Indeed. And we do know that I believe Salford, Lincoln is a very strong team. Collectively, they play very well together indeed, as players are joining up to their team. Salford, Jake Adams, Denny Sol, and Kizza versus Lincoln A, Dave, Zazel, and Oscillate. The game is going to get underway any second now. I mean, I hate doing this, but Dennis, what's your prediction?
I have to give it to Lincoln. Lincoln, they have the upper seed, they have the better players in the end, and Salford, I can't see them winning in the series.
Deadly Soul goes for an early air dribble and fakes it, slotting it straight under, and actually, taking Salford straight into the lead. Look at this brilliant fake and touch from him, knocking it under Dave G, who was reading that second touch into the top corner. Wow, where did that come from?
Well, I definitely should not underestimate the Salford side, because they scored straight away after they sat down. Salford in the lead after 10 seconds with a great goal. they had a really good start here, having the majority of the pressure, pressuring Lincoln here. Obviously Lincoln, and Lincoln definitely not the start they would have hoped for. Now they get a shot. It is a demoing goal, well, bumping goal really. And yeah, really good start of this game one already with 2 goals in only 24 seconds.
Exactly, this is what we signed up for when casting it. We have got some brilliant games on stream today. 1-1, only 24 seconds have passed. Could this be a high-scoring game? Is both teams going to go all-out attack? Or do they kind of just need to readjust themselves and stop themselves from conceding?
I mean, it's always fun, you know, to see a high-scoring game, definitely on stream as well, to see people just playing really aggressive, as we are seeing the 3rd goal of this series, of the game as well, in only 40 seconds. Well, we are seeing a really high-scoring game, like you said. Jake Adams getting the goal, getting the ball into the open goal, actually, and Lincoln, again, on the losing side.
It's not even been a minute, and there's been 3 goals. This is almost more goals scored than I think that first series we cast. Well, this is just unbelievable right now. Azazel now popping it forward down onto the Lincoln side. Jake Adams now trying to track the ball, but Kizza is there able to get to catch onto once again the Lincoln side once more. Azazel trying to put some more pressure onto the Salford side. Nothing really coming of it. Deadly Soul is waiting over in the corner, looking for maybe a little bit of a catch, but Azazel does a really good job hitting the pressure on. Also, they go for a little bit of a redirect shot, but nothing comes of it. 50-50 right in front of the goal, but once again a very stalemate 50-50. Dave G going off the ceiling looking for a second touch, but Deadly Soul is able to get a read off his own backboard. Also playing off the backboard once again. Can Azazel get a touch? No. Deadly Soul doing a fantastic job of getting the defense. Gets a second touch over the top of Oscillator, forcing an awkward touch straight into the corner where Kizza is waiting. Ball now lingering in the center. Jake Adams goes for a shot immediately, and Azazel has to waste lots of his boots to get that save. Deadly Soul going for a lovely shot, but off the backboard once again. Huge amounts of pressure from both sides. They're both teams looking like an attacking dominant teams. You know, will it kind of come down to who has the better defense, do you think?
Yeah, really, it is who has the better defense. I see, you know, both teams not playing very patiently. They want to go to the goal as soon as possible, trying to create every opportunity they could. And you know, right now we are seeing not much goals anymore, but we still see a lot of offense. We see a lot of pressure from both teams on each other, actually. We don't see a one-sided game, and we see just a really good, intense game between both teams. A high-scoring game already, well, in the first minute, actually. But now, after, well, 2 minutes played, we are seeing 3 goals. Not much goals in the last minute. Well, no goals, actually, in the last minute as we approach half-time. But yeah, like you said, it's really the game of who has the better defense, who can play the most, you know, maybe passive. And right now it is Salford who are in the lead. Maybe they should, you know, adjust the play style a little bit. They had a really good start, but right now they maybe should play a little bit more defensive, as they're, of course, one go up in this game number 1 with 2 minutes up.
Indeed. And Salford, this dark horse, really taking it to Lincoln. A very strong showing from there. Oscillate now trying to put some more pressure onto that Salford side. Does a brilliant job of beating 2 players, but cannot get the cross in a position for his teammates to take a shot. Jake Adams now getting a nice air dribble touch. Actually, brilliant 50-50 on the drop, leaving an opportunity for Kizza with a brilliant angle, slotting it into the goal, taking Salford to 3-1.
Yeah, Salford, the upsetting team here in this series, up by 2 goals though, as we see all the players of Salford having 1 goal. So, you know, everyone is taking the part. Also around like 200, 300 points. We see a really equal team, and, you know, a really equal solid team as well. We see the 4th goal for Salford, ripping Lincoln apart. I don't know what's happening, but Lincoln is definitely not the team I would have expected from them.
What's going on? Salford are so strong right now. Completely tearing apart Lincoln's defense. I mean, Deadly Soul is doing an amazing job. 4 shots when Lincoln only has 2. Himself, he's doubling the whole of the Lincoln shot side. I mean, he's got a 50% shot accuracy right now, and Kizza has 100% shot accuracy. Unbelievable plays from the side of Salford, really taking it to them. I mean, as we see actually as I'm talking, Lincoln bringing a second goal back, so only 2 goals behind. But what do Lincoln need to do right now to kind of get themselves back into this game?
Well, right now we are seeing a great passing play, so maybe that's really what they have to do. Just those passing plays, those infield passes, or usually infield passes, they work against, a team that's lower level than you. And seeding-wise, you are playing against a team that's lower than you, so try to get those passing plays in, or just bang into the goal yourself as Dave gets it into the top corner, beats all the defenders, and brings the deficit down by only 1 goal now with 1 minute and 23 seconds to go. And well, Salford maybe getting a little bit nervous now as Lincoln really have 2 goals in, well, probably like 20 seconds made. So, yeah, Salford, can they keep this? Can they keep the lead going here?
7 goals already in this series. As we see now, Dave catching it in his own half, doing a little bit of a dribbling play. He has a teammate over on the other side, but a brilliant read from Kizza, leaving a shot opportunity from Dave Adams, who pops it in. 5-3. Dennis, it's 8 goals in this game, and we still have a minute left.
Yeah, we have so many goals in this series. The offense is there, the defense not quite, but that only makes a game really, really fun to see. 8 goals in with 1 minute to go, and Salford 5 goals against 3 of Lincoln. Definitely Salford, they have been playing very, very well in this game so far. And Lincoln, well, we have seen some really good goals from them as well, but it's just not enough against Salford, who have made 5 goals in this game so far. So, yeah, maybe the defense of Lincoln is something to work on for them.
100%. The ball now flying over into the Stafford side, the Salford side, even as we now get a little bit of a clearance from Jake Adams, but he gets dominated straight off that touch. Delisog in front of his own net, getting a touch over into his corner where Jake Adams is waiting to get clearance, but Kizza goes instead, really focusing on making sure that they're not double committing on those rotations. Delisog is there, but a brilliant redirect from Dave G over to Azazel, but couldn't get the shot on the target. Jake Adams now getting a little bit of a dribble going off the sideboard, maybe for an air dribble opportunity here. Passing off to Dave Song, who goes for a shot, but a brilliant interception read from Oscillate, stops any sort of danger. Azazel now popping it over Kizza in the centre. Brilliant job mechanically from him. Dave G now looking for a pass over to Oscillate, maybe for another touch. 6 seconds remaining. It looks like Salford has taken this first game of the series against a really strong Lincoln side.
Yeah, Lincoln side very strong in offense, I have to agree, but in defense maybe they were, falling out in certain places, as we have seen Salford making 5 goals against a highest seed Lincoln Team A, which is really, surprising to me, if you have to say. Well, it's upsetting, to say the least, and Salford have done an incredible job to, get some really, really good goals. But they just got to watch out for Lincoln in game 2, because probably right now, Lincoln will have that speech, will have the pep talk with their players to try to still beat this Salford side. They really do not want to lose to this Salford side. The underdog story from Salford almost working against the Lincoln side here in the winners quarterfinals. If Salford wins next game in this best of 3 series, they will go to the semi-finals, which is really, really upsetting. We have seen them beating BCU Blue, and now they're on the verge of beating Lincoln as well if they win the next game. But so far it's going really well. The most shots, the most goals, of course, as well. So, yeah, the accuracy is there, the shots is there, and, yeah, the pressure is there as well. So, we have to see how Salford is playing in this game.
Exactly. If they can take this series, they have performed 2 major upsets in this this qualifier number 2. What a performance from Salford so far. Is there anything that Salford kind of need to be concerned about? What are the exploits that Lincoln could do on Salford to get themselves back into this momentum?
Well, they just need to keep playing consistent. Don't throw everything in offense. Keep trying to play consistent in defense as well. And I've just heard from the streamer that we have a best of 5 and not the best of 3. So definitely, so Salford is not. It's not 1 game away from winning this series, but 2 games away actually. And Lincoln, that's definitely a relief for them. It's not a best of 3 series. But right now we see Salford again. It's straight into the game in the offense, trying to make the first goal of this game. It doesn't happen yet, but definitely it's a great start for them so far.
Indeed it is. It looks like Salford is far more comfortable even on that attacking side with those short aggressive rotations instead of the long ones. So it's very interesting to see as Oscillate tries to go for a touch off Dave G's pass but cannot get there. Jake Adams doing a brilliant job of beating out Dave G in that touch. Deadly Soul now going off the sideboard, popping it over into the center, maybe looking for one of his teammates, but Oscillate is there to get a touch once again, but still no follow-up aggression from the side of Lincoln. It seems like Lincoln is playing scared right now.
Yeah, you could say they're playing a little bit scared from the Salford side. We have seen Salford, who is playing really, really well. And well, in game 1 and in game number 2 as well, just the majority of the pressure, but so far it's still goalless. So Lincoln, they just need to play their own game, try to deny Salford with whatever they're doing. Because so far Salford, they're just playing their game, and Lincoln is not doing anything in this game so far. Well, they finally have a shot in, but it's not dangerous enough to beat Deadly Soul in defense. But yeah, so far Salford playing really well, and Lincoln need to try to play their own game, because we know they can play really well. They are the highest seed. They should be individually better players, but so far as a team, Salford is definitely playing better.
It really does look like Salford is the highest seed, actually. Currently, you see Oscillate playing over into the centre, but none of his teammates there, all focusing on those defensive rotations, do not want to give Salford a chance to get, to capitalise first. To see Deadly Soul capturing the ball over in his own side, but a brilliant 50-50 from Azazel, popping over into the centre, but Kizza does a brilliant job of catching it once again. 50-50 out of Azazel and Dave G. A little bit of a stalemate as Jake Adams is able to catch it on his own side. Kizza going for a little bit of redirect, plays it off the backboard. Any of his teammates there? Yes, Deadly Soul is once again maybe a little bit of an accidental second touch, but leading to Oscillate to get a bit of a clearance. But once again, Salford's winning this midfield battle. Dave G catching off the backboard. Oscillate beating out Kizza once again. It's a 2-on-1 for a second, but Zazel cannot get that touch, leaving Jake Adams an opportunity to get a clearance. A bit of a counter attack coming out of the side of Salford. Jake Adams getting a demo onto Dave G. Bit of a 3v2 for 30 seconds or so, as we see Azazel popping down over into the corner. Jake Adams playing off the backboard. Any of his teammates there. He actually gets a second touch himself, forcing Oscillate to have to get a clearance. Kids are going off the sideboard once again. Jake Adams is there. He pops it down towards his teammate. Deadly Soul is the third man. Now they have to focus on those rotations, so they cannot give Lincoln opportunity to counter attack. Big 50-50 coming out once again, keeping it over into Lincoln's corner. We see Kizza playing off the backboard as Azazel is waking on that backboard though for that touch. Deadly Soul is able to follow it up, putting a brilliant 50-50 where a shot comes out and Oscillate has to make a clutch save. Oscillate now going for the aerial because it's meeting him there. Once again, Dave G goes for a nice catch into the midfield, pops it over one, but Deadly Soul has waited there. Not a very good touch from him, almost giving away a free shot, but Lincoln cannot capitalize on it. But a brilliant shot coming out of Oscillate where it comes off the upright and he's able to follow it up. So Lincoln actually getting themselves on the board first, where it really looks like Salford is keeping all the pressure onto their own half.
Yeah, Kizza so close to get a save as well for Salford. It would have meant that this game would be goalless so far, but in the end Lincoln get the first goal of this game, number 2. And it's not a high scoring game like game 1, but it's still really, really exciting to watch. And a lot of offense, a lot of pressure as well. In the end, Salford, they had a really good start, but in the end it's still Lincoln getting away with the first goal of the game. Now it's an open net because of a demo. Oscar with a great demo actually, as Lincoln gets a second and a completely back in this series.
Completely back in this series. Lincoln kind of finding their rhythm a little bit here. Salford being a little bit salty after that first goal, as their name indicates. Can they keep the momentum after that game 1 victory? How important do you think this 2-goal lead is for the mentality of Lincoln?
Yeah, of course, they just needed that win. They just needed that. Well, they don't have to win, but they want to save indeed, but they still need that lead, and well, they just need to hold on for the upcoming minute. And then they finally have some momentum back after that game 1, the upsetting game 1, where Salford was just over them, completely over them in the end, and made 5 goals. So right now, Salford 0 goals for them, and definitely Lincoln doing great so far. If they keep playing like this consistent in the series, in the remainder of the series, they can definitely win this series. But now it is an open net, as Deadly will get the goal for Salford and bringing them back in this game number 2.
Double commit from Lincoln. We see both Azazel and Dave G going for the ball. If one of them played a little bit patient, there would have been an opportunity to get a clearance. but a little mistake coming out of Lincoln, but a brilliant job from Salford to set up a goal. It is only a 1-goal lead. A 1-goal lead is really fragile, so nerves may be playing a little bit of a factor on Lincoln's defense here, but it looks like they are coming out storming, wanting to make it a 2-goal lead. A brilliant attempt from Dave G to keep the pressure on. Ball now popped forward. Dave G trying to go for the redirect, but a little bit of a missed touch over into the corner of Salford. Osley now trying to keep the pressure on going. Jake Adams is able to get a little bit of a clearing touch. We see Kizza pushing forward, actually playing it over into the corner. Can anything come of this? He pops it over one. Can anything come? No, a double commit once again. It is 1 second remaining, but Jake Adams isn't there fast enough to keep it up as Lincoln take this second game of this best of 5 series. Dennis, we really have a series ahead of us, don't we?
Yeah, we definitely do. Game number 2, won by Lincoln with only 1 goal deficit, but it still gets them the win here. Salford looked like they were climbing back in this game, but in the end, it wasn't enough. It was maybe a little bit too late, the first goal, and in the end, Lincoln running away with the victory here in game number 2, equalizing it in this series. So we can expect a really, really good series to come up now. We are, well, at least having, 2 games to see. And definitely right now, we are going to go into a best-of-3 format with both teams needing to win 2 games to win this series. Both teams won, of course, 1 single game. And, so far, Salford, they didn't play bad. They did have the opportunities, but in the end, they just didn't make the opportunities into goals. They didn't convert them. They didn't reward with the pressure they had. And in the end, that was really the issue with Salford in this game. And Lincoln, well, if they just, keep playing like this consistently, trying to, hold off the Salford offense, and definitely they can maybe win this series. But we just have to see how game 3 will fall.
Indeed. So a very, very different game, this second game, compared to the first game of this series. Far more low scoring, actually. I think that Salford is kind of wanting one of those high scoring games. That's where they thrive, but only time will tell. As we are entering into the third game, all players ready up into the lobby. It's so difficult to call each game in and out right now. I mean, both sides performing unbelievably well as we see Dev Sol and Dave G go for the kickoff. The ball now flying across the center of the map, with Kizza being the first aggressor. Good 50-50. Kizza waiting on the backboard, maybe going for a redirect touch. Actually beats off 2 players, but Osile gets a fantastic read onto it, knocking it down over into Salford's half. Jake is there waiting for it, goes for the catch. Osile putting a huge amount of pressure onto him. All 3 players of Lincoln waiting on that side, having to force a quick rotation out of Dave. Kizza now popping over once again into the Lincoln corner. Salford really wanting to keep the pressure on to Lincoln. They know that they need to do it. This is how they're going to get a win. They're still playing it off the backboard. Nobody waiting for it. His boost management was there, but not able to get enough height onto that second touch. Dave G pops it up for Azazel, who pops it over into Salford's corner. Kizza is going off the backboard. Good pressure from Kizza to stop Azazel popping it over into the center. Jake Adams gets a bit of a clearance, but Dave G actually reading it brilliantly, forcing Kizza to have to waste his boost and come out of that goal line. Azazel may be missing the touch a little bit, but Oslet is there to do something about it. A little bit of a stalemate over in the midfield as Oslet actually puts a booming shot over into the corner of Salford. We see Kizza having to fly up, use a lot of his boost. Azazel actually beating over to the ball, but Jake Adams is waiting on that back border. He now may be looking for Oscillate's touch and does read it very, very well. Bumps coming out of Oscillate onto Kizza, but none of Lincoln's side able to capitalize upon it. Azazel once again putting pressure onto Salford. Dillisol getting a nice clearance. Now it's Salford's turn to do a bit of aggression. Jake Adams almost getting a fantastic redirect into the back of the goal, but could not angle his car better enough. We see Slate now getting a catch. They're trying to put some pressure, counter attack here, but Jake Adams is there waiting on the backboard. Awkward touch for him, actually setting up for Dave G. He pops it off the crossbar, not able to capitalize on it, and Dave so coming out of his net to get a touch. Dave G really needs to pop that one in the back of the net. A minute has passed, no goals have been scored. Dave G now trying to capitalize on a counter attack, and we see Dave Adams actually Jake Adams putting it over into the center of his goal. Azazel not getting the touch that he wanted. Delisor now tracking back over into the corner. I mean, this is properly back and forth stuff, isn't it, Dennis?
Yeah, it definitely is. We see both teams trying to make some offenses. It is a goalless game so far, but both teams really keen to make the first goal of game 3, which could be a vital goal. The first goal in a game is definitely always a mark and will definitely get you into a big advantage. Maybe the most important goal of a game is just the first goal. But right now, we are seeing no team scoring the first goal so far. As you now see Dave with a 1-1 situation, gets it past the defender, as Dave will get a first goal for Lincoln of this game number 3.
Indeed, as we saw a little bit of an error on rotations, we see both Kizza and Deadly Soul rotating to the far corners instead of across net. Maybe a bit of a mistake on rotations, but it does happen. As we see Lincoln take this first goal, it does look like Lincoln has settled and their experience of being a top echelon team is really playing dividends here. However, I'm not counting Salford out just yet.
Yeah, definitely not. Salford, they can still come back if they, they played really consistent in that game number 1. If they can reward the pressure they had into goals, and definitely they can score. But right now they have 3 shots and no goals, so 0% accuracy so far. And I'm still waiting for them to score because they can score. We have seen that in game number 1, but we haven't really seen that in game number 2 and 3, where they have scored 0 goals in. Yeah, well, 1 off game, so definitely just a little bit disappointed from them so far. Lincoln will definitely take that for granted, as they are up by 1 goal. It's not much, but still, it just does the job. If Salford can't score, then of course we see Salford losing this game as well, and see Lincoln progressing to match point next game. So if Lincoln just keeps the defense clean now, keeps Salford away from their goal, then definitely we can see them winning this game.
What do you think Lincoln has changed after that first game to really make this game closer as Deadly Soul? Oh my word! Beating 3 players on the side of Lincoln, as you see here, dribbles one, pops it over Dave G, and then once again pops it over Oscillate, and then demos Dave G once again to score. What a goal!
Yeah, what a play there from Deadly Soul, beating the defender there in goal and getting the equalizer as well. They finally scored after 1.5 game pretty much. We have seen a goal from the Salford side after they scored 5 goals in game number 1. Well, yeah, finally they have got an accuracy back. Finally they can score goals, and maybe we can see that keep going here in game number 3, because they have the shots, but can they just keep that going? Can they keep the accuracy going like they had in the goal we've just seen? It needed 5 shots, but finally they got that goal they really needed for the equalizer in game number 3. So, it's going back and forth. It's 1-0 in both the series as this game, but, it can go any way.
That's surely it's going to be such a huge confidence boost for Deadly Soul himself. I mean, his showing off his mechanics. I mean, do you think that's the confidence strike that he's going to need as he goes for a bit of a squishy save, but isn't having to do it? No, brilliant clearance. But do you think Deadly Soul's going to be playing more confident now?
I mean, it's always nice to score those kind of goals. The mechanical goals is really what you're after when you're playing here on stream as well. You want to show your mechanical ability to score these kind of goals, and I think that's definitely helped him with his confidence. And we might see more goals from him like this, because he might have just popped off now, woken up maybe, and he tries to get those mechanical goals in. But 10 seconds to go in this game number 3. It looks like it's going to an overtime unless one of these teams can score. Salford in the offense now as well, jumps off the backboard and is going up off the backboard again, but it's dropping down now. And it is overtime in this game number 3, but that looked really, really dangerous there for Lincoln.
My words, Kizza just missing the goals. Oscillate actually gets a shot straight off the kickoff. Oh my words, what an ending to over to the conventional time, as we see Kizza just missing. If there was a couple more seconds, Deadly Soul was there for the open net shot. I think Lincoln has got away by the skin of their teeth just then, as Azel are putting huge amounts of pressure onto the side of Salford, trying to pop it over to the centre where Kizza is back. And a beautiful goal from Dave G. Kizza! Kizza!
What a goal that was from Lincoln. But Kizza, what a whip it is. I mean, I have to say, Dave with a good aerial, but Kizza just should have had that one, should have cleared it out. He was last man, should have just got it with the aerial. He was up perfectly fine, but in the end, he just struggled in the end to get a hit on that ball in the air. And in the end, Dave would definitely take that. He gets the goal, he gets the second goal for Lincoln on his name as well. So, definitely a great game from Dave. And Salford, in the end, just little mistakes, individual mistakes, both in offense where they just couldn't finish their balls. As in defense, we've just seen, how vital a miss like that can be for Salford. Salford, losing this overtime. And, Lincoln are in match point now going into next game. So this game will be really, really important. Salford need to get back to that game number 1 spirit, where they made 5 goals instead of, the 0 in game number 2 and only the 1 single goal in game number 3. The accuracy is just not there, and they really need to get it up again, like in game number 1.
Indeed, and I also want to point out that Dave clutched up with his goal with skyrocketing ping. I mean, that in itself, that's just really impressive. But Do you think Salford is going to come back absolutely swinging, or do you think Lincoln kind of has this mentality edge which is going to keep them, in lines for victory?
I mean, Lincoln, they have the momentum now. They maybe need some warm-up, but right now they have won 2 games in a row. And, well, if they just keep the momentum going, usually you see the third game is theirs. But we just have to see, can Salford get back from, the tough overtime lose? Can Kizzer come back? Because, of course, he was the one who caused that goal with the wave. But can Lincoln, complete the series here in this game 1, or, game 1 in this game number 4? Salford definitely under pressure here.
Indeed. So it must be an interesting mentality coming out of Salford as Deadly Soul makes a fantastic save. If you see Deadly Soul actually having a huge confidence boost off his mechanical goal, but Kiz obviously maybe a little bit disheartened after missing that shot in the final seconds of that game, and then obviously missing the save. So a bit of an interesting mentality coming out of Salford. Hopefully Salford can ride high. You see Kizzer now actually popping it off over Jake Adams, who able to get a shot. Kizzer has bounced back and set up the first goal of this series.
Yeah, Azazel really struggling down the post. I think he got bumped there by the opponent as the goal was wide open. Well, Azazel was third, but couldn't quite get a good touch on the ball as he really struggled there with the post. As Salford gets the first goal of this game, which is really important for them. Can they keep it going here in game number 4?
What's interesting about this series so far is the team who scores first in the games have won the game. There hasn't been a comeback made yet, so it's going to be really interesting whether that pattern keeps its trend or whether Lincoln is actually going to come back and take this victory. So we see a 50-50 in the center between Oscillate and Kizzer himself. But Dave G actually beating out Jake Adams to the ball. Deadly Soul going off the ceiling, and Jake Adams gets a brilliant bump onto Oscillate to keep the ball bouncing over onto the Lincoln side. Dave G tries to pop over Jake Adams, but Jake Adams able to pops over into the center. Anyone there to follow up? No, they are not. Jake Adams once again trying to go for the bump onto Oscillate. Both players on the side of Lincoln, of Salford even, focusing on their defensive rotations. Maybe parking the bus a little bit too early, but we shall see. Oscillate now keeping the pressure onto Salford. Deadly Soul pops it over in the center. Kizzer going actually for a double touch. Can he get it? Almost down, but he just clears it wide. A brilliant attempt from Kizzer. We really see that previous game has not affected his mentality as he has come out swinging. Oscillate trying to go for a clearance. Jake Adams up early, playing it straight into the path of Deji, who pops it once again high into the center. As Deji's able to follow it up, maybe looking for that shot, and he does. And Deadly Soul, what was that? What happened there?
Yeah, again, we see a wave coming out of the defense from Salford. It's definitely a ball Deadly Soul should have had there. It isn't the hardest aerial, as no one was really challenging from the opponents either. So yeah, he couldn't get faked by any of the opponents. And Salford, again, they got equalized on just because of an individual mistake in defense. So quite unfortunate for Deadly Soul. We have seen that, they can bounce back really well, as Deadly Soul does exactly that. Makes the mistake, but a few seconds after, gets a great goal on his name.
Redirect from Deadly Soul. That was brilliant from him. I must admit, I am so impressed with Salford's mentality to bounce back and bring the games back, because they have not let themselves falter after losing that second game, the third game even. As we see Dave G now trying to put a bit more pressure onto the Salford side after being 2-1 down. He almost able to capitalize on it, but the bounce is really awkward for him. Deadly Soul able to steal the boost once again as well. Passes it down to Jake Adams, who pops it over into the corner. Jake Adams following it up, playing it into the center. Kizzer is there, but just plays it above the crossbar. But Deadly Soul once again keeping the pressure on. Amazing passing plays coming out from Salford here.
Yeah, amazing passing plays there, but they just need to make sure that they have the defense clean to send this series to a game 5, because we have seen some individual mistakes in defense on the Salford side so far. So that's really the thing they gotta focus on, those individual mistakes, the whiffs there. But in the end, in offense, they're doing pretty fine now with 3 shots and 2 goals. The accuracy is right there, and definitely they're doing a really, really good job as they get that third here. Great shot from Kizza. The defense from Lincoln looked a little bit shaky there, but Salford in this game number 4 looking to get this series to a game number 5.
Does look like Lincoln is a little bit of a tilt team. They have really kind of got, they kind of lost their rotations a little bit, and it's kind of letting them falter. It's going to be interesting to whether they can keep that sound mentality as an interesting kickoff comes here. Both teams trying to not fake kickoff, but play it a little bit slowly, but nothing comes of it. Jake Adams actually playing it off the sideboard, and then once again off the back ball, can't go follow up the touch. Kizzer is there. Hey, bumping, and Kizzer slots it in. Ward, Salford is on another level.
Yeah, and this is the Salford you wish to see from game number 1 here. Finally, they got the form back, and they just score goal after goal after goal with 4 goals against 1. With still 2 minutes to play, Salford really got the form back with a great bump as well in the goal of Lincoln. 2 minutes to go, and Salford up by 3 goals. It's going to be a really, really hard task for Lincoln to send or to close out this series in this particular game.
Indeed it is. You see Jake Adams now popping it out over into Lincoln's half as Hazel is there waiting. A little bit of an awkward touch, playing it over to the centre where Deadly Soul is able to pop it off the backboard. Anyone there to follow it up? No, they are not. It's also like and Dave G both commit for the ball, but Kizzers makes a really good, awkward 50-50 from them. Jake Adams getting a shot, but Azazel is waiting in goal. Kizzer now popping it high. Can he chip? No, it just goes off the side. Deadly Soul once again going flying in for the shot. Nothing comes of it though. Oscillate going for the catch, pulling up the sideboard, but a brilliant job of Jake Adams actually 50-50 here down over into the centre. Dave G is there waiting, but Jake Adams playing so quickly. Azazel has to make a booming clearance to neither of his teammates. Deadly Soul actually going for a little bit of an awkward touch, but a brilliant read onto Azazel's touch. Oscillate has to jump really nice and early, playing over to his corner. Jake Adams playing so quickly, really popping off this game in this series. Kids going for maybe the redirect shot, but Oscillate gets a brilliant read on it once again. Deadly Soul has rotated back well enough, playing it down to his teammate Kizza, who puts a shot on goal, and actually Azazel has to make a clear quick touch. Deadly Soul once again doing a brilliant redirect off the side, and Oscillate has to make a clutch save, swapping that 5-1 lead. Jake Adams popping up into the centre. Oscillate is there waiting for it though, but Kizza once again. I mean, Salford's rotations have really stood up. After that kind of equalising goal, I mean, Salford's rotation has been on point.
Yeah, Salford's rotation really, really well done by them so far. And well, they made some defensive mistakes, but now 20 seconds to go, you can say this series will go to a game number 5 just purely because of the skills of Salford. They really, really stepped up since game number 3. Game number 4 was completely theirs, and they tried to keep that going in game number 5. They have the momentum now. 4 goals made in this particular game, which is, it's more than game 2 and game 3 combined. In game 2 and game 3, you have seen Salford making only 1 goal, and in game 1 and in game 4, they made, well, a lot more goals. Let's say that 9 goals in 2 games. So, yeah, in the end, Salford, a really, really good win.
Really, really good win indeed. Kizza actually massively stepping up after that. A little bit of a misplay on the back end of game 3, bouncing back and taking his team to a victory with 2 goals, 460 points, 2 assists. So actually, Kizza was involved in all 4 of Salford's goals. I mean, that's impressive stat line as it is.
Yeah, definitely. It is, a really, really good player because 2 goals and 2 assists in this game. Yes, made the mistake in the overtime of game number 3, leading, Lincoln getting that game. But in the end, he stepped up really, really well in this particular game. 2 goals and 2 assists, and definitely was there in the offense. Only 3 shots needed for those 2 goals as well. It's something which is really, really good from him. Good accuracy from Salford in generally. So. Salford, a really, really good win from them, but we just have to see, can they keep it going in game number 5?
Indeed. I mean, I really can't call this. I have no clue who's going to take this victory. But what I can be for certain is that it's going to be one hell of a game. Both teams in the winners' quarterfinals, or was it semi-finals? Winners' quarterfinals, my apologies. The team who wins is actually going to go face off Bournemouth, who have just swept Falmouth Phoenix A, who was previously on stream. So they're going to go face Bournemouth. So the winner of this is going to face Bournemouth Beach Boys, as we're going to get the teams into the lobby, into their teams, respectively, into players into their respective teams. I mean, every single player on the side of Salford has stepped up big time. They kind of completely shut down this Lincoln team, especially about a minute in to that previous game. Lincoln, none of their players were able to find a foothold.
Yeah, no, definitely no. Lincoln, they struggled a lot with, keeping up with the Salford pressure. The pressure from Salford was just so well done by them in that game number 4. And that's really what they have to do in this deciding game number 5. Try to get that pressure straight on in the first minute and try to keep doing that in the remainder of this game. Because, game 4 really turned out well for them with the pressure they had. And as we see Salford in the offense, but they just can't get a goal from that. Already a good start of this game number 5. It is rewarded into a goal though.
Do you think players perform better in Game 5 than they would earlier on in the series, or do you think it's, kind of going to be same thing, or, do you think players are really going to step themselves up to take this victory?
Yeah, well, you need to play on your peak level in, these kind of games. The deciding game can always be so nerve-wracking. Definitely when you're on stream as well. We have seen an incredible series. So many goals fallen in this series, especially in Game 1 and Game number 4, which have, won by Salford. So it looks like when it's a high-scoring game, Salford really pops off and, makes the most goals in the end. But when it's, a passive game and not much goals, it seems Lincoln is more the upper hand. So that's really the question, how Game 5 is going to be. So far, no goals scored yet. So you would say that Lincoln would be the upper hand then. But, everything can happen in this game number 5. No shots created. So we still have to see how this Game 5 is going to start.
Indeed, and that's an interesting demo coming out of Azazel on Jake Adams, but nothing comes of it. Oscillate then demos Kizza himself, but a brilliant defensive maneuver coming out of Deadly Soul to stop any sort of goal from going in. But it's an interesting thing you pointed out. It does look like Lincoln thrive off the passive play style, whilst a completely opposite player style coming from Salford, where they really thrive off this high-scoring, high-aggression game style. And so it's going to be really interesting to see what this comes of, as we see Dave G actually getting a good read onto Deadly Soul's air dribble. Kizza now playing over to the centre, but also coming off the backboard, knocking it down and staying with the ball a little bit, but decides actually to rotate back, Steve, and noticed that 2 players from the Salford side are putting pressure onto their net. A little bit of a miss flip from Kizza, but nothing deadly, as enough time for rotation for Deadly Soul to come out of it. Jake Adams popping it down to Deadly Soul, goes for the redirect. Deadly Soul has only scored bangers, I swear now.
Yeah, Deadly Souls with the deadly shots you could go on by this point. Is such a good shot inside the post as well, beating Osculating goal. Salford with a really good goal in the lead with roughly 3 minutes remain in this game number 5.
I'm so blown away with Deadly Soul's capability to finish at these really difficult shots. I mean, what sort of confidence does that give your team if you know you have a player who can kind of score from any angle?
Yeah, you just have to get the ball to that teammate, and if he's very good at shooting, you can really count on that player. So definitely, it makes just playing the game more easy if you have a player who just knows how to shoot the ball and how to consistently hit the ball as well, which is a really big part in Rocket League, of course. And we have seen that in Deadly Soul, who just bangs all the balls left, right, and center as he tries it again with a redirect, but can't make it this time. 2 minutes to go. As you see Salford with convincing lead. They have the pressure. 5 shots against only 2 of Lincoln. Now we see the ball dropping down, but no one is there to follow as Lincoln has a little bit of time to get the ball out.
Indeed it does, but immediately we see Jake Adams actually putting pressure onto Azazel as he tries to get a clearance. The ball now bouncing in Lincoln's corner. Oslo misses the ball but receives a pass from his teammate Dave G, but Deadly Soul has done a good job of rotating around into defense. Jake Adams playing it into the path of Dave G himself, who goes to play it off the backboard, but a brilliant job from Kizza reading the shot off of Azazel. See Deadly Soul now trying to get a bit of a clearance. Azazel has done a good job of rotating into the centre as a bit of a clearance comes from him once again, but we see now the counter-attack coming out of Salford as the ball is sent down by Kizza as Azazel goes for the catch on the backboard. Dave G has done a good read on the touch, but Deadly Soul gets a demo onto Dave G. Jake Adams is there, popping off the backboard. Can Kizza capitalise? No, he can't. Dave G coming off respawn, getting a brilliant save indeed. Jake Adams are popping once again across the backboard, but none of his teammates are there to capitalise on it. Really being careful on those rotations. Dave G now popping it over into the corner of Salford, following up for a second touch, and does so, scoring off Azazel's demo onto the final player back. This is 1-1, a minute remaining. Oh my word.
Yeah, what a demo that is from Azazel into the goal from Salford. The last man there completely dead, completely wasted off the pitch, and Lincoln will capitalize on that. As we see Dave with a great shot as well, getting the ball just, into the open air, but still you need to be there. You need to be at the right place at the right time, knowing that Azazel gets a demo as well. And now we see kind of an open net. There's again a defensive mistakes in Salford's defense, and only took, not even a minute, probably like 20 seconds. But now Lincoln, instead of losing, they're in the winning end.
Oh my word, this will be a tilt factor if Lincoln take this away from Salford. But if Salford come back, anything is possible. I really can't count Salford out because of how quickly they can capitalise on goals. You see Azazel popping it down over towards Kizza, where Kizza is actually going to go for the catch. So has to pop it up instead. Go himself, beating 2 players off the backboard. Can Jake Adams capitalize on it? No, he can't, because Azazel is there to get the save. Kizza playing it down over to the front of the net, but once again, Dave G getting a really good read. 30 seconds remaining. Can Salford take it to 2-2, take it to overtime? See Kizza popping it over into his corner, making sure that Lincoln don't get a 3rd goal. Azazel keeping the pressure up, popping it over into the corner once again. Deadly Soul is back. The man who's been doing brilliant for his team pops it off the sideboard. Yeah, 50-50 with Dave G. Jake Adams is there, popping it towards the goal. No, Oscillate makes the save, popping over into the corner. Once again, it's gone up into the goal. Can Dave G get a touch? No, 50-50 with Dave G and Jake Adams, and Lincoln clutch up at the end and take this series 3-2. Oh my word, I need to rest these vocal cords. Oh my lord.
What a series that was. Game number 5 in the end, won by Lincoln. And what a series in the end. It came so close, Salford nearly scoring in the last few seconds, but Lincoln just made sure they held the defense clean, they held the goal clean, and in the end, only Salford scored once. And again, it's a little bit of the accuracy from Salford that's lacking. With 8 shots, they only scored once. So probably a little bit deserved by Lincoln to win this game, who's having a little bit of a better accuracy. Also 8 shots, but 2 goals. Also not the greatest, but at least if it's better than Salford, it is. Salford, it is not the team that is here for, the low-scoring games. They really want to score a lot, but when they can't have the accuracy on point, it usually looks like the defense is also a little bit lacking. So that's pretty much the story of the series.
Indeed it is, but I must admit, I was just doing a bit of mathematics here, and it was 6 saves from Lincoln, and 2 of them came at the last couple of seconds. And I must admit, what a fantastic clutch save from Dave to stop equalising goal, because it looked almost for certain. But what a brilliant series we have just seen. Lincoln going forward into the semi-finals to face off against Bournemouth Beach Boys. But next up on stream will be Newcastle Ninjas versus Durham Defenders. Durham knocked out early in the qualifier round 1. They've just 3-0'd Bath Salts to face off against Newcastle, who 3-2 Sussex. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself some water, grab yourself some coffee, grab yourself some food, because we will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the semi-finals of the Qualifier 2 for the Society Showdown. Winners semi-finals, we have up next on stream Newcastle Ninjas versus Durham Defenders. An interesting game, I think is the best word. These two universities 5 miles apart, something like that, so a big rivalry there, and both teams being very high seeded teams actually. So, you know, anything can really happen. A very even matchup here. Dennis, any thoughts going ahead to this series?
No, it is a really, really important game here. In the semi-finals, of course, the winner of this one will go to the winners' final, and the loser of this will still be able to make it through to the loser bracket, maybe even to the loser bracket final, because both of these teams are really, really skilled teams. And well, it's always fun to have those kind of rivalries, to see two teams, you know, playing against each other who are living really close to each other, actually, in Durham and Newcastle. So, yeah, always nice to see those kind of rivalries going on here. And definitely when it's in the semifinals as well on stream, yeah, we can expect a really, really good best of 5 series here.
Indeed. So just a little bit of an update from the losers bracket. Derby Raptors has been knocked out by T-Rent Boys. T-Rent Boys now face Salford in the losers semi-finals. Sheffield Saints have knocked out Falmouth B Mixer, and they face Sheffield Saints. And then Carbridge has now been knocked out by Long Boy Lovers, who face Sussex. So, on to the winners' semi-finals. You know, it's going to be really interesting. Let's get the players into their teams. How much do you know about these two teams? You know, these two sets of players.
I mean, all I can really see is Zouch, who is a Season 1 Supersonic Legend Tournament winner. So that already says a little bit about, you know, the skill of the Durham side. And I don't really know much players about of the Newcastle side, but I can definitely see a high-skilled game going on there. Of course, in the semi-finals, we are in the top 4 of the winners bracket, so you know it's going to be a great best of 5 series. I can imagine. But kicking off this series, we still see, you know, two great teams, and you know, both teams really trying to get into that winners final by winning this series. So you know, best of 5. Both teams have a little bit of, you know, room of space. They can still go to the lower bracket if they lose this, but definitely they want to go to the winners bracket final.
Indeed, and I do recognise the Newcastle side, is it? The Durham side, even from the qualifier round 1, where they actually bombed out very, very early, surprisingly enough. Something that Durham seem to have a tendency to do. However, they have found their rhythm a little bit, and that is good to see. But I remember Scorpio and Kenzie and Daxaruba, who I think Daxaru is actually subbing in. The Scorpio, in particularly, being a very, very lethal player and someone you need to watch out for. So we see Zouch now knocking it forward in the centre of the pitch, and Scorpio, the man himself, catching it and knocking it down towards his corner. Daxaru now having a little bit of a dribble over Bop himself. Putting over to the corner. Mordecai is coming off the backboard, gets a nice touch clearance. Kenzie is there to meet him though. Playing off the backboard. A little bit of a second touch. No, not opportunity. And Scorpio plays it beautifully. What an accurate shot coming out of Scorpio from the assist of Kenzie. I mean, it wasn't a powerful shot, but look at this placement.
Yes, a beautiful chip over the defenders into the top corner. It's beautifully placed, as Newcastle will be in the lead here early on in this series already. And well, Durham, they need to, you know, get back into the series. It's not a big danger for them. They still can, you know, capitalize on this. It's only 1 minute into this game number 1. Only the first game as well, so, you know, everything can happen. But it's not really the start Durham would have hoped for. Indeed,
it isn't. You see Mordecai right there trying to put a bit of pressure onto the side of Durham defenders. Zouch now flying through the air, this supersonic legend player, really a person you need to be aware of when it comes to his mechanics, but Kenzie does a good job of shutting down the aggression. Mordecai actually missing the ball, leaving Kenzie with an opportunity to capitalise, but plays off the upright. Daxu is there for a shot, cannot capitalise, and actually, I think it was Zouch, the supersonic legend, scores an own goal.
Yeah, it seems like an own goal. It was, Dexter was getting a good 50 and Zouch, getting it into his own goal. Maybe, felt a little bit too much pressure, but definitely, the pressure from Newcastle has helped because so far 4 shots against 0 shots of Durham in the first 2 minutes of this game number 1. So far, Newcastle doing a brilliant job to start off this series. The question is, can they continue this? It definitely seems like as they are in the offense again, this time they can't score out of it. But Durham, not the best start, but still 2 goals, 3 minutes. It's still possible, but they need to change the play style rather sooner than later.
Indeed, they do. So you see Obot being right there, pinching it with his teammate Zouch. Mordecai going for the shot onto goal. Zouch almost getting a redirect. Nothing comes of it there, and Scorpion gets a very, very good clearance for the side of Newcastle. Catches it over in the Durham's corner. Nothing really come of it once again. Mordecai now chipping it down forward. But Zouch is there to get a catch, wanting to redeem his mistake of scoring an own goal. Brilliant air dribble, going for the 50-50, but Scorpio wins out that 50-50 right on his goal line. A defensive pinch comes out, but Zouch once again doing a really good job rotating back. Zouch playing it over into the centre, but Mordecai gets a good read on the ball, and Scorpio returns Lat Faber. Obot trying to play it over Scorpio, but Scorpio gets really reading these balls well. Kenzie plays it over in front of Durham's side even. Nothing comes of that shot. I mean, Newcastle, they look really strong, but they're a team who's capitalising on the shots a little bit more. And as I say that, Dexeru puts in another goal.
Yeah, a beautiful double tap by him after the pass of Scorpio. Gets it up to the crossbar. Both players from Durham, staying on the goal line. No one really challenging. And then it's just really easy for Dexter. He's just saying, all right, I'll go for the double tap. And he gets it. And the third goal for Newcastle. And now it's going to be a really, really hard journey for Durham to get out of this 3-goal deficit with 1 minute and 40 seconds remain.
Indeed, it is, as Mordecai trying to chip the ball down for the side of Durham, but nothing comes of it as Newcastle's doing a brilliant job of rotating. Dexter waiting there in the back, goes for the catch as Zouch actually demos him, plays it down to Obot, but he cannot get the shot off on target. Mordecai waiting as that third man, keeping the pressure on, but Dexter coming off the backboard once again. Obot goes nice and early, dunking 2 players, bouncing really high in front of the Newcastle side's net, but brilliant job from the defense to do so. Scorpio now pushing down the side into Durham's side. Zouch having to go really high and early, try to pinch it off the backboard. Dexter once again really showing up for his team. He is the sub after all for this side of Newcastle, really stepping up for his side. Dexter once again going for the shot but misses out, able to get a touch, setting up Mordecai for an air dribble, but Kenzie reads it brilliantly, knocking it into the midfield side. I mean, what do Durham need to do to bring themselves back into this series?
Well, definitely make the defense a little bit on point, because this doesn't look like great. It's just Dexter, was getting an easy shot, and then still the clay isn't that good. Scorpio with a good shot though, but yeah, no one there to rotate behind the last man of Durham. 4 goals down, they just need to get a defense on point a little bit and the rotation, because so far Newcastle just has so much space to work with because of the rotation of Durham. And then in the end, Newcastle even scores out of that. So definitely they really need to work on the rotation and try to leave Newcastle as less space as possible, because for Newcastle they could have just played their own game, and well, that helped for them because they have 4 goals up now in this game number 1, and this game will just flames out. The time it's not really an issue anymore for Newcastle as they're 4 goals up. And well, really, Durham, they need to prepare themselves for game number 2 and game number 3, because this hasn't been a great first game from them in the semi-finals.
Indeed, as Mordecai actually catches it on his backboard, maybe looking for a bit of a redeeming play. He actually goes for a flip reset and actually sets it up for Scorpio, who slots it into the back of the net. Newcastle take the first game of the series 5-0. I mean, this is not as close as what, the stats predicted, and Newcastle really dominating right now.
Yeah, Newcastle dominating, and well, I think they've just done really, really well in this game. In this, you could say the rivalry of this series. Newcastle 5-0, and that's definitely a marker in game number 1. Durham now knows who they're playing against, and it is a really good team. It is Newcastle. Most likely, well, I can't say it for certain yet, but most likely will be going to the winners' final if they keep playing like this. And definitely Durham, they need to change the play style sooner or later, because this is not a great game 1 from them.
At all, it isn't. I'm actually going to hop straight into the next game. All players raring to go. Newcastle wanted to keep their momentum and take this victory in this series to put them through to the winners' grand finals. The winners' finals even. Yet can Durham stay alive? Durham was a team predicted to do really, really well in this showdown. However, they just have not shown up. For this series, yes, they made it further than they did last qualifier. Yet right now, it looks like they have maybe run out of gas. They were doing so well. Do you think, the amount of play time that these players are doing have caused them to kind of fatigue a little bit?
Yeah, it might be. You see in these kind of tournaments, really long tournaments, even though the first few rounds were best of 3, you can see a little bit of the fatigue in the players. They're becoming a little bit tired of playing Rocket League pretty much all evening long. And then the hardest games even come at, the later time. So right now they're playing the semi-finals, which is, of course, a little bit harder than the quarterfinals. And then if they progress, they still need to play the grand final or the winners final, to win this tournament after all. And well, that can definitely be an impact on the players being a little bit tired. But so far, we see a goalless game number 2. As you see, Newcastle, just like expected in the offense, but they can't be rewarded into a goal yet.
Indeed, as Kenzie's left on a 1-on-1 versus Zouch. Zouch goes for the flick, but Mordecai does a really good job of rotating back to get a touch off his backboard. Zouch and Dirksu go for the 50-50, and Dirksu comes away with it. Obob there waiting on his back foot, and Dirksu actually follows out with a second touch. Mordecai, though, doing a good job at beating 2 players, but Scorpio is once again that third man. You can rely on him in being the correct place at the correct time. Zouch now being tracked really, really dangerously by Kenzie. Obob having to rotate back and get a bit of a flimsy clearance, but does bump Scorpio on his way back to rotate. Mordecai doing a brilliant job of beating out 2 players, but Scorpio making a fantastic save, being that third player back all the time. I mean, how important, once again, we talk about the attackers earlier on in this stream, but how important is it to have a player who's so consistent in defense?
I mean, a consistent play in defense is always really, really good to have. You should usually see him as third man. You can rely on him. When the ball is getting shot over you, well, you always have the third man behind you who's really, really solid in defense. So definitely, it is a big part in Rocket League, both in offense and in defense. You need a player, prefer a player you're just very good in both. But if you're just good in either offense or defense, that definitely helps as well. If you have the other sort, an offender if you're a defender, or a defender if you're an offender in a team as well, then definitely you can make a good balance. As long as the team is balanced, I think that's really important to have in a team.
Indeed it does. We see a 0-0 game, a little bit different this time, as Mordecai's actually having an opportunity to score, but Scorpio makes a brilliant save, and then it's actually bumped by Daxaru into Mordecai. As we see Zouch going for a little bit of a double tap. Zouch has been very, very quiet this series. Something you didn't expect really from a SSL player.
Yeah, he's been rather quiet, I have to say. Indeed, he hasn't showed much. He even made like the own goal in game number 1, which seemed like a panic, which you wouldn't say from roughly an SSL player. But it's only game 2, and well, things can change. He might pop off in this game still, but. Yeah, I have to agree. We haven't seen a lot from this guy.
Sure, we haven't. As Mordecai does a brilliant job of getting a read on the backboard touch. And then Darksaru actually plays it off the backboard once again, but neither of his teammates are there to follow it up for the side of Newcastle. Once again, Kenzie now trying to beat out, I think that was Zouch. No, that was Mordecai even. Zouch now coming off the backboard, getting a nice clearance. Daxaru is there to catch it, but Zouch once again following up with the second touch. Obob having to go off the same corner once again. These clearing touches are just not strong enough for the side of Durham to relieve any sort of pressure. It just seems that it's going straight into the side of Newcastle. Daxaru goes for a double touch. It's almost his second double touch of the game, but just could not get it on target enough. Kenzie now tracking back off Obob's touch. He goes off his own backboard, going for a bit of an air dribble, and beats out Mordecai, dunking him. As we see Zouch actually maybe going for a little bit of a touch off the backboard. Any of his teammates there to follow up. Yes, Obob is there, but Scorpio waiting on the goal line, making a fantastic save. As Daxaru plays it over into his own corner. Play a little bit of a safe touch from him. Scorpio now getting a really good clearance. Playing it over to Daxaru. He goes for a redirect just off target. Obob now going off the ceiling looking for a second touch. But Zouch is there to get a brilliant read. And he beats out Scorpio as well. Is he now going off the sidewall, looking to pinch it to one of his teammates in the centre, but none of his teammates are there to follow it up. It looks like both teams are playing a little bit slower this time, a little bit more cautious. I mean, who do you think really has the advantage in this game?
Well, so far, I think still it is Newcastle. They've had the most amount of pressure and forcing Durham as well with a lot of saves. So, we are approaching overtime and Durham, it's going to be really hard for them to win this overtime as well. They, maybe out of a counter-attack they can win, but, they first need to drop this ball as it's in front of Durham's goal, and now it finally drops as Newcastle. They are having the pressure in this game, but can they reward that pressure into a goal in this OT?
It's going to be very interesting to see as Newcastle gains the initial possession with Kenzie, but Mordecai comes very quickly in that midfield 50-50 here. Bob playing it over into the corner, following up the second touch, playing it in front of goal. South puts it onto the net, and it's gone in! Oh my word, Durham have just suddenly decided to wake up!
Yeah, with the shot, it falls off the post, and then Zouch can still get it in. Yeah, falls for the save by two players. It just falls off the post, bounces in, but unfortunately for the players of Newcastle, they couldn't get it out anymore. As we see Durham equalizing in this series, and rather an upsetting result because we have seen a lot more shots from Newcastle. Only 3 shots for Durham, and 7 shots for Newcastle. So in the end, 7 shots and 0 goals. That's also something to keep in mind. The accuracy wasn't quite there for Newcastle, which basically made them lose this game. We have seen a lot of attempts from Newcastle being in front of Durham's goal, but this time they couldn't finish it. We have seen in game number 1 how many goals Newcastle could score, but this game we haven't seen anything of it.
Exactly, we have not. I mean, it was 7 shots to Newcastle and to the 3 of Durham. Newcastle really needs them to put their goals away and their shots away. It's very important in a game of Rocket League. Mentally, I like focusing on mentality because I think, as an esports competitor myself, it's a huge focal point. Do you think Newcastle's going to be, slightly tilted after that loss?
I mean, definitely, it can make a little bit of an impact, but they should know that they had the majority of the pressure, and all really they gotta fix is, converting the pressure into a goal, or preferably a few goals. Just get the shots on target and make it actually good shots. And if they just keep that in mind, definitely they can, be really confident for this game. So it could make a little bit of an impact, but definitely if they keep that in mind, what they need to improve on, definitely they could, be confident in this game number 3.
100% as Kenzie having to get a nice touch into his own corner because Obob was looking very dangerous in front of his own net. Kenzie is doing a beautiful job of saving his flip to avoid any sort of danger. Scorpio knocking off his own backboard and Kenzie bumping Obob to relieve a lot of pressure for the side of Newcastle. Mordecai has to go for the catch. Wins out that 50-50 and Scorpio actually plays it off the side wall. Zouch is waiting after floating off his own backboard. Scorpio and Zouch 50-50, fairly stalematey as Scorpio actually follows up the touch, playing it back into the corner of Durham where Kenzie is waiting. Kenzie does get bumped, unfortunately, so we're losing a lot of pressure. Mordecai is actually doing a really job of disrupting the attack of the side of Newcastle, but Scorpio doing a brilliant job of setting himself up. Maybe a little bit of a misplay. I don't know who that was, and it looked like Zouch, was it? No, it was Obob missing the touch that allowed the goal to come out of Scorpio. Durham, are they defending, or are the Durham defenders really lacking?
Yeah, well, the defense is lacking, you could say that, as we saw Obo with an individual big mistake, actually, an easy aerial missed, and, well, it's just falling in front of the goal of Durham and Newcastle for, a lot of the times here in the lead in this series so far, and, well, 1-0 for them in only 1 minute. Well, so far, the accuracy is there for Newcastle, and I've said that they really need to improve the accuracy. So far, so good, but can they keep that going in this game number 3? As we see the ball going into the goal, well, no, as Scorpio gets an important save. Another shot off the crossbar, off the post, and they just can't seem to find the goal, do they?
Cannot find that net. I mean, you really want to be capitalizing upon those opportunities. Zouch will be kicking himself after that opportunity that he so sorely missed. As now the ball is playing across the midfield. Kenzie is there to go for the catch, actually popping it over Mordecai as he gets demoed. Played over into the centre, but Obob gets a lovely clearance straight over towards Scorpio. And then Obob actually follows it up, but Daxo does a brilliant job of rotating. He actually pops it over almost 2 players, but Zouch gets a brilliant read on it itself. Daxo actually reading it and Kenzie saving it in front of the opposition's net. Not something you want to do, and the floor is followed up, and Obop doesn't do a job of rotating once again. Scorpio keeping the pressure on going. Zouch does get a clearance. Kenzie is there waiting, going for a little bit of an area where the ball is bounced off the ceiling. The ball is then once again cleared. Daxu trying to keep the pressure onto the side of Durham. We see Newcastle leading 1-0 with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Can they hold on to this very, very tight lead? Daxu now keeping the pressure on, but Obop does a brilliant job of dribbling it away. He's met by the severe force of Kenzie, who's then met by the opposing force of Mordecai. Mordecai doing his best job of opposing the pressure onto the Newcastle side. Kenzie does a brilliant job waiting in his net, doing a good save, pops it up into the centre. Mordecai doing once again another fantastic job of rotating back. Zouch getting a brilliant touch to evade Scorpios flying in. 1-on-1 here. Obop tries to go for the pop, but Kenzie plays it very, very patiently to avoid any sort of damage being done. Shot on by Zouch. Nothing comes of it because Scorpio does get a nice read. Scorpio once again following up the touch as Mordecai has to fly and use his boost to get a touch away from that goal. Daxu being a real playmaker and getting a shot. What a save from Mordecai! That looked like it was going in for sure. I mean, it seems to be I do not die sort of saves coming out of Durham, but they cannot hold on any longer as they lose their grip to those defensive walls. And the shot is slotted in by Daxu.
Yeah, it was just not avoidable anymore. A second goal for Newcastle as the pressure was just going on. And we know the shots, in the end, Durham could make the shots into saves and, got the ball out of the goal. But in the end, in the end, you still got to see a second goal from Newcastle happen. If they keep on going with the pressure and you're at the losing end, you're not going to score. Well, maybe with a small counter attack, but we haven't really seen it from Durham either. So in the end, Newcastle up by 2 in this game number 3, thriving to go full match point in next game. But Durham, they're kind of throwing a little bit in this game, as we have seen in game number 2. They played pretty solid, and right now we are seeing a little bit of some missed touches, not really being in position. Right now we are seeing some good offenses from them, but instantly denied with a counter attack by Newcastle.
It does look like Newcastle is playing a lot faster than Durham, and thus it's making Durham very difficult at capitalising on those opportunities. As I say that, curse of the castle right there. Zouch pops one straight in, assisted by Obop's brilliant touch off the crossbar. Nothing Scorpio could have done there as Zouch breaks this lead of Newcastle one step closer. 55 seconds remaining. Do you think Newcastle is going to be able to hold on?
Well, yeah, if they keep the defense clean, consistent, do not panic, then yes, they could. They have the ability to, play consistently, but they got to show it in the upcoming 45 seconds. And well, for Durham, they need to play consistent as well, but in offense, they need to try to, do not let the ball on your own half like is happening now, because you only have 30 seconds. The time is ticking in this game for them, and they just got to go into offense rather sooner than later. Get the second goal for them, get the equalizer, and make the comeback happen. But right now, we see Newcastle playing a little bit faster and trying to waste time a little bit.
A shot from Daxu just off the upright. Scorpio follows up, but a brilliant save from Obop. Daxu wanted to score that one. Zouch now trying to put it onto the counter attack, but Scorpio is there waiting in the centre, floating. Plays it off the sidewall, looking for a teammate. Nobody is there. Mordecai knocking it over to Kenzie. Kenzie getting a very high touch, but Obop is waiting for the ball. Plays it towards Zouch, but Scorpio getting a very clearing shot. Mordecai has to go for that catch, but cannot control the ball well enough, and it ends up getting killed with Newcastle taking the second game, taking the third game of the series, even taking the series to 2-1. We've got, Nuke Durham's life in this winners run is on the line right now. I mean, that's a hell of a lot of pressure to be in, especially after them bombing out of qualifier number 1.
Yeah, well, definitely Newcastle in the spot to go to the final, but Durham at the other end. Yeah, one game away from going to the loser bracket. They've came so far. They've beaten a lot of very, very solid opponents. But here they are, 2-1 down against Newcastle. And Newcastle, they're just playing really solid. And all Durham can do is try to get the series to a game number 5 and try to still win this series. They need to win twice in a row against this Newcastle side, which is really, really hard because they're playing immensely fast. But if Durham just tries to keep the defense clean, no mistakes, because we have seen some mistakes from them, they can maybe get this game 4 on their end, but they need to play consistent straight from the start.
Indeed, as it looks like the immediate pressure coming out of Newcastle. Scorpio missing that redirect shot. and leaving Zouch an opportunity to clearance, but Kenzie is there, putting off the backboard once again. Boobob chipping it over Scorpio. Mordecai actually misses the ball going off the backboard. Zouch has to get an awkward clearance touch. Kenzie going for the shot. Plays over to the centre where Scorpio is waiting. Dunks underneath the opponent. And immediately it's been 24 seconds. And Newcastle have taken the first goal. So much pressure coming out of Newcastle. And what a finish of Scorpio, putting it just under Obot.
Yeah, I have to say Scorpio scored so many goals already in this series. Really the standout player for Newcastle. And well, you know, he is a great player, as we see a little bit of a connection issue there in the Durham side. So we see a 2v3 situation, but now can we just talk for a little bit about Scorpio, how important he is for the Newcastle side. So many goals on his name, and well, in the end, so many opportunities he created as well for his teammates.
Indeed. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens here. I'm going to try and find a bit of an update of what's going to go on in regards to the DC. And so, from there, it will be able to kind of decide on whether a 2v3 is where we're going to go with this, or whether it's, going to be a reset to the game. I mean, how much does this kind of impact, a team's mentality when they are having to kind of reset the lobby and reset everything? Does that play any sort of dividends at all?
I mean, I believe they get the goal back, Newcastle, so I wouldn't see it as a big issue. You only have a little bit more time to play with, but yeah, I don't see it as a big issue. They showed that they got the goal. They were playing a little bit better in the game, so I don't think this break would disbenefit them that much. I think they can still get back in the series. They can still continue where they stopped with in the last game, and complete this game number 4.
Indeed. As we're just trying to get the players back into the lobby, I think mentally right now Newcastle definitely has the upper edge. They're going to have this goal lead going straight into this game, and then players kind of, I think on the Durham side, maybe a little bit tilted off the back of a DC, but there's not much you could really do. So we're just trying to sort out the lobby now, guys. Waiting on the information of what's going to happen here. But I mean, let's just break down the gameplay we have just seen. We see obviously Newcastle playing extremely quickly and extremely strong. What do Durham need to do to get themselves in a position to take this victory?
Well, yeah, they just gotta try to keep up with the speed of Newcastle, because Newcastle for certain is a really, really speedy team, and they just outpacing the other team, but by miles at this point, and that's also how they just scored the most of their goals. Also a little bit of mechanical consistency, which we haven't really seen from Durham, which I really want to see from them, to be fair, to have a really, really competitive game number 4. So we have to see, can they keep that up? Can Durham get a mechanical consistency in this game number 4? Can they show why they are here in the semi-finals? It's going to be really interesting to see how both teams are going to play against each other. Newcastle a little bit the upper hand in this game so far, in this series so far. Of course, got the first goal of game number 4, a goal which we will be seeing in game number 4 as well. As we have decided Durham will give away 1 goal to Newcastle at the start of game number 4. So we have a really, really solid, really solid team, a really solid matchup, and a really fair matchup after all. So I see the teams lining up now, Durham against Newcastle after a little break. A few connection issues there, but now we are seeing Newcastle, who probably will get the first goal gifted by Durham, as they scored that last game. But then Durham, they need to come back from a 1-goal deficit here, as we see an open that missed there. But so far it's Newcastle playing pretty well, but we have to see how Durham is going to get back out of this in game number 4.
Indeed, and do you think there's a few mind games coming out of Scorpio? Missing a very, all he had to do was shoot it straight, but he decides to play it off the post, and Mordecai is forced to put it in himself. Do you think there's a few mind games going on here?
I mean, could be a little mind game there, showing that you're maybe not capable of getting the open net, but when it actually matters, you score all those left, right, and center. We just have to see, how that is going to impact this game. I don't think that much, but 1-0 up in this game early on. Of course, scored in last game before the connection issues, 30 seconds in, and a lot can happen in this game number 4. And I really want to see a lot more from the Durham side, and maybe try to work on their speed a little bit, maybe the mechanical consistency, as we see. Oh, Bodisha.
What? That was really impressive. He almost gets that 50-50 dunk double touch, which is very, 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 not double touch, 50-50. Well, what a play from him. And as you were saying, I want to, seeing more from Durham. They need to pick themselves up. They need to kind of bring it back and match the speed that Newcastle is playing on. And it looks like they are, as Durham equalizes 1-1 in this lobby reset.
Yeah, definitely. A great goal there from Obop after the great pass from Modisha. And yeah, great equalizer that is. And definitely get them back in this game number 4. Trying to continue this. Because Newcastle, a really good side, but definitely Durham, keeping up well with them in this game so far. So they really need to win this game, of course. Otherwise, they will be going to the lower bracket. Of course, it is a 2-1 lead here for Newcastle in the best of 5 series. But, Durham looks like they're pretty solid in the game so far.
Indeed does, and Obop really stepping up, doing a fantastic aerial as Mordisha is there, playing over into the centre, and Zouch, I believe, is there trying to get a redirect shot. Obop now playing it over into the corner once again, but Scorpio is there, trying to follow up with a second touch, but he leaves it for his teammate Daxter, who plays it over into the corner. Zouch actually missing his touch a little bit. Zouch really needing to step up here and matching Obop and Mordisha's ability to play. Daxter is there, however, to get a bit of a 50-50 clearance, and Mordisha once again going off the side wall. Kenzie 50-50s it, popping it down for Obop, and Scorpio actually gets a brilliant 50-50 win, but it goes straight to Mordisha's path of fire. Daxter now airing it off the backboard. Obop is there waiting. Kenzie actually gets a nice flip touch, but it does pop it straight into the blind of Zoucher, who then actually 50-50 it off to Kenzie once again. Obop going really nice and early, but Kenzie waiting on this backboard. Kenzie doing a huge amount of work in defense, stopping anything, and now actually on the counter-attack, pops it over Zouch almost, and then follows it up with a second touch, but Obop is there going off the backboard once again. 3 shots just saved off the side of Durham. Oh my word. I think Newcastle is really wanting to end the series right here and right now.
Yeah, all the shots from Newcastle, just like we expected, just like we've seen in the last few games. I know that's a really big whiff there. Well, not a whiff, but a big miss there from Currency. We're trying to get it in, but shoots it way over target. As we saw, Durham with a little panic there in defense after the pressure of Newcastle. Maybe that's something Newcastle can work on. They saw, Durham double committed or even triple committed sometimes when Newcastle had the much pressure. We've seen Newcastle getting a lot of pressure actually, so maybe they could, use that advantage, letting defense of Durham panic and maybe, get the second goal of this game and maybe close out this series after this game. We have to see Newcastle. They have the pressure, they have the opportunities, but they don't have the goals yet to win this game so far.
Indeed they don't, as it looks like Obop is going to put Durham 2-1 up in this fourth game even. Really Durham coming out swinging, wanting to take this to a game 5. They know their lives are on the line right now. It's really interesting. After this reset, it seems to be a completely different Durham side.
Yeah, definitely. 1.5 minutes to go, and Durham up by 1 goal, and looking to get the series to a second game 5 of today on stream, of course. Last series also was a game 5, but now we are seeing Durham in the lead in game number 4 with 1 game down. That means if they win this, we are going to a game number 5 with 1 minute to go. See Scorpio trying to do something with it. Can't really get it past the defenders. But yeah, we see Durham, they're playing pretty decent, and I think I would even say better than Newcastle at this point. We see the majority of the pressure coming from Newcastle's side, but Durham can keep up with that really well.
Indeed, they are doing really well, really up their speed. Newcastle looking a little bit lost after going down 2-1 in this series. 50 seconds remaining. Can Newcastle capitalise on it? We know what they're capable of. They are dangerous at any sort of moment, as a very good awkward touch comes out of Daxro, and then a demo onto Obop, and a bump onto Mordecai, putting so much pressure in, and Currency! What?
Oh my Currency, I think it was the Doomsday after the bombs of his teammate. Yeah, it was a Doomsday. Great, well executed by him. getting Newcastle on level terms with Durham, and that is really the class you want to see from the Newcastle players. 38 seconds to go, and we are seeing an equalized score again on scoreboard.
30 seconds to go. Oh my lord, the pressure is on for both sides. Durham's life is in the line right now as Kenzie actually almost beats Obot. Obot does a brilliant job. Zouch going for the redirect, but Scorpio beats him to the ball. Now flying over into the centre, Scorpio trying to follow it back, but Mordisha is there. Bit of a double commit coming out of the side of Newcastle, but they are able to sort themselves out and not let anything come of it. Zouch plays it onto the centre. Kenzie is there and does a brilliant job of reading Obot's positioning. Looks like a possible overtime on the horizon. Scorpio knocking it down over onto the side of Durham. Anyone there to follow it up? Scorpio almost follows it up, but Obot gets a brilliant touch. Once again, it is now killed. Overtime, game 4. Durham's life is on the line. They have won an overtime already in this series. Can they do it again to take it to a better game number 5? Kenzie actually trying to go for an opening kickoff goal, but he can't do anything. Morticia going off the backboard, knocking it over the top of Daxaru. Scorpio having to rotate back as fast as he can and sticks the boost. And then what a save out of Kenzie from Zouch's shot. Obot and Daxaru actually going for 50-50. Kenzie going off the backboard, knocking it down forward, and Morticia is waiting, popping up high in the centre. Zouch going for a second touch. A little bit of a double commit in the centre there. Oh my word, both teams wanting to take this victory. Neither of them giving an inch right now.
Yeah, definitely not. Both teams really want to get the goal here, to get the game, and of course for Newcastle it would mean to get the series as well. Yeah, it's so much pressure for the Durham side, because of course one goal would mean they will be sent to the lower bracket. But if they win this, they will be going to game 5, and they still have a chance to get into the winners final if they win that game as well. And as we see that great double tap from Zouch and getting the goal in Durham's favor, and that's a great goal and getting this series to game number 5.
Zouch, the SSL comes out of nowhere when you just need him. It is a game 5 we are heading into. Oh my word, what a series.
Yeah, what a series it is. We see yet another game number 5. Well, we have seen some incredible plays. We have seen an incredible goal as well, just scored by Zouch into the overtime. Well, yeah, I just have one question. Who's going to take game number 5? Will it be Durham with momentum, or will it be Newcastle coming back, winning the last 2 games?
I cannot... It's so difficult to decide, but I actually say my money is on Newcastle. I think if Daxaru in particular, can really step up, being kind of almost an MVP player so far. I think if he steps up, I think Newcastle will take it. Actually, now saying that, I also think Durham could take it. I really don't know, but I think it actually almost rides on Daxaru, who has been such a clinical player for Newcastle, and the one who was able to, take him to a 2-2 and take it to the overtime with the fantastic bumping play from him, and obviously scoring a brilliant goal before the reset. So I think that this game 5 comes down to him, whether he can, whether teammates can give him the space that he needs, and whether he's going to find those opportunities and capitalize upon them.
Yeah, we have to see, is Newcastle with Daxaru able to beat this Durham side? Is Daxaru now able to pop off in this game number 5? Is this his game we have to see against the Durham side? Or is it Durham being the underdogs here? Newcastle playing more speedy, but in the end, if you can play better than the opponents, maybe not as speedy, but more, clinical, then maybe you can win against the Newcastle side, which you now see straight into this game. Currency with a great save after the shot of Zouch. But so far, a really good beginning of game number 5.
What a save out of Kenzie. Zouch actually goes up again, and then Scorpio is demoed, forcing an awkward touch, but Mordisha is there, and then Kenzie with another save. Kenzie really putting his team on his back. He must have heard what we were saying in the cast booth, said, actually, I'm the MVP here. What are you talking about? As Mordisha is actually putting a huge amount of pressure onto the side, and then flicks it above Scorpio. What a start from Durham. They really want this series, don't they?
Yeah, this is the Durham we want to see from them. A great shot here from Rhodesia, getting it past the defender in a 1v1 situation. But definitely, they have shown that they could beat this Newcastle side in the game number 5. They've beaten them in OT last game, and now they have the momentum going on in this game. And definitely, they began this game 5 very strong in the first 45 seconds of the game.
Exactly, Zouch has to make an awkward touch off the back of Scorpio's save, and now actually is able to do a bit of a counter attack, but Kenzie once again being a fantastic solid defender in that midfield. Mordisha is up early, actually missed the touch, lands on the ceiling, but so does Daxter. He also missed the touch, leaving opportunity for Zouch to go for a flip reset, double toucher, isn't able to get there, but Daxter does a brilliant job of rotating back, avoiding Obop's open net shot. Mordisha now putting the counter attack in. Mordisha the only person with a goal so far. Zouch now redirecting it towards the goal. Scorpio getting a brilliant touch, and once again putting a huge amount of pressure onto the side of Durham. Daxaru is there, not able to follow it up with Zouch absolutely intercepting the ball. We see the ball now bopping over into the corner of Durham, where Scorpio is able to get a touch, but Mordisha having a open net clearance. Where is the rotation of Newcastle? Do you think Newcastle are tilted?
I mean, they might be a little bit too overconfident there. They really wanted the goal, and they really wanted to, get this game 5. They knew they were playing better, so they could definitely be a part in this goal. No rotation, no defender at all to see, and Durham getting the second goal. Really easy goal for them to score, but it could be a vital goal in this game number 5. Gets them up by 2, and with 2 minutes to go. Well, you could already say that for Newcastle, the time is a little bit ticking in this very decisive game number 5.
Exactly. Right now, the enemy is the time for Newcastle as they try and get about 2 goals. As Kenzie actually misses the touch, but so does Zouch, playing it over into Durham's corner. Zouch is able to follow it up with another touch, but Kenzie is waiting on the sideboard. Pops it up nice and high in front of the Durham net, but Obop gets a nice clearance, and it is met by Daxaru, who is then met once again by Mordisha, and who is met by Scorpio, who actually double touched it over into his own corner. A little bit of a secondary missed touch from him, but Kenzie is there to get a nice clearance and actually win the 50-50 with Obop. Obop then follows it up with a bump onto Kenzie himself. Daxaru playing it over into the corner, trying to put some pressure onto Durham. Get a goal on the score line for them. Daxaru playing it off the backboard. Anyone there to follow it up? Kenzie is there, but he actually plays it above the net once again. As Daxu gets a demo onto Mordisha. Zouch is absolutely coming off the backboard, but is met by Daxu, who's playing it once again high in front of Durham net. I mean, it does look like Durham's defense is on a different level right now.
Yeah, so far the defense has been really, really good. They just keep the net clean as much as they can. And, the offense is pretty good as well. But now they just got to focus on the defense because 2 minutes to go, you're 2 goals up. And it's really important to just stay solid now. Do not panic. You're in a decisive game and you almost won against Newcastle side to bring your team to the winners' final. So, yeah, it is just all about the defense of Durham. How will they cope with probably the pressure they will get from Newcastle the last 1.5 minute?
Indeed, it is. Both teams playing extremely good Rocket League, but Durham edging it out right now as Zouch puts in the 3rd goal with 1.5 minutes remaining. Do you think Zouch has just sealed this series for Durham?
Well, yeah, possibly. It is 3-0 and 1.5 minutes to go. They need to pretty much become a miracle there for Newcastle. They need to come a miracle for Newcastle to win this series, to win this game. Because 3-0 down, it is just not a game. And well, if it's just not your game, it can happen in game 5. It's just really, really unfortunate. They have shown that they can be really well in the previous few games. But right this, we can see a few shots, but they are just not enough to make a goal. But now we see a double commit, leaving an open shot for Daxaru, who's getting it in, and might be the start of a comeback here after, we have talked about the defense of Durham that needs to be solid, and right here, if you make one single mistake in defense, Newcastle will punish you for that. So that's really what Durham needs to watch out for.
It really is, and it looks like there's still life in Newcastle. They have 1 minute and 12 seconds to score 2 goals. It can be done. We see them do it before, as Kenzie actually gets a demo onto Mordisha in the Durham corner. But Zouch is there to get a nice clearance on the opposite corner, followed up by Obots redirecting. Daxu does a brilliant job of rotating backwards. Mordisha beating Daxu to that second touch, and Kenzie actually missing the ball. A huge amount of pressure coming out of Durham. A huge clearance coming out of the back of Daxu, and is actually 50-50 in the centre by Kenzie. Obop does a brilliant job avoiding the bump off of Kenzie after his touch. Daxu popping it over. Zouch, can he get the touch? Yes, he can, but he uses up all his boots. Daxu playing really patient, not forcing out any errors on this side of his attack. Obop coming off the backboard. Kenzie going to have to get a cut. She's going to have to get a goal soon for Newcastle. But a little bit of a misplay allows Zouch to totally actually transform the attack over to the Durham side. We see Daxteru waiting on the Sabat board. Scorpio now having an opportunity to air dribble, but does not have enough boost to do so. And Souch is meeting the ball in the air. 10 seconds remaining. They need a goal right now, right here. Scorpio popping it down. Can Daxteru get the interception, the read? Can it? It is waiting on the backboard. Very dangerous, but it is game over. And Durham take the series 4-2 over Newcastle. Oh my word. Wow, man. We've had some amazing series, but what a way to end our time on stream today.
Yeah, game number 5, and well, what a series this was. Durham taking this game number 5 to their end, and in the end winning against Newcastle, a really good side, and they will be progressing to the grand final. Yeah, playing against Bournemouth, and Bournemouth have done an incredible job clean sweeping so far every single game. They've won every single game in this tournament so far. We're starting in the winners round 2. Yeah, winning everything until the semi-finals. They are the finalists, and so are Durham. We've just seen playing, and we are seeing, Durham going or Newcastle going down to the losers bracket. So yeah, interesting to see how Newcastle will do that in the loser bracket. They will play against either Salford, who we've seen playing today a little bit earlier, or they will be playing. Well, that series just has ended as we see Fairmouth Phoenix. They will be playing against Durham in the losers quarterfinals. So still, alive there for Newcastle to still go to the loser final and still qualify for the main event, but definitely the grand final, the winners final between Bournemouth and Durham. I keep changing them. Definitely those two teams, the best two teams of the winners bracket. We will be seeing them play against each other in the winners final. So I think we're just going to see that in a little bit. So we have a little forecast switch. So Hob, do you have anything else to say to the stream?
No, but it has been an absolute pleasure, Dennis, casting with you. Obviously, this is us done for this evening. However, I think you're joined by Ty Lacto and I believe Orion next to cast the upcoming games. And I'd like to give a huge thank you to Finchie, obviously, who is behind the scenes running this broadcaster. It's been a pleasure, Dennis, and what amazing series we've had. Been so fortunate to cast. So thank you everybody who has joined us, me and Dennis, my right hand man, the god himself, Dennis, next to me. But I think everybody stick around, grab yourself some coffee, grab yourself some water, grab yourself some food, because we have Ty Lacto and Orion joining you on the caster decks for the next couple of series. Hope you have enjoyed, and we'll see you all very, very soon.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Society Showdown Qualifier. Shall I say the second qualifier? Because it's the final qualifier. The last chance, and the series we're having right here, the winners final, is going to decide the third out of the 4 teams that make it through to the groups. I'm here with Orion. How are you doing? We've got Bournemouth against Durham.
Yeah, been keeping an eye on the previous series. I haven't seen Bournemouth yet, but unsurprisingly, they are here in the final. I think everyone was kind of expecting that, and so far they haven't actually dropped a game either, and you can almost say that that was expected as well. But Durham overcoming Newcastle in that previous series in Game 5, that was quite something to watch, forcing Newcastle into that lower bracket now and ending up here against Bournemouth. I'm not sure that they're going to have the same luck here, though, as Bournemouth do look in pretty formidable form.
Well, maybe Durham will have it in them, but I certainly think it might take a bit of a miracle. Of course, Bournemouth with that super strong roster with Will, Cloud, and Honours. We're fully expecting them to qualify. We'd have expected them to qualify should they went through the first qualifier, but they didn't play that one. So now they've only got the choice between just 2 of the remaining pools, and that's going to make them rather stacked. As we do have the players in the lobby, we can let them know that they can go, as hopefully, as it's being said, the winner of this match will hopefully have an interview where we can ask them which group they will pick. And it's interesting you were talking about that series, Durham and Newcastle, that we just had on stream there. Because, of course, last week, and likewise in, Dragon's Den qualifier as well, Newcastle had this sort of curse where they get to the winners' final, and then they lose, and then they lose in the losers' final as well. So you have to think, did they tactically lose to avoid their own curse?
Yeah, well, I wasn't around last week to see that, so I'm not really sure what shenanigans happened in qualifier 1. But yeah, as you say, Bournemouth only playing this one. They have only given themselves one chance here, but it looks like they're looking to make it count, as Will is actually going to get on the board first for Bournemouth here. Early attack coming out from them, and it is going to result in a goal. Just Durham a bit asleep on defense there.
Yeah, simple punish there for Will. Durham still on holiday. Maybe they'd have gotten away with that on a different series, but they certainly won't be getting away with it here. Game 1. Early lead for Bournemouth. Not the start you'd be praying for as a Durham fan, unfortunately, but you have to still focus and give this series everything you've got, and or else if you just start thinking about that lower bracket final, then you're going to end up there even sooner, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bournemouth got here as fast as they possibly could, obviously not dropping a game, so they've been waiting a little while, and they've maybe had a bit of time to recuperate. Whereas, Durham have just come off that Game 5 slugfest against Newcastle. So potentially a little bit of tiredness in the Durham team. We could see Bournemouth get an early Game 1 lead here, as Honours is actually going to leave that one. And Modishia challenged by his own teammate there, Obot, with an interesting musty flick attempt, which is just a backflip on the spot. And it is going to be fired away now. Bournemouth again, it's not over the top of Zouch, who can make that touch onto the backboard, but Honours might try and sink it in, and he does. Just drops it past the floundering defense of Durham.
Yeah, just making it look tidy. Honors with the spins, just a little bit of a cherry on top for them, making it look easy. As unfortunately, the Durham may have had the 2 players back, and well, I don't know if it mattered how many players they had back there. They were just sort of looking lost, and it's a 2-goal lead for Bournemouth in here in game 1. I mean, speak about that lower bracket that you could be dropping into in the side of Durham as, oh, nearly a third, not quite though. Could it be 2 players up? They're just hungry for this play, Bournemouth are, but denied on the backboard by Zouch. Credit to him. As a double commit could open up the chance here. Can Bop get them back into the game? Slaps it towards the net with no boost, and Zouch is going to tuck it in and take credit for it. Back within 1, Durham are, although potentially just simply due to some overconfidence from Bournemouth.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are Bournemouth, and you know, with a team like that, you can have a lot of confidence. And if you're sweeping games 3-0 and you're already 2-1 or 2-0, sorry, ahead in the first game with only 2 minutes gone, then you maybe can start to sit back a little bit. But they are going to get punished, and their lead has been cut in half. But they have looked the stronger team so far from what we've seen from this game. As Honors going to take it towards the ceiling now, flips into it. Mordishir there to meet it though. I almost said Mordecai then, but thankfully it is Mordishir, I believe, is the correct pronunciation of his name, I'm being told.
I like Mordishir. I know Mordishir.
Mordishir. It just sounds a bit more, you know, aggressive, doesn't it?
It does. It sounds more chatting. I mean, Mordishir to me is how I will always say it. I don't know. I can't bring myself to say Mordishir. It just sounds like a dish, like a dishwasher sort of thing is what I kind of think. I just can't get that thought out of my
More
mind.
dishwasher.
More dishwasher. Now that is pulling up the opponents here, but I don't think he's going to have much luck with that against Bournemouth. I mean, okay. I mean, I just want to talk about that lower bracket because when keeping an eye on the scores, I can't help but look at the Game 3 victory for BCU Blue over Bath Salt to again find themselves falling short here in the qualifiers. That Game 3, Bath were 3-2 up. Somehow fell flat on their face and were 4-3 down with 22 seconds left. They clutched up the opposite of on Tuesday and equalised with 13 seconds left, and then the complete emotional rollercoaster finished with them conceding a 0-second goal and BCU getting that last second winner. And yeah, I don't know. I am worried for the mental health of the Bath players right now following this week of Rocket League for them. Hopefully it can get better. Not that it takes much to do that. At the moment, as Sussex likewise took a Game 3 over York's B team, who were trying to qualify alongside their A team. No luck for them, which means that we do have that losers round 4 matchup, BCU Blue, which has just gone through. Sussex took that Game 3. Speaking of which, of the number 3, it's a 3rd goal for Honors here, 3-1 Bournemouth in Game 1. And honestly, to be fair, the fact it was 2-1 for such a huge portion of this game is, you know, a fair bit of credit to Durham. I mean, it's just that if we take it the shot count, it wasn't that close.
Yeah, I was going to pick up on the fact that Durham had kept it at 2-1 for a significant amount of time, but now they've let 2 pretty easy goals go in within the space of about 10 seconds. So it looks like they woke up for a little bit, but they're back to their nap time again now as Bournemouth extend their lead to 3 goals with only a minute left and do look to be taking Game 1 rather convincingly.
Yeah, I mean, they've only had the 1 shot on the side of Durham, and they only really got it because of a humongous overcommit from Bournemouth, and it was what ended up being their goal. Of course, Zouch didn't get credited for the shot when he stole it, and maybe a second shot there for Durham. Very cool, but the 4-1 is the scoreline if we look back at that. So Sussex moving on to the losers quarter-final where they will play Lincoln. I believe we'll have that on stream following this series, but still looking at this series for now as, oh my goodness, it's another goal from Bournemouth.
Yeah, nothing really getting in Bournemouth's way right now. Cloud there just disrupting the rotation from Durham and forcing that ball high. They just had to kind of watch it hover above their crossbar before it was just pounded into the back of their net for a 5th for Bournemouth now. They're actually going to fake this kickoff. Bournemouth are just oozing with confidence right now, and Will is going to get a flip reset, take it over 1, trying to take it round another, but Bop is there to meet it.
Yep. This pretty much sums up this Game 1 so far. It's 5-1. Whether or not it will stay that way is a different question. And the other side of the bracket I'm looking across, Falmouth Phoenix were able to take down the Sheffield Hallam boys, Sheffield Saints, Medisha. More dishwasher. And the shot! Zouch on the follow, a second goal for Durham. I mean, they won't be able to bring it back in game 1 here, but it's, some confidence for them heading into game 2. I just can't see them really getting a game unless they really do take Bournemouth by surprise and, most importantly, get the first goal of the game.
Yeah, they've got a couple of goals, but the one thing that they've kind of been lacking this whole game so far is any real momentum. It's just been all Bournemouth and then just dribs and drabs of Durham, although a good save there from Odisha is gonna deny Bournemouth a 6th. But I don't know, Bournemouth have swept every series so far, and they're starting to convince me that that pattern will not be changing anytime soon.
Yeah, emphatic win in game 1 as Cloud leaves the match. Maybe he's getting changed, not sure what he'll be coming back as a very as you say,
Make it sound like stars in their eyes.
Maybe, yeah, he has rejoined as maybe, game 2 can go a bit better, but it was just about as emphatic as we were expecting as game 1. Heavily in the favour of Bournemouth, truly the toppest of tiers of the UK University Rocket Leagues. Durham certainly looking to chance their arm, and they've had an okay showing here, but I feel like even they would have hoped for a bit better there. It didn't feel that close at all, even at the 2-1 scoreline with that only one shot. I mean, other side of the lower bracket, Falmouth Phoenix have gone on to beat Salford. That Salford's B team, of course, Salford, 2-1, which means they will play the Newcastle Ninjas. We won't see that series on stream. The winner of that will go to the lower semis, where they'll play the winner, of course, of Lincoln and Sussex. But, those are the teams to be fighting for qualification through the lower bracket. But right here, qualification through the uppers, which will actually give you a choice of what group you get to go into. As last qualifier through the lowers today, they won't get a choice. They'll just get the leftovers pretty much. And I highly doubt it'll be the group that have actually wanted to go into.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, Bournemouth looking to try and get that free choice of group. You'd imagine that they would pick the easier group if such a thing exists. I haven't actually checked the groups, but potentially they could also kind of just play the reverse card and go, you know what, we're just going to pick the hard group. We're that confident in our ability that we think we can get through no matter who you put us against.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually the super hard group is B, that we would think, given the fact it has Portsmouth, Salford, and Essex in it. But it's not like C's much easier. But it has, NSC champions Loughborough in it. You then have the sort of unknown factor of Liverpool, with now Wambo John again. And you've got Staffs in that pool as well. Not an easy pool by any means. I feel like you really wouldn't want to go into Group B. But, if Bournemouth want to prove a point, they may just outright choose B. I mean, Bournemouth does begin with B. Maybe they'll see that that's where they belong. But I feel like Group C is, I'm sure if Durham won, they'd certainly be picking C. The
I think
unfortunate reality is I'm not sure I can see Durham winning right now.
Yeah, well, we are 0-0 with 1 minute gone. Bournemouth had an early lead last game, and it seems that they're falling over each other to try and get the ball in the back of the Durham net there, as two players were committing on the side of Bournemouth. But it seems like they're starting to get into their stride now. Will having to force one over to Cloud, who's going to take it up to the ceiling, just air dribbling this one over the top, but Mordisha there off the ceiling back to himself, probably instead goes for the demo. Zouch looking to drop this one in. It is an open net. Bop with the shot. It's crossbar, and Durham's first real chance of this game has been squandered.
Yeah, unlucky there. Bop will want that one back. Had plenty of the goal to aim for. The entire just begging right-hand side of the net. Had a great connection on the ball. A stonker it was, but too much of it. It was also ending up, as you say, into the Bournemouth crossbar, and could have really been the early goal that they need. As maybe, though, they still building this momentum, but met at the midfield immediately by Honours. Looking for the double touch, but he doesn't quite find a Zobop there. Going to get dunked out. But as we say, Will and Cloud racing each other to the ball, as clearly the Durham defenders aren't giving them enough of adrenaline rush. But they have space in the midfield here. Take a hopeful shot, but Onos is easily going to save that. Bob off the wall, hopeful towards the centre. Another double commit from Bournemouth, but the question is, how many of them are going to matter, as they seem to have the speed to recover, and Durham not willing to give them the sort of lack of respect where they're expecting mistakes. So they are getting away with a few of them, as Cloud takes it gracefully past Bob, but Bob's like, I come back here. He just takes him straight out. It's approaching half-time here. Still 0-0, and the shot count is actually in favour of Durham.
Interesting, yeah. And You say that, but I don't know. It doesn't really feel like we've seen Durham on offense much. It must have been that they've just taken a few pot shots that have had to have been dealt with by Bournemouth, but didn't really test them. But then again, we haven't really seen Bournemouth test the Durham defense just yet either. Although this one is going to be an open net, and the pre-flip from Zouch is not going to work. He had to try and get there, but the flip just didn't want to work for him, and he's going to go past that one. And a second attempt now from Durham that you say potentially could have gone in and been their opener. Again,
2-0 Durham here easily, but the conversion against the top level team like Bournemouth, they just cannot. They're going to want these chances back because I can't see them getting many more like them. Ooh.
That was a close attempt there. Cloud just slowed that one right down and then tried to flick over the top and saved with the ball halfway into that net. Oh, that one's going to be dropped down. I thought Mordisha there might have been able to find an impossible angle. Is going to be Onoz over the top, gets bumped, might be able to find the double touch. I thought he was going to get bumped into it. Oh my god, Mordisha over the top of everyone there. That caught everyone by surprise.
Look at the dishwasher go. Does it on cool wash as well. Takes out and just puts it on the washing line entirely. He literally just did it all himself there. Cross the field, and now, with only just over a minute left, Bournemouth, they got to come back into this one.
Yeah, well, it looks like they're going to try and do it early, as Cloud is going to put one over the top of Mordisha, and yeah, they have done exactly what you just prophesized within about 5 seconds of asking.
It was 5 seconds. Durham were in the lead for 5 seconds of this series. Note that down, guys. Pens and pencils out. 5 seconds Durham are in the lead for. Let's see if they can add to that counter as Bournemouth may be able to build off that momentum here as they do get the ball past the dishwasher on defense. Can Onoz drop that ball down? But Zouch cuts it out very, very well. And here comes Mordisha as, actually beats out Cloud. Pays with his life, but on the turn, Will pick that ball up. Able to go again from the wall. Flicks it infield. Manages to get the ball past Cloud at least, which is something. As Bournemouth, it seemed to enjoy playing against themselves, and they don't really mind. Maybe not taking it all that seriously, but certainly the lack of pressure they're putting on themselves, helping them. Oh my goodness, that dunk as well, completely unexpected, but the clear from the backboard. Maybe Bournemouth can transition again here.
Yeah, it's going to be Onoz trying to do just that, but going to get blocked out by 2 of the Durham players going at the same time. Mordisha, another long ball over the top, and it is going to catch Bournemouth out a little bit. Again, getting caught on top of each other. Cloud is able to be in the right place at the right time and follow this, but Bop there to read it. Zouch with a shot, and it is past the defense of Bournemouth. And now with 20 seconds left, Durham are looking to take this game.
Exactly, finding the space in the midfield. Onoz not choosing to challenge the ball, gets caught in 2 minds, and Zouch with a fantastic redirect towards the left-hand side of the net. Now only 20 seconds for Bournemouth to find an equaliser here, and if they don't go for kickoff, which seems to have worked out for them, will it take them 5 seconds this time? No, it's at least 6 as the counter keeps on going down, and now 10 seconds left. Durham could be pulling even in the series here.
Yeah, it does look like they are going to do that, despite, as you say, it will be a total of about 15 seconds that they've been in the lead, but that's all that they needed, apparently. Exactly. So, yeah, now a 1-1 scoreline in this game. That's pretty unprecedented, to be honest. Bournemouth have dropped their first game of this qualifier now, and it is in the grand final, and it is a tie series.
I mean, Durham not giving up here and showing that when Bournemouth, I won't say that Bournemouth looked like they were playing their very best, but if they're going to get complacent, then Durham are more than good enough to punish them, and that they did. Doesn't matter if they weren't in the lead for very long. They were in the lead when it mattered, and that was when the clock hit 0. So they do get this equalising game in the series, and effectively we're approaching a best of 3. When you think about upset potential, if Bournemouth fall asleep again and Durham's engines are running and they're in gear, the upset just became a lot more possible.
Yeah, and we saw Durham just continue to warm up in that previous series against Newcastle. So despite Bournemouth taking that first game, for Durham to take the second, if they can, repeat history, even though it was only about 20 minutes ago, we could see the upset of the century here from Durham.
Zouch wanted you to ready up. He said, "Come on, Onion, you're making me cry." He didn't even ready up. I can't believe it.
What's even more toxic is I can't even read that because I'm on console.
That's why I let you know. I just figured you might want to know. As we head into Game 3 here, still on Champions, field. Apparently, Will's salty he didn't get to make that, Jokers. Go-ahead game in the series to match point and qualification point, should you win this game, is being fought over here as Bournemouth on the aggressive immediately off kickoff, certainly going to look to make a statement and just put things back to bed and, you know, put them questions to rest that they are still fully in control of the series, but potentially an open net tearaway. The shot isn't quite on target. The post bounce, is it going to go in? It doesn't. The save from Cloud on the goal line. Durham, so unfortunate, and Bournemouth, they hold on.
Yeah, those post reads are so horrible, especially when you're under pressure like that, and you know you've got a defender who's trying to read the same ball, and you're kind of, it's like two people awkwardly shuffling past each other in a corridor. You don't really know which way either player is going to go or who's reading the ball properly. But Modisha is gonna get that one. The dishwasher puts on the spin cycle, and it's over the top of everyone.
Oh my goodness, all three players beaten out. What would that be? Bish, bash, bosh. Now that's what I would say to that. That was a fantastic play from Modisha, and Durham are in the lead again.
Yeah, crazy scenes right now. Durham in the lead against Bournemouth. Grand final qualification. Obviously, with a double elim, Bournemouth, if they do lose, will just only be as far down as the lower finals, but I'm sure that they don't want that.
No, it would be uncomfortable, and you think, what if Bournemouth, they're sort of definitely super confident, and if they lose this series, you know they'll be like, yeah, we weren't taking it seriously. But you have to think, if they go into that lower finals, and they say lose an early goal, and speaking of goals, a second here for Durham, finding the holes in the Bournemouth defense. This time it's Bob. He just tucks it in the left-hand side here.
Yeah, Bournemouth, like, they still look confident, but at the same time they're just being absolutely stunned by Durham, and I'm exactly the same. I am exactly stunned by Durham as well. Is that one going to get blocked out? Will with the shot. Zouch can't make the double save, unfortunately, and Bournemouth are going to get on the board here.
Yeah, a bit too much to ask of Zouch here. He does a good job of that 50, but Will, far too fast for the Durham defense, tucks that one in before anyone can do anything about it. Bournemouth draw back within one, but as we were saying, should they lose and go to that losers final, you know, is there a world in which they don't qualify? I mean, you have to give credit Durham, certainly the strongest other. Okay, let's just
never mind.
Come back to reality here. Bournemouth have tied this up very swiftly. Back at 2-2, we're even in games, and even in game 3 as Durham, yeah, their sort of Cinderella feeling has quickly vanished here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, or make some metaphor about fairy tales, but it kind of seems that the book has been slammed shut and thrown out of the window with that goal. Yeah, 2-2 now, all tied up. Bournemouth looking better again, but, you know, Durham had a bit of momentum behind them, and if they can do that again... Oh, never. No! I almost spoke too soon. Almost spoke too soon. If they can do that again, then I think we have a series on our hands. Regardless of what Bournemouth do now, we have a series on our hands.
Well, Zouch is going to get punted into that one. It's going to make the ball go past Will, but Honours is back and positioned well enough in time to make that touch. Zouch from the wall, looking for the dunk down. Not sure what Durham are doing. To be honest, I'm not sure they know themselves, as Will's going to put the ball high. Honours is the only player up for it. Can he get the redirect? It's onto the backboard, and the big save from Bob there to deny Will the rebound, and he clears it deep into the Bournemouth half as well. But Cloud, he's got boost, he's got the ball, but he gets 50'd out there. Can Durham put in a challenge here? They can. It's across the midfield, but Zouch won't be able to take the shot as Will calmly takes control of it. Honours, he fakes out another player. Can he get the 50 here? Trying to get it past the Durham defense, and oh my goodness, he just completely psychs them out there. 2 players for Durham back, but you wouldn't have thought it. He just fakes it past both of them there. Smart play, but frustrating for Durham to concede there.
Yeah, I went for the fake and was actually quite fortunate in the fact that Bob just hit it into him, and it came off his car and managed to wrong foot Zouch. So we've only had half of this game. It genuinely feels like we've already seen a full game of Rocket League here in game number 3, but only half the game gone. 5 goals scored. Bournemouth have a narrow lead right now. I don't know. I think that the next goal will really dictate kind of the latter half of this game.
Yeah, I don't know. It's such a big ask for Durham, though, as a team that nobody really would have backed going into this game. to be 2-0 up here and then just have that massive sucker punch of just 3 quick consecutive goals from Bournemouth, making it look respectably easy as well. Zouch has to make this touch, and he does before Will can bump him. A very much important one to keep them in this game, but can they really turn that screw and turn that momentum around and get into the Bournemouth half here, force another complacent mistake, or just play well enough to outright force a goal? I'm not sure, because Bournemouth, they're looking increasingly confident here.
Yeah, and the one thing that Bournemouth are starting to do now is just give each other space and link up very, very quickly. Cloud is distributing the ball from pretty much any position on the pitch and finding his teammates very, very well. And it is starting to make Durham unravel a little bit. No goal as of yet, but with link-up plays like that, that was a bit of a miss from Onos there, trying to find Will in the middle. But yeah, with link-up plays like we have seen from Bournemouth the past, 6 months or so, this is where they really look at their most dangerous.
The double touch from Will. He's unchallenged, and it just didn't matter. He makes it look so easy. Durham, they're just switching into spectate mode. Nothing they could do, or at least try to do about it. And Will, he just tucks that one in the top shelf into the final minute here of Game 3. Bournemouth cruise into a 2-goal lead, and you have to think back to when that 2-goal lead was Durham's. It feels like such a different game from what it was back then. But Bournemouth, they've kicked things out of neutral now, and it's starting to show.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. The confidence from Bournemouth has now kind of transcended into, them playing at their best. They've definitely woken up and risen to the challenge that Durham have presented, and it does seem like with them on match point here and carrying momentum that not a lot will be able to stop them. Durham, I guarantee that they'll try their best, as they have done so far this series, but yeah, the Bournemouth hype train is almost ready to leave the station.
Who knows? Not finding another double to add to the tally there, as it'll be 2-1 in the series in favour of Bournemouth. They are on qualification point, as it truly would be something to see Durham come back from the dead here in this series. The momentum, all Bournemouth, they're clearly not exactly playing for fun anymore, as they outshoot in that game as well. Onos says he needs new teammates, as he's definitely suffering some form of cyberbullying in the comms. As Durham, back to the drawing board they go. A great effort from them then in that Game 3. You have to give it to them, taking it to undoubtedly one of the strongest teams in UK University Rocket League scene. A good performance, but it just wasn't quite good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that game was definitely a game of two halves. Durham won the first half of that game, but then Bournemouth were like, okay, we'll just shift into top gear now, and they got 4 goals back as a result of it. There were some great individual plays and some quite fast plays as well from Durham to get those 2 goals. That one individual play from Mordisha just taking it over the top of everyone. So potentially Durham just need inspiration from that one, that one player, whether it is Mordisha, Zouch, or Bob. They're all capable of pulling off individual plays. But we're going to have to wait and find out, as a bit of a technical issue, it seems.
I'm just chilling. I don't know about you. I'm just chilling in the lobby, but I think I might be the only one. So maybe we'll have to sort this one out, and maybe it'll work out for Durham. Maybe they get some time to sort of break the sort of Bournemouth momentum. You give Bournemouth their time to sort of, chill around and have a laugh again. Maybe they switch off a little bit.
That is true.
Definitely a potential to think about that. I'm gonna leave this lobby that I only seem to be in, and I'm gonna try and rejoin. I don't know about you. As hopefully we will be able to get this Game 4 underway. Of course, if Bournemouth they take this Game 4, that's it. They get their pick of the 2 remaining groups. That's Group B and Group C. Of course, Group B looking incredibly stacked there with Salford, Essex, and Portsmouth. But Group C, nothing to mess around with too, with the Liverpool, Staffs, and Loughborough combo. I mean, there's rumours going around about Bournemouth right now. You think, apparently, they're so damn confident that they're just going to pick Group B, and if so, fair play. Definitely a respectable move. I mean, you have to think, well, how silly do they look if it then backfires?
Very silly, but I don't know. Bournemouth are confident, and they have every right to be confident. They are one of the best teams in UK University Rocket League. And honestly, you know, this isn't NSE. This is Society Showdown. This is the pre-tournament. So if I was Bournemouth, honestly, I would say the big brain move would be to go into Group B and play all of your top competitors before the season's even started.
Yeah, I just feel like if you're Essex or Salford sat there and you're just like, oh, I'm cool, we got drawn into this group. What are the other teams? Oh, Bournemouth and Portsmouth. Oh, okay. I guess we'll just play for fun, guys. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for them, but it would certainly be one hell of a juicy group.
Yeah, definitely would be produce some great matches, I'm sure.
I'm back in, and well, then of course, Group B would be, Group C, I should say, would be left to the qualifier through the losers bracket. You have to think, can Newcastle make good on what they failed to do twice on Tuesday, or could we have a run? I say that Newcastle have swept Falmouth Phoenix 3-0. That is a team on a mission, and could they do it with revenge over Durham, having just lost to them in the upper bracket here? Durham, also a team you kind of would have expected looking at the two qualifiers to have been able to get it in. That'll be a high pressure matchup for them there if they can't make it through here, which we are doubting if they are able to, of course. Cloud wants me to pick his car. I'm thinking if Proteus is available, I've always got a soft spot for the Proteus or the Grog. Looking elsewise at the lower bracket, of course, Lincoln versus Sussex. That'll be after this game on stream, and that will be a juicy one, of course, because Sussex with that run through the lower bracket and Lincoln with a respectable run through the uppers. I don't really know how to call that series or quite what to expect.
Yeah, I'm really not sure about that one either. But one series that is becoming increasingly easier to call is this one. I can honestly see Bournemouth taking this game and qualifying. But if Durham do manage to overcome Bournemouth for a second time, I will eat my hat, even though I'm not wearing one.
That's just cheating. You can't say you're going to eat something that you don't have. I mean, there's no stake.
What was it that? No. What was it that you said last season? You said that you were going to eat a yogurt on every stream if something happened, but I can't remember what it was.
Oh, I can't remember what it was. Oh, you're right.
Wasn't it if UEA swept Loughborough in the final? Or if they won the final.
It was like if they won the final and they were like 3-1 down or something.
That was it, yeah.
Like they were down in game.
Such a shame that didn't happen. We should have told Loughborough to throw.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Really unfortunate, but it's worth making bets like these. I mean, if Durham come back here and beat Bournemouth, I'm just dangerous what I say because I know Bournemouth are confident enough to deliberately throw if I put myself under the bus here.
Yeah, right.
I'll probably keep my mouth shut in that regard, as I'm sure they're very confident in their ability to make it through the lowers as well. We're just waiting for the Bournemouth players to rejoin here. I say we're only actually missing Will and Cloud as I check through the Durham players there or here. In fact, no, we're just missing Bournemouth in general.
We are missing Bournemouth, yes.
Yeah,
we have a significant lack of Bournemouth.
Onto the seaside. They're cruising, just having a good time. Don't know if they're allowed to, given current restrictions, but...
Oh, no, you are. I live, right next to Bournemouth, and you are allowed to go to the beach at the moment, but I assure you that it's quite cold.
Yeah. That's fair enough. I mean, bit of a cold shoulder coming out from Bournemouth in this series, maybe baiting Durham into thinking they've had a chance here is... I mean, I do think Durham have a chance. They've shown enough that they are able to compete. It's just that they really need to go above their call, their usual sort of... they really need to step it up to a new level. It's just there's been glimpses, a couple of them goals from Modisha as well. There's been glimpses. It's just, it's been... When Bournemouth have scored, they've really have made it look too easy.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. Durham have kind of, come and gone in waves... Of brilliance, some just through individuality, such as Modisha's goal we saw in the previous game. But Bournemouth just kind of looked to be that more coordinated and momentum-based team. And in a full series of Rocket League, the Bournemouth style is going to overcome the Durham style.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels like it means a lot to Durham as well, though, with them having so much to do with Society Showdown in general, and in the first one, back in October, made it all the way to the grand finals before losing out to UEA. It would be strange not to have the former finalist in the event here, as we do have the teams back in the lobby for Game 4 of this
I'm not sure we do.
qualification series. They're stalling as only Will has joined. We're getting the light show. How long can they hold it for? I believe they can hold it for long enough. Work out them thumbs. I believe as maybe Bournemouth are trying to advanced BM tactic here with only Will rejoining the lobby. Are they saying that they think he can 1v3?
To be honest, I'd quite like to see that. It would be quite entertaining just watching Will just try his best to 1v3 Durham. This is the second time he's done this now, by the way, ladies and gents. He joined the lobby earlier after one of our casters, not me, joined the lobby. Cloud is in. Now we are just waiting on Ward.
I don't know why you would mention that. I don't know who would join the lobby before. How could you even imply that anyone of us would have done that? That's crazy. I mean, it's okay if you don't want to.
Hey, we're all good. We're all good.
As we do have all three Bournemouth players, the light show has worked out, and what seems like after quite a while, if Durham actually want to join now, and they're not stalling for each other, which they appear to be now. Okay, so now we're holding on Durham. Okay, this is a whole, table turning event right here. This winners final is so tense, it feels like time has practically stopped.
There we go. Zouch has stopped being resident sleeper and has joined the match finally. And we now have Game 4 underway. Bournemouth carrying that 2-1 lead. They're not even going to go for the kickoff. Bournemouth just so confident that Mordisha was going to pass it straight to them, and they did. Cloud is actually in the Proteus. I do wonder if he had to go and buy the Proteus.
Yeah, he hasn't put a decal on it, but it is just a beautiful looking car. I mean, when you think about the most attractive cars in Rocket League, I think it's fair to say that Proteus is one of the first that comes to mind.
Oh yeah, it just screams aesthetic at you with its grabby little hands.
the little nutcrackers on the front.
Yeah, exactly.
He's definitely styling out here in this Game 4 again. You gotta respect the confidence coming out from Bournemouth, but you also gotta think if it backfires, it would be quite damn funny. It really would. As Obop's going to get the half flip here, but I don't think he's got any boost to follow it up. He doesn't. Zouch trying to block the immediate shot there, as it will eventually get blocked with help from his teammates. Onos misses the touch from the wall, but Cloud within that Proteus, taking the shot, pops it out into the midfield. Will Durham be first to the loose ball? They will, but Obop missing the contact there. Zouch taken out of the corner. Does he get this flick? He does. It opts for a 50 as it releases the ball to Mordisha quite nicely, but Cloud, he's up fast enough in that Proteus to make that block.
Yeah, great shot from Zouch there, just wide of the top corner, and the Bournemouth defense able to deal with it. Mordisha going to choose to play this one up high, drop down dangerous. Zouch off the crossbar and in! Zouch getting so lucky there. I'm sure he wanted to bury that one top shelf, but he's actually going to land on his own shot off the crossbar, and Cloud just has to sit and watch it go millimeters past his face. And Durham have taken an opening goal here in a game that they need to win to stay alive in the grand final.
Yeah, let's not forget that in the previous game they were 2 up as well. And how long will this lead last? Will it be 5 seconds or will it be 6? Actually, the Proteus unable to get around the ball there. Cloud missing out on a rather open net, unfortunately. Not the easiest, but for a player of his quality, I think he definitely knows that he could have scored that one, but he'll blame the Proteus, I'm sure, which is unacceptable. Onos slapping it hopefully at the Durham net, but with all 3 players back, are they going to look for a sort of park the bus tactic?
Yeah, I would assume that tactic would kind of be at the forefront of their minds right now. You've got Bournemouth, who are a very offensively minded team, so park the bus could be a legitimate strat, but then again, we have kind of seen Bournemouth just walk all over Durham, despite them doing their best attempts to do exactly that. If Durham get a second, then by all means park the bus, but for now, I think they just need to continue doing what they're doing.
Exactly. I mean, the problem has been that every time Bournemouth has scored, Durham have had like at least 2 players back anyway. It's literally like they might be playing in black, but hang on, what? Was that a pinch? What is that? They just unleashed. Zouch and Mordisha.
Bang!
What is that? Like the best pinch we've ever seen? Like, look at that.
I don't think I've seen one better in NSE for quite a long time, at least not one that was on purpose. I've seen many accidental pinches fly into an open goal, but that one seemed to be quite coordinated between Mordisha and Zouch, and it is actually going to double Durham's lead here. And as it stands, we are 2 minutes and 15 seconds away from Game 5.
Yeah, you just feel like you can't help but think about the most previous game where this 2-goal lead got completely evaporated.
That is true.
So damn quickly. So my hopes are not up yet in terms of that Game 5 potential, as Bournemouth will look to build on the offense here with a Doink, because that pinch, I feel like it definitely wasn't intentional to start with, but both players might have just seen each other going for it and just been like, oh yes, I see you are a fine defender of culture and you would like to hit this ball too. Let's just hit it at the same time, as it's worked out very, very fortunately for them here. And if they end up winning this game by just 1 goal, then it could have been the difference. Well, in fact, it would have been able to force that Game 5, as Bournemouth are very comfortable in possession right now, but they actually haven't generated any very meaningful chances. And I say that, probably going to curse them, but Durham, they are holding on. Okay, no, never mind.
There we go. Yeah, we like that.
They didn't really generate the chance so much as Zouch just sort of gave them to it, and Mordisha was like, yeah, I'm just going to grind that wall with my back. I don't actually want to defend. How about an open net? And Cloud's like, sure, yep, I'll take that, no problem. And Bournemouth are back within 1.
Yep, 5 head strats coming out from Durham there, but yeah, it is going to be their lead cut in half, as Onos is going to be sent flying by Bop off the kickoff, and Zouch was looking for a cheeky little touch over the top there to try and set himself for a double touch. And that 1 goal back from Bournemouth, the previous scoreline went from 2-0 to 4-2, so that 1 that you see for Bournemouth now is slightly scary to look at, and could increase quite soon.
Oh my, into the final minute. The last thing you need to see is Durham bumping each other on defense as the pressure continues to heat up from Bournemouth here in the red. The time's still ticking down, but no boost for Zouch. Cloud pops it up. The goalkeeper's demo, but Mordisha makes the touch to the back left-hand corner. Durham still holding on, but how long could they do that for? The block comes out from Zouch in the shot, hits the crossbar, another onto the backboard. Zouch popping it up high. Can Mordisha come across? He can. So little boost on the side of Durham. Zouch has to control this, but he does try to get it past Cloud. Catches him off guard. Bop is up. Tries to touch it to Zouch, but don't think Zouch has enough boost. Again, he's going to have to scramble across to this one as Cloud coming across in that Proteus, but a great 50 and pinch with the wall. And just 10 seconds left on the clock here. Can Bournemouth wrestle this one across? Zouch has to get across. The shot was off the mark, but can he hold it with the 50? Clearing it from the backboard. Cloud is up. Dodging the demo was the goalkeeper, Mordisha. The dunk comes down, and Cloud dunks it. It is Proteus with just a second to be played. Could it be the dagger into the Durham Hearts, as they're going to have to try and win this one out in overtime?
Oh, Cloud falling from the heavens. You could see the little claws of that Proteus grabbing for that ball and sending it into the net. 1 second left, the kickoff going to be absolutely meaningless, and somehow Bournemouth have managed to carve out an overtime here. Golden goal for them means qualification, and a golden goal for Durham means that they survive for another game.
I mean, it's the second 2-goal lead that has disappeared for Durham, and they seem to still be in the same mode where they're stuck in their own end, but maybe they pick up the ball in midfield here, but Bop is going to be unable to get that boost. Mordisha has a lot to do here. Can he force Onos to make the flick? He can. Nice demo from Bop means that Zouch has space to pick this one up. Can Bournemouth make the save? Yes, they can. Cloud away to the corner comfortably, but he's going to get beaten out by Mordisha. Will trying to take it over the top of both of them. The demo comes through onto Cloud, though, on the rotation back. Will, can he make this touch? He does get it past Mordisha. Can Bop make this block? Onos is up too fast. Could it be a rule 1? Actually broken there. Mordisha has cursed Durham there, breaking the rule 1 with Will. It will still be a 3v3, just a minute into overtime here. Will from the wall. Can he get the shot? Onos with the touch. Oh, but Mordisha, he does make the save there. Can he get the follow-up on this wall? All 3 players back for Durham. They're looking like they're already getting cold feet. Cloud from the ceiling, but doesn't manage to jump down from it. Will high onto the backboard. Can Onos make the read? He can. The bounce, potentially dangerous, but Cloud, he's going to back up here. Mordisha makes that touch to the side, but again, another uncontested touch for Bournemouth. A miss comes through, but it's still dangerous. Onos forcing the touch. Durham, everyone back. The bus is so parked, but will it fall? Oh, Bob makes the block, and it's shot again. I'm just watching Durham's rotation right now. They're just a clump of like flies in their net, just sort of swarming around. They can't seem to go anywhere. Bournemouth not letting them out. Cloud doesn't even matter. He's missing the touch. Can Durham break out here? Will getting pressured by Mordisha. Can they break out for now? I think they can.
Yeah, Bournemouth there looked so at risk of overcommitting. All that ball needed to do was get past the last player, and it was curtains for this overtime. Durham would have scored, but that midfield line that Bournemouth were pressing just about managed to hold as they were peppering the Durham net. Just shot after shot was coming out. Another one is going to be onto the backboard here. Zouch going to try and touch over the top. Mordisha over the top. It's over Cloud, but Will is there. Oh, Cloud almost landing on it, and it's in from Bob. We go to game 5.
Oh my goodness, this ball hung in front of the Bournemouth net for an eternity. In comes Bob, keeps it underneath the crossbar. That's why, obviously, he's a season 13 dunk master, and somehow Durham have forced game 5.
Yeah, I'm staggered that this has happened, honestly. Like, no disrespect to Durham at all. Bournemouth were the favourites coming into this match, and they have just absolutely torn up the rule book and gone, you know what? You can be as overconfident as you like. We are going to take this game to you, and we're going to force you into a corner and make you play the best that you possibly can.
Yeah. Just thinking back to the fact that Mordisha has just gotten away with breaking a rule 1 there. And the next question, does Cloud stay in the Proteus? And he does. Confirmation, Cloud is still in the Proteus for game 5. He's doubling down. It backfired in game 4, but could it backfire? Well, that's a different call. We're talking about the Proteus here in game 5.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see this. I really don't know which way this could go now, you know. At the beginning of the series, predictions were heavily favoured towards Bournemouth. Right now, with Durham winning that overtime, after Bournemouth just knocked the wind out of them with an almost 0-second goal, to then come back and take that overtime, I don't know, Durham have a lot going for them right now.
I feel like Bournemouth, unless they're really just enjoying playing Rocket League this evening, really will be putting the heat on in this game 5, though, as it really is their last chance to sort of muck around, as at least they may end up claiming. As Zouch, he's up, tries to take it underneath Onos and does so, pops it towards the net, but it's an easy enough save for Cloud, I should say, as Mordisha now coming towards the infield. Does he get the flip reset? He does, but nothing comes of it really, as Onos should be able to clear that away from the Bournemouth defense. As you just think, yeah, they've clutched up in that game 4, but this is the only game that matters at this point now, and if they don't get that first goal, I do worry for Durham. But could Mordisha give it to them here? Looks for the bump, but Onos was already back. The shot can't come through as Cloud sacrifices himself to deny the offense from Zouch there, as Mordisha has to start it back in the corner again. And just like I'm saying, like, I feel like if Bournemouth get the first goal, it could be curtains practically already. Durham have not been able to win from behind at all this series.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they did manage to pull that 3-2 victory in game 4 after going 2-0 up and then conceding 2, but that's the only kind of comeback we've really seen from them, as Bob off his own post, unorthodox, but if it works, it works. Manages to keep that one out. I don't think this one's going to be kept out, though. Onos very quick to react to that pass from his teammate and going to boom that one past the defense, and Bournemouth have scored first in game 5.
They have a really nice 1-2 play as well, as it just tidily put in there from Onos. It is a 1-goal lead in favour of Bournemouth, and Durham have to do something they have never done this series so far, and that is come from behind. And I personally think it's too big an ask. I think Bournemouth are not messing around at this point. Regardless of the Proteus, I think they both, all of the players on that team, and they have the thought of, waiting, an hour or so for another qualification match and not being able to flex with their group choice there. I feel like the engines are, they're in full gear right now, as Durham are going to have pretty much a mountain to climb, even if it is just the 1 goal for now.
Yeah, but despite Bournemouth being, as you say, in, maximum performance, I've seen them play better.
Oh, of course.
I definitely seen them play better. There have been a few uncharacteristic misses from the Bournemouth players, and they potentially haven't been linking up as well as they have. We saw a little bit of it when they went from 2 goals down to 4-2 up. But since then, I don't know, like, they're still beating Durham, but it does seem like they have taken their foot off the gas a little bit. Zouch, they're going to have to bail out his teammate to avoid Bournemouth scoring a second, and Durham just being a little bit slow on defense now. It's going to work for them. Another pinch attempt from Mordisha. This one not going to find the target. It's off the corner, and Bournemouth are going to be able to get on the offensive again. Cloud onto the backboard, but Zouch is going to be there to block that one instantly. Onos looking for some style points. He gets the flip reset. It's a little pop, and Mordisha are able to deal with that one. Bournemouth look to be trying to get a second here, and Durham really struggling to get out their own half now.
Yeah, it's the same scenario we were seeing, but last time Durham had a 2-goal lead to defend. This is just not what they need, but it feels like they probably can't do much more from their perspective, as they're just trying to keep the ball out of their net as priority number 1. They clear the ball like this time and time again, but it's only as far as the Bournemouth players. As Cloud up for the flip reset, it bounces dangerously off the backboard, and another save is forged this time from Zouch, denying Will there. A nice pinch from Morticia. This guy's crazy with the pinches right now, but he's going to need a miracle of one to bring them back into this game, as we are slowly approaching the final minute of the qualifying game 5 again. A clang from Will, but just a tiny bit off the mark. Durham's post coming in MVP there for just a second, as hopefully into the Bournemouth corner. They're looking to just basically preying on a mistake from Bournemouth, but they don't seem to be giving an inch right now, as Cloud playing it safe into the corner. Will, a nice touch out to buy themselves some more time. Zouch puts it very, very high, but 2 players committing from Durham. They're going to drop it down to effectively no one. Cloud down the other end. Is it on target? Not quite, but a missed rebound from Zouch. The shot is uncontested. Bot off the inside of the save. He's clearly been learning there from Cheggers, but actually can do that type of save now, as Zouch has to make this block. Doesn't manage to do it. Bot is going to make that touch. Back to Bot. Was the backflip. Can the shot come through? Not quite. Potentially the best chance that Durham were going to get all game there. A really nice worked 1-2 play, but the shot just wasn't quite good enough, as the shot comes through from Cloud. It's curtains. It's 2-0 Bournemouth, 23 seconds on the clock, and they're not Bath, so they're not throwing this.
Yeah, well, I was going to say this game has probably been, I don't know, it's just felt like the most kind of coherent game that we've seen so far out of the 5 that have been played. You know, there has kind of been a real back and forth and a real kind of structure to both teams. So it looks like Bournemouth are the better team. That one's going to be almost a third, but Mordisha able to get a great save there. But credit to Durham. They haven't really shown up in this grand final, the upper final, sorry, and shown what they're made of against arguably the best team out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, top level competition, and Durham certainly got to size themselves up against them. You just have to think, well, hopefully they didn't invest too much in this series in terms of potential heartbreak dropping to that lower bracket, as the pressure will be fully onto them in that lower finals. Bournemouth, they move on, maybe not as comfortably as we'd have expected, but 3-2 was the scoreline. Don't know how comfortable they felt it was. They were probably going to, let's say it was chill throughout the whole way. And, at the end of the day, it was a deserved win, and they will get their pick of the group going into Society Showdown, of course. That is the choice between Group B and Group C. That's the choice they get, and obviously that will decide who the loser qualifier will make their way into. Group C, of course, reminding you that is Loughborough, Liverpool, and Staffs. Group B, Portsmouth, Salford, and Essex. Most people would call that the latter, the group of death. And there's, of course, like I say, rumours that Bournemouth might be looking to deliberately put themselves in that pool, and maybe if we're lucky enough to get an interview, we might see and find out their choice.
Yeah, well, Bournemouth do have an interesting choice. They have that, Group B, which, as you say, group of death, 3 very strong opponents based on performance last season. But on the flip side, Group C has Loughborough, and Bournemouth didn't get the chance to play Loughborough last season. They were tipped to make the grand finals. So potentially Bournemouth have got a point to prove there. And they might just want to go against Loughborough and go, you guys won last season, this is what we can do. They'll look a bit silly if they lose, but in principle, that could be a a reason why they would choose that group over Group B.
Yeah, that's fair, as we do have word that we will be able and lucky enough to have an interview with Honours, of course, from Bournemouth. Looking forward to hearing word on the potential choice of their group and how they felt about that series, because, I mean, maybe it felt comfortable, but there were times where it was a little bit close.
I was going to say, it didn't look entirely comfortable. Durham took 2 games off them. That's facts. And there were times where Bournemouth did look second best to Durham. Admittedly, it wasn't for very long, but we went to game 5 in the end. Durham won that overtime, and Bournemouth could have sealed the deal a lot earlier than they did. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Honours does say in regard to that.
I just have to look back to that game 3 and think if they held that 2-goal lead, not that they actually held the second one either, but like they ended up winning the game, right? If they went 2-1 up in the series, that's when I think there could have been a bit of sweat on the side of, the Bournemouth boys. I do believe they'd have still come back and win in game 5, to be honest. But in terms of discomfort, that surely would have put them more on the edge of their seat.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you there, but I don't know. Bournemouth is Bournemouth, and in that final game where it looked like both teams were finally at their maximum, Bournemouth did triumph. It was only a 2-goal deficit, but as you say, the one thing that Durham struggled to do that whole series was come back from deficits, and when it mattered, they weren't able to do it, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, we see Honours is there, and he's waiting in the midst, but of course we have to put the cardboard
tantalizingly close to our voice channel.
We have to put the cardboard bag on his head so that there's nobody who's screaming or anything when he comes into our channel, and therefore we will be able to interview him, and hopefully, if we're lucky enough, and here he is indeed, Honours. How that's happened. But we can just have a little chat to ourselves and talk about that series. Nobody needs to know what we're saying, actually.
Apparently, we are back. We are back now. Before you say anything,
we were going to say anything. We were going to talk about all them things that we're not allowed to talk about.
Don't leak anything.
Damn, that's okay, Honours. Your secrets are safe with us, but unfortunately, they can hear us. And as you were saying, an entertaining series, maybe a little bit close. Do you think it could have been just a little bit uncomfortable had you have lost that game 3 and been 2-1 down in the series?
I think it would have hurt us more, yeah. As I said, we needed 4 warm-up games for the 5th one, which really mattered.
That's true.
So, thank God we got that game 3. Yeah.
Maybe, me and Orion were worrying about you. Were you a victim of any cyberbullying in comms during that series?
Well, our comms were a bit different, if anyone was watching mine or Will's stream at the time. Bit memey here and there, but yeah, we got our heads down in game 5 and made sure we won it, like I said.
Yeah, but I think we could definitely see that. Like, you played your best in game 5, but I think also Durham played their best, so it kind of was that game 5 felt like you had both just kind of stepped it up a notch, and in the end you were able to overcome them.
Yeah. Not being mean to Durham, but I feel like their first game was like a warm-up game for them because it felt a little bit too easy. Like they hadn't stabilized their rotation as a team, but they got really good in game 2, and we were like, okay, we might have to try out here. But the other 2 were off their heads, so it took us till game 5 to screw our heads on.
There you go, mate. And of course, congratulations for qualifying through the upper bracket. And as I'm sure you know, that gives you the choice between Group B and Group C, and I will put that question to you now. Have you made a decision which of them 2 groups you will be placing Bournemouth into?
All the pressure's on me because Will doesn't care what group we're in. I'm going to choose Group B.
Ooh, he's
B,
gone for it.
Bournemouth. B for Bournemouth. They have indeed gone it, completing a true group of death there. Portsmouth, Salford, Essex, and Bournemouth. You're confident you're going to make it out easily as top 2, or you confident you're just going to outright get top of the group?
I'd like to get top 2. That would be best case scenario, but we'll see, I guess.
I see. It might look a little bit silly if you don't get top 2. I'm just going to put it out.
I shouldn't say anything.
Yeah,
just in case.
Fair. Let the results speak for themselves.
Yeah,
that's fair enough. And a confident alpha male play, we have to say there, from the Bournemouth team, and it's good to have them back. Well, how will they perform on the 7th of February? I guess we'll just have to watch and find out then. Thank you, Onos, for coming here for the interview. Thank you for the very controversial choice and what we discussed when we were, of course, muted. Thank you very much for talking, and thank you, and well played in that series. The next series we will have on stream will be the losers quarter final. That is Lincoln against Sussex. Winner will play Newcastle in the losers semi-final. The remaining 4 teams, of course, the 4th one being Durham there, fighting for the final qualification spot here into Society Showdown. They'll be going into Group C, but it will only be one of them. And who will it be? We'll have to find out after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, now to the losers quarter-final of the final Society Showdown qualifier. We've just seen Bournemouth go through the uppers and pick, controversially, Group B. Of course, that was a very swift break, wasn't it, Orion? I'm sure they didn't have too many advertisements to watch in that time.
No, I just had time to run to the toilet and run back to hearing 4-3-2 in my ear, and I was like, okay, we're doing this. This is a speedy stream, but yeah, we are going to be straight into our next series here.
Yeah, indeed we are. I'm not sure. I think we're missing one of the Lincoln guys. No, maybe we're not actually. No, I think we have. No, we're just missing you.
That's we are just missing me. Yeah, I don't have lobby details.
That's okay. Check you if you know where to look, and you'll find them in time. As we do have Lincoln against Sussex here. Like I say, the winner will be playing the Newcastle Ninjas because Newcastle Ninjas swept Falmouth Phoenix, and they've definitely got a chip on their shoulder. I feel for Newcastle Ninjas right now. My heart goes out to them, having, like I was saying, the Dragon's Den qualifier, lost in winners final, lost in losers final. Then on Tuesday, Society Showdown qualifier 1, lost in winners final, lost in losers final. And I just feel like, what if they make it to the losers final now and they lose again? Like, actually, the pain, I can only imagine what it would be like to go through. But of course, we won't be seeing them on stream, because they'll be playing the winner of this series right now. Lincoln against Sussex. Who do you have taking this one?
Oh, man. Well, I know that Lincoln were probably the stronger team last season overall, but Sussex do kind of have that wild card star player in Distan, who we have seen many times can rally that Sussex team behind him and bring out the best in them. So I don't know. I am really, really not sure. And it has been a while since I've seen both of these teams play. You know, like those championship bracket matches are still reasonably fresh in my mind, and all of the grand finals between UEA and Loughborough are still fresh in my mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has been a while since I've seen these two teams, so I don't know. Let me watch them for a bit, and then I'll get back to you with who I think is actually going to take this game.
Yeah, I mean, I just think about if this game ends up going the distance. I have to look back at that upper bracket earlier today. Lincoln were able to take that game 5 over Salford, whereas oh no. Let's just carry on talking and pretend this didn't happen.
Okay, let's do that.
Whereas Newcastle Ninjas, were able to take the game 5 over Sussex. So I was going to say, if things come down, push comes to shove, can Sussex handle the pressure? And as I was about to be saying that, Chinny with a fantastic finish into the bottom corner, but unfortunately it was of the Sussex net.
Yep, unfortunate there. Sussex not starting out the way that they would have wanted to, but early mistakes, I'm sure that they can iron those out, and a bit of an unforced error, but it is what it is. I'm sure that they can get back into it.
At the point that Lincoln went 1-0 up, they had no shots. Sussex had 3. Got a feel for them as Lincoln. They are piling on the pressure now. Oscillate dropping it down to Azazel. Oh my goodness, I'm private nearly with another own goal, just joining in on the own goal club there. Sussex needs to figure out what team they're on as Distan trying to break out the defense here, but won't be able to get the second touch as Private's going to have to come across and buy some time for him to rotate round. Does so very well, but Dave G, he's there. Certainly better than Adam G is. Oh my goodness. You can see why. Look at that finish. Could it be any more top corner from the halfway line?
Literally from the halfway line. Chinny trying to get to that one, but yeah, that is just slotted into the top corner. About as top corner as you could possibly hope to get from Dave G, and it is going to be 2 now on the side of Lincoln with a bit of help from Sussex, and Lincoln have returned the favour here now. 1 own goal apiece on either side, and 1 we've had more own goals than the goals scored in the correct net so far.
Yeah, that is a depressingly accurate fact, as 2-1 is the scoreline to, let me check my notes, that's Lincoln in the lead, trying to I can clarify which goals have gone in where, as that is Oscillate intercepting the ball at the midfield. Oh my goodness, it's the 2-goal lead restored for Lincoln here in game 1. We're only a minute and a half in.
Yeah, and this game has already had enough to feel like a whole series worth of blunders. That was, so far we counted 2 own goals and just a completely open net there for a bit of a p-roller of a shot just to roll into. Hopefully the series warms up a little bit from here. It can't really get much colder, but Dave G is going to put another one into the corner. Chinny going to have to make a touch, but it is over the top, and Azazel going to try and come in for this one. Distan demoing Dave there. Private passes into the middle to absolutely nobody, and Oscillate is going to try and drop it down. Is it Oscillate or Oscillate? I completely...
Oscillate. There's no I after the L. Oh my, that's... Wait, so I'm sorry, this series is getting just very, very confusing. The touch was made by Azazel, and a nicely placed touch it was. I was just waiting to say, and this person saves it, before I realised there was nobody around to save it. As Azazel following up the "We're both Bath" with the boom in all chat. You can tell both teams are having fun with this one, although I think I'd rather be on the Lincoln side of things right now.
Yeah, many things have happened, and we're only 2 minutes in. So I think we're starting to see the shape of this series now, and it does seem to be like it's going to be quite a fun one, to be honest.
Here we go, Distan meeting the ball in the midfield there. Oh, already a pre-jump in the net means he's got the space to pick out the top corner. Keeping Sussex in the game here, punishes with the time that he was given. That's a fantastic finish there from Distan.
Yeah, you don't give someone like Distan time. That is exactly what he can do. Catch there is just going to throw off the defender that was trying to read his touch. It went for the boost, expecting Distan to just take that one to the sidewall perhaps, but Distan, calm, composed, able to flick over two right into that top corner. And 2-goal deficit still on the side of Sussex, but they are looking to try and make amends slowly.
Well, maybe more offense from Lincoln as a rebound. Can Dave G meet the race to the ball? He actually pulls out and Azazel meets it instead. Oscillate has to buy time there. Chinny looking to make the challenge, but unfortunately he doesn't. Private, he gets the ball put past him. Distant has to bail back in time and make the save, but he does. Azazel's touch is well wonky. It ends up going backwards as Dave has to bail him out likewise. I'm Private high into the corner. Is there a follow-up there from Chinny? He redirects it onto the backboard. Distan is up, has the flip reset, but can't quite reach the double. The shot wasn't on target, and the double was just too far out of reach there. I feel like Sussex might have needed that one.
Yeah, definitely. With only minute 30-ish on the clock now, they needed to get that third goal on the board, and they need to do it soon because, I don't know, the Lincoln attack just seems to be that little bit more scary. Distan is providing some individual offense, but in terms of working as a team, Sussex just aren't quite clicking at the moment. Distan, though, is going to try and find another into the top corner, but Oscillate able to get there just in the nick of time. Not quite enough power on that attempt from Distan. There might be a bit more power on this one. He's going to try and take it off the ceiling, looking for the Devo dish, but it's not going to happen. Dave G over to the side and away.
Close. I mean, certainly Sussex asking all the questions here. Private with us. Oh, he could have got more of a save than that. Unfortunately, found himself with no boost, and the bounce had no mercy. And Oscillate puts the disco lights on here as against the run of play on the counter attack, able to make it a 3-goal lead here for Lincoln. And I feel like it probably writes off game one here for Sussex. I mean, there is still time if they get an early goal to pull back within 2, but for the majority of this game, I mean, certainly the past couple minutes, I certainly would have said Sussex maybe the stronger team, and maybe you back them going into game 2, but if this series ends up being decided by just one game, I feel like when you look at the cheaply lost games, I feel like you need to look no further than game 1.
Yeah, exactly. Lincoln have kind of made a statement here with that 3-goal cushion. It could even be 4 here as Sussex looked a bit open, but Azazel is just going to do something in the corner. I don't even really know how to commentate on what just happened, but anyway, we continue to move forward, and it's now going to be I'm Private into the corner, trying to squeeze it through to Distan, who's able to get a third on the board for Sussex, but I think it is too late now. 2 goals in 12 seconds is very unlikely.
I mean, we have seen 2 goals in 14 seconds here before in the Society Showdown qualifiers.
Was that bar?
By any chance? Maybe. I wasn't going to say the B word, but if you're going to say it, then I thought the less we talk about them, the better, as Chinny is forced to make the save there, and Lincoln should be able to see out game 1 here, and they'll be very happy to do so, I believe, putting them 1-0 up in the series there. Go ahead point, and 1 step closer to that semi-final matchup against Newcastle.
Yeah, that is a match that will be kind of looming in the heads of whoever does seem to be likely to win this series. So far, Lincoln are kind of convincing me that they should maybe not have things comfortably, but they should be able to see out a series, even if Sussex do manage to get a game or 2 on the board.
I don't know. I mean, Lincoln as a whole, as a team, certainly playing very solidly, but there were definitely some sparks from Sussex there during the latter half of that game that leads me to think that they could at least get a game in this series and potentially much more. I think it's far from over right now, but that game 1 could certainly prove costly. As the series is beginning to heat up, we move on to game 2.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. There were some instances of Sussex brilliance, mostly coming from Distan, as you would expect. But as I say, he can get players around him to kind of play above and beyond what you would think that they're capable of. As Distan, is not going to be able to find the near post there, just a bit too central where Dave G was waiting to make that save. Still hounding the net was Distan to try and send something forward for his teammates. Chinny is going to flip past this one. Distan going to have to make an awkward touch, but does it successfully. It's as far as Dave G, who is going to catch and flick over the top. A light flick, but he's able to get back to it. Maybe trying to put it into the middle. Oscillate falls to Azazel. It's going to be up high, and Dave G now having to deal on defense with Distan hounding him. Private shot low, and it is going to be good from Private. managing to get that one underneath the defense.
I mean, a great shot this is. 2 goalkeepers coming into the net. Dave caught pre-jumping. A solid low shot from I'm Private. Gonna give Sussex their first lead of the series here in game 2. How much could this boost their confidence? And just how much could they build on it?
Yeah, well, that remains to be seen. It does seem like Lincoln are just doing the same that they did in game 1, where they get into offense and they are looking for each other pretty well and playing around Sussex equally well. Chinny off the crossbar with the pinch. Distan there to finish, though. Sussex are going to double their lead here, and despite Lincoln looking good on offense, their shaky defense is going to cost them.
Yeah, indeed it seems. Distan doubling that lead, and Lincoln, I mean, I'm not saying I was back in Sussex coming into this game based off the latter half of the first game, but Lincoln are yet to record a shot on the board right now, and Private is able to take one at the net there from the halfway line, although it was way off the mark. Dave G has to try and make his own touch. Can he get a second? No, the double commit as well with Oscillator means Azazel has to make this 50, but he loses out strong to Private. Can he flick this central? Not quite. Dave G, he's back in time to make the touch here as we minute and a half here into this game too, but Lincoln's looking a little bit shaky. Never mind. The disco lights are back on as Oscillate tucks in the open net. Miss from Private. Azazel beating out Distan, and that's easy enough. Oscillate. Right place at the right time there. Tucking that one in. First shot of the game. Doesn't matter because that was clinical.
Yeah, that was a great pass from Azazel there, finding that angle. Almost pinched it past, I think it was Distan, who just wasn't expecting the ball to go behind him at all. So yeah, Lincoln, first shot, first goal, and that's oh, never mind. Private not able to follow up his touch there. So unfortunate. That could have been a third and a restored 2-goal cushion for Sussex. Again, another attempt to restore that 2-goal cushion. This one is going to sneak its way all the way in, and Oscillate is going to get his second of this game and put Lincoln back at tie game.
Really great shot from Oscillate there. That shot had to be perfect in that bottom left. Distan unable to reach it, and Oscillate has pretty much single-handedly, based off his positioning and finishing. You know, you could say Azazel with 2 very important assists as well, but he has brought Lincoln back into this game. Sussex's mojo is all but gone, and you look back at that, you know, shot that Private had. I say that Chinny, unable to get that ball past Davis. You think back to the shot that Private had where the ball hit him more than he hit the ball. And if he could have just converted that, they would have had their 2-goal lead once again. But approaching halftime, it's just a reset here.
Yeah, well, that one's going to be missed by Oscillate, and Azazel able to send it forwards, thankfully. Dave G going to wait this one out, and 50s with Distan. It's going to pop out to Private, who is able to keep it in the box. Chinny up, looking for a shot. Sends it over to the side, and Azazel there trying to get a flick into the middle. Oscillate, that link-up play between Azazel and Oscillate is proving so clinical right now. Sussex is slowly becoming wise to it, and we're able to cut it out there. But when you've got 2 players that are really linking up like that in all parts of the field, it can be quite scary for the opposing team to deal with.
Yeah, as Dave G beginning to ask the questions again, Sussex slowly being forced back onto their defense as Oscillate nearly finding his hat-trick with a double touch there, but denied by Distan, who beats out Azazel as well. Dave G with a loose touch means that I'm Private able to close that one down. Oscillate has to make another awkward touch. Chinny is up, but just misses contact. Azazel was able to beat that one out as Distan forces to save out from Dave G. The touch from Chinny going to keep up the pressure. Can Private win the race to the ball? He can, but Azazel making the all-important block. Distan is up into the corner. The rebound there, challenged by Chinny. The shot, he beats out 2 defenders, but the shot was just off the mark, and a huge block comes through from Azazel to deny Distan the go-ahead goal there. We stay at game... we stay at game 2. I'm going to say it. Chinny, oh no, he had so much time to pick his spot, but ended up just too much focusing on it and missing contact with the ball entirely. Somehow, as I was trying to say earlier, we are still at 2-2.
Yeah, and it is a real deadlock right now. Both teams just unwilling to concede despite the pressure being thrown at them. Oscillate, that's a mistouch. Private couldn't wrap himself around the shot well enough with that air roll to get it on target. Distan now trying to launch an offensive, and Chinny over the top of it. Private trying to get the shot off at Oscillate. into the midfield. It's going to be as far as Distan, who might be able to pop this one up and take control of it, looking for an air dribble, but met very quickly by one of the Lincoln players there. It's just all in the midfield right now. That is an open net, and Dave G has missed it. Distan picking his spot is off the crossbar and in from Distan.
An absolute slammer from the stand. I mean, just look at that crossbar down. I mean, Azazel was just like, please be over the button. Never mind. It's just straight in off of it. 3-2. Sussex with the lead again and 19 seconds left for poor Lincoln to pull themselves back into this game too.
Yeah, poor Azazel there, who was kind of like that Ralph Wiggum chuckling, I'm in danger, as Distan lined up the shot and put it top shelf, as you would expect him to do. Lincoln now need to score a 0-second goal, and they need to carry it the entire length of the pitch. It is still up with Azazel in control, trying not to drop this one. Dave G now, but Distan is going to drop that one in front of the goal. If it wasn't 0 seconds, that would have been another one for Sussex, but they are going to take this game. We are now 1-1 series score.
Indeed, effectively a best of 3 now. One of these teams gonna be going home. As Azazel asking for a 2-minute break. I'm happy to play some elevator music. I'm happy to take a chill and have some drink. Apparently, Oscillate might be having issues, which is, surprising given the fact that he really, kept Lincoln in that game with his 2 clutch goals. I mean, Dave pulling up all the saves, Azazel coming through with the assists as well, but it just wasn't quite enough there. Sussex were able to clutch it up when it mattered and see out that game too.
Yeah, some clear distinguished roles there on the Lincoln side, as you say. Azazel with both assists, Oscillate with both goals, and Dave G with 3 saves to his name. But, for the best teams, you kind of need to be able to do everything. So Lincoln really just need to kind of play as more of a 3-man army as opposed to, 3 one-man armies.
That's true. It was 11 shots to 3, by the way, in favour of Sussex. I mean, at least Lincoln was clinical. 2 goals from 3 is pretty damn good, but just a real lack of pressure as Sussex were able to consistently meet them at the midfield. And do you remember any point of that game too where it really felt Sussex were under any kind of sustained pressure? Because my memory certainly can't seem to find the part.
No, sustained pressure doesn't spring to mind. There were obviously moments of brilliance where there was just a very quick 1-2 passing play that took place. But yeah, in terms of sustained pressure, we didn't really see a whole lot of that coming out from Lincoln.
Yeah, I mean, we do see a bit of a light show going on here. Oscillate coming into the game, hopefully to play out from this game 3 as there was certainly 10 people in the lobby as I'm not sure quite what's going down myself. The lobby appears to be starting as with only Azazel there on the Lincoln team. I'd like to see him fight all 3 of the players as the kickoff's apparently been taken. I mean, it's a very strange situation we're in right now as I believe we'll have to remake the lobby as before.
The breezy flick from Private. Oh, look at that. The technique on this man. Pops the ball up beautifully, flips round and lands on top of the ball, getting his flip reset and then pinching it into the net.
Wow.
Glorious there.
If only it counted. Unfortunately, Sussex going to have to do it all again, as you say. But they will have the momentum heading into this game 3. And I'd say certainly a momentum-like team when you want to sort of, you want that. The team certainly wants that sort of buzz around them. It's easy to say that, Distan's doing all this heavy lifting, etc. And obviously, out of context, he's the strongest player on that team. But does that mean that he just outright carries the team? No, the others completely have to do their job as well. And you feel like when that momentum's flowing, it really does help with regards to that. I mean, Chinny and I in Private, both perfectly capable players in their own right as well. But when the chips are down, it's not them who can make the difference, right? So they need the chips to be up. And I've never heard that phrase said before, but I think it applies here. If they're going to make this run through not just Lincoln, but also Newcastle and Durham, who, certainly compared to earlier this week, they look pretty good.
Yeah. Well, we definitely have a series on our hands. That's for sure. Like, it hasn't gone one way or the other. It's kind of gone both. Honestly, after that first game, I didn't really expect Sussex to get back in this
I called it.
It's so soon, yeah, if at all, really. You did call it. Fair enough. I concede that, but
I called it. I literally called it. I felt like Sussex had their chances in that game 1, and I'm kind of backing them. I worry him right now. For the side of Lincoln, I do worry for them. I feel like certainly if Oslate continues having issues as well, you do worry for them, as they may have won that game 1 and had their chances. Well, not many of them in game 2, but Sussex was certainly the better team over the past 5 minutes. So it's like, yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. I just really want us to get into game 3 mainly. That's personally what I as a spectator sport, would like to see.
yeah, that would be nice to have something to commentate over. That is my job currently. But it does seem that everyone is coming back, so we will have tonight's entertainment resuming very shortly in the form of game 3 between Sussex and Lincoln. I don't know, who do you think will take this one?
I'm sticking to it. I actually think Sussex have the momentum. I mean, in terms of a team who I would have predicted before this series, I think Lincoln are the better team. I think across the board they've got the better players, and I think as a sum they do add up to the better team. Not by a big margin, but based on what I've seen so far in this series and based off that most recent game, I think the ball is definitely in Lincoln's side of the court. They need to step it up.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. To be honest, Sussex have a slight edge. Slight. It's enough. Like they definitely won that last game confidently. Like the shooting coming out from Sussex was a lot better than what we saw in the first game. So just the amount of shots and their ability to be that bit more clinical than they were previously is really working for them. And also a lack of own goals as well probably helped matters.
That's true.
But yeah, this game, I think they're going to try and just keep that confidence going and just try and swamp Lincoln on defense a bit more, because Lincoln play offensively very well, but they do kind of grind to a halt on defense in some instances.
Oh
like
my goodness. Yeah, as we were saying it, the defensive mistake comes out and Distan in the right place at the right time, just watching Osai miss that backboard read. Not an easy one, but certainly panicked under the pressure. It's an open net. I mean, Mio, you would have stored that comfortably as well. I mean, he just tugs that one in. Another early lead for Sussex here, but this time in game 3 is, Dave G isn't able to find a quick response off that kickoff.
Yeah, was very well met there by I'm Private, rushing off that goal line Manuel Neuer style to block out the shot early doors, and it is going to be Sussex retaining their lead for the time being as they look to get some pressure going. Chinny actually going to fake out Azazel with that pre-flip. It is now Azazel in the Sussex half, but he's going to be left up there all by himself as his teammates are forced to defend, as Private came barreling down that left-hand side trying to open something up for his teammates. It's going to be Distan now doing exactly the same thing and getting a demolition for his troubles as well. Oscillate now looking to try and clear this ball. It's up high off the ceiling. He can't follow it, no boost. Distan trying to take control, but that's a bit of a mistouch. He might be able to force it back into the centre here, but Dave G away to the side. Sussex don't quite look as clinical, but they're definitely still trying to create that little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying, though, not only is the ball in, Lincoln's side of the court in the series, but even in this game, Sussex can keep playing around the Lincoln end right now, but as long as they keep possession of the ball, like Chinny, whether that's intentional or not, what a back pass that was to Private, even though Private ended up dying off of it. The double commit on the save from Lincoln, and you just think every time that comes out, the nerves could be building, but breaking away. A cheap goal conceded from Sussex, and an all-important touch from Azazel to make that happen. Maybe they got overconfident there after such a long period of sustained pressure, but effectively a full-pitch P-roller there. But most importantly from Azazel, it was on target and able to punish the lack of quick rotation from Sussex. And suddenly it's back at 1-1.
Yeah, well, it was definitely the right idea from Chinny there, trying to send that off the corner, because in some instances, that defender will go for that ball and it'll end up going off the corner and dropping for a teammate. But in that instance, I think Azazel was just a bit wise to it and just waited until it had bounced off that corner and the other Lincoln player had committed. And then at that point, he could see that net was wide open and Distan wasn't getting back. So well read there from Azazel, just kind of looking at what Sussex were doing and able to snuff it out early on. Oscillate with a great shot, but Chinny with a save off his own backboard there. Azazel into the center. Distan actually going to take control of this one. That's a great play to be able to bait out one. He's got no boost, and Oscillate, wise to it, is able to get there and make that 50-50.
Private making a touch in the midfield, but Azazel was first to the second ball. Chinny buys time, but the shot from Oscillate just missing that top corner. Cleared deep and away by Private, meaning Azazel has to clear it likewise from the Lincoln corner as Chinny, he puts that high into his own corner. Azazel, though, not able to follow up with too much. Denied by Distan. Private missing his touch. Distan comes across, makes that touch away to the side. Oscillate will make the block that's needed, though, as all nearly bumping each other there. Where the Lincoln defense there. Certainly a bit of nerves coming up as the next goal potentially deciding this game, and certainly who takes the initiative not just in the game but in the series.
Yeah, into what you might refer to as silver goal territory now. If one team scores here, it's going to make it very hard for a comeback, as Oscillate is going to be denied there. Dave G with a bit of a wild touch off the aerial, and Private was trying to flick that over the top, and Distan is going to be met by Azazel as he tried to bail out his teammate. A demolition on the side of Lincoln is going to open things up. Maybe Distan over to Private. That was a great little coordination there to make sure that ball was tucked away into safety, and it is now a bit more open. Chinny able to take control and put it over to Distan there very quickly, reading the touch off his teammate. Private trying to send it over to the left side, but demoed now. 30 seconds left. It's all to play for. I really can't call which way this game is going to go.
Oh, it's so tense. You feel like a potential defensive mistake could come out of either end as Distan up from his own half, but been denied by Dave G. Chinny likewise up to the backboard, but the Lincoln defense has held strong, exactly even in shots. But could this be the one that matters? No! Azazel with a huge save, denying Distan his second touch to put that one away, and game 3 could be going to overtime because of that. It's cleared around the backboard, but Dave, he touches it back out. Distan putting it back in the mixer, but no one there to push that one over the line. 1-1 in games, 1-1 in this score of this game. We head to game 3 overtime, and it's so tense. This could go on for so long, or it could be over in seconds depending on if a mistake comes through.
Yeah, we could potentially even see another own goal here, and now that I've said that, that is exactly what's going to happen, because that's just how casting works, unfortunately. But yeah, a very tense overtime. Our first overtime of this series. Dave G going to be forced into a save there, and Private might opt to pass this back to Distan, but it's going to be Dave G doing it for him. Oscillate into the middle now. It's going to be over Chinny. Dave G missing the touch. Oscillate going to try and send this into the middle. It's on target. Chinny there to meet it at the near post. Dave G taking his time. It's under Distan. Oh, and it was almost over Private. That was such composure there from Dave G, and that could have been it for Sussex.
So close, and Lincoln may end up looking back at that chance as what a chance it was, and of course well played by Dave, but at the end of the day the end product was just not up to scratch as we stay over a minute into this overtime. But they are asking the questions, Lincoln are, as Distan just about able to put up an answer there with the block on defense. Tries to get it under Dave, and he does. Can Azazel make the save? He can. Thank goodness for his sake that he got that corner boost and was able to get back in time, as I worry that he couldn't if he didn't. As Distan, his shot goes wide. Oscillate able to run this ball out of defense. Not too much boost though. Gets dunked out by Chinny. Distan turns, puts it high into the box, but Azazel again making the block. He has made so many clutch saves this game. As I say that, Dave actually has 4 to his name. Dave shooting it towards the net, but Distan makes the touch onto the backboard. Who will get the second touch? It will be Chinny away down that right hand side. Dave, he has to catch this ball and does so well. Flicks it away to the ball. Distan can't generate any power on it, but he does block Dave out. Azazel getting blocked out as well by Distan. Can he make the block on the third? No, he cannot. Private forcing it through 2 players, but Dave, he puts it out into the midfield, but the miss from Oscillate, thankfully for his sake, faking out Chinny there as both players missing contact with that ball, potentially trying to break a block as the save is forced out by Azazel again, following a good shot from Private. Distan, he's up, he shoots, but Dave back in position in net, well over 2 minutes into overtime here, still no breakthrough for either side.
Yeah, and there have been a few mistakes on either side, but it just seems like teammates are reading each other and are able to look when a mistake is happening and are able to bail each other out. Distan is going to spill this one over to the side, and it's a race to the ball between Dave and Chinny. Going to be a 50-50 that doesn't really go anywhere. This one is into the middle now and has shooting potential. Dave G is going to go past that one. I think he was expecting a touch from one of the Sussex players, and it just didn't come to fruition. Azazel trying to fake out Distan, but Distan holding firm on that defensive line. Private going to take this one off the wall. Might look to follow up his touch here, but Dave G up to meet it. Chinny getting beaten out by Azazel. Private has a lot to do. Good control there and a good 50 to force it past Dave G. Distan now in control once more, looking for a flick, but he's going to take it round one. Can't. He actually does take it round two, looking to drop it into the center. Dave G there once again. Time and time again, we have seen Dave G just managing to buy his team some time on the defense.
Oh my goodness, the Lincoln defenders making that block despite bumping into each other, but it was a triple commit. They are clearly panicked on the defense here. Can they make this second touch? They can. Better communication this time means Dave can see that away to the side, and Oscillate likewise clearing well from the back ball, but Sussex are in position here. The block from Distan, but Oscillate comes through with the clear, but how far can it get? Chinny denying it at the midline and followed up by I'm Private Mean. The heater is back on and underneath this Sussex team. They are lit up right now as can he meet this at the halfway line? Distan can, it's high towards the net. Will there be a response from the Lincoln defense there? Will. Azazel once again steps in and a nice flick from Dave G gets it back to the halfway line. Lincoln still holding on here 4 minutes into this overtime. Oscillate Clang is well off the mark unfortunately for him. Distan clearing it from the back line, but the 50 comes out towards the left hand wall. Can Chinny win the race to this? He can. Oscillate missing contact. Distan with the shot. The pass down means that Sussex, they connect. They put away this overtime. The pass from Chinny. The finish from Distan. Lincoln couldn't react in time, and Sussex, they take game 3.
Yeah, the finest of margins there. Distan had to thread the needle through those two defenders. Perfect placement from him. And Sussex, after the absolute slugfest of an overtime, have managed to take another game in this series, and they are now 2-1 up against Lincoln.
Crikey, what an overtime it was indeed. Such good defense at times from Lincoln, but they just didn't take away the few chances that, or didn't put away the few chances that they generated. And that's 2 games on the trot now for Sussex. As we say, definitely a team that benefits from that momentum. Lincoln, they're on their last life at this point. I don't doubt that they have the capability to turn this one around and win it in a game 5, but this game 4 is going to be so tough. They really need the first goal in this one.
Yeah, and to do that, they really need to up, how clinical they're being. I think they were somewhere in the region of about 10 shots in that previous game, and they only 14. Had 1 goal to show for it. How many was it?
I think it was 14. I think
14.
It was 5.
Yeah, and they had one goal from that. So, they're definitely creating chances, but it is just that final shot that needs to get past the defense and crucially go in.
Distan mark. I'm Private putting a great service into the middle. Both the Lincoln defenders missing their touches, but Distan did not punish them as now Dave with the fake. Can he get it past Chinny as well? He can, but no more boost meant he couldn't put it away as Oscillate puts it into that corner to no avail. Private able to clear it deep into the Lincoln end, but Dave sending it into another continent here. But Chinny, he is able to clear that one in the midfield. Azazel towards the backboard. The miss comes through the Distan, but likewise Oscillate misses contact as well. Dave, his 50 up into the ceiling. Oh my goodness, I was worried about another own goal then. Oscillate looks to deny Chinny, but the 50 goes Sussex's way. Distan taking too much time, and Azazel does not give him that. Following up with a second touch, but he's got no backup from his teammates who are both in their own half. Oscillate picking up there on the left-hand side, getting the wave dash. Can he get this block? He can, as Dave G is admiring the Lincoln back wall there. He is just absolutely loving the look of it. He is just staring at it as Distan puts it in at the near post. I don't know quite what's happened there. I'm very confused. We got to rip Dave in the chat there. I am confused. He's lost connection. We'll wait on further word as what happens there here in this game 4 of the lower quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, it seems like both teams are continuing at the moment, as Azazel was almost able to put one onto net there. Currently 2v3. Oscillate is going to send this one up and high, able to follow up his own touch and get it almost over the top of Chinny. Distan trying to take control of this one in the corner. It seems like the players have stopped playing now, and it does look like we are going to wait until Dave G is back in the lobby to resume normal procedures.
Yeah, good vibes from the Sussex. I believe they had the choice to play on if, they wanted to, but they're waiting to see word from the Lincoln guys as if they are able to reset and bring Dave back from the dead.
Oscillate.
Oscillate has... We're just not... I mean, I don't know if you guys are seeing what we're seeing, but Oscillate may have accidentally owned gold. I'm sure that one probably won't count, should be reset, but a little bit confusing as hopefully Dave's, his connection will hopefully come back from the dead, as if not, that is going to be a bit of a problem there for Lincoln as we
Sub me in, boys. I go to Sussex now. Or, no, Lincoln.
Yeah, we'll be remaking should that scenario arise, and we'll just have a little chat until that point, as maybe that could work out for Lincoln. Maybe they, of course, it's not ideal that they're going to be 1-0 down in that game, and crucially, we wanted them to be able to get the first goal in that match point game 4. Sussex clearly rolling with that momentum. Maybe the pause will help them reverse that, but still a really rough spot to have to be playing back from.
Yeah, and I think if we see the goal given in a similar way to before, that there'll be a goal down right from the offset, which obviously isn't really ideal. At least they have potentially a bit more time to come back from that 1-goal deficit than they would have had in the previous game. But yeah, we'll have to see about that. And obviously, it's a bit of a worry for Dave G if you're playing with dodgy internet. Is it going to go? Am I going to be able to hit this ball, or am I going to absolutely just time warp through it? And it's going to end up in the back of my net. And you don't really know when you have unstable internet like that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of which Lincoln shows up. Should they show up with 3 players here to continue this game for us? Like I say, coming into this matchup, I did believe they were the stronger team, but when the margins are this close, it only matters which teams show up on the day. And Sussex have come to play here in this lower quarterfinal, looking to make a fantastic run. Could they go all the way if they win this series? I think that's certainly another step to talk about, separately. But if they can roll off this momentum, while they haven't looked perfect, I mean, how far could they really go? It would be against Newcastle and then Durham.
Yeah, and I mean, Newcastle only lost 3-2 to help me out here, Steve. They lost 3-2 to Durham.
Are you saying Sussex lost 3-2?
No, Newcastle.
Oh, well, Newcastle beat Sussex in Game 5. Then, yeah, they did lose Game 5 to Durham. You're right.
Yeah. So you're saying Newcastle have already beaten Sussex in this bracket?
Yes, they have.
That's kind of a bit of a point against them, you might say.
Yeah, you could say that, but Newcastle have been sort of waiting around. They say
This is true.
Cold feet, as it feels like a long time ago that we confirmed their 3-0 sweep over Falmouth Phoenix. As Sussex, I mean, they were winning their way through the upper bracket as well, but you'd say they definitely would have the momentum heading into that matchup. As we will, head back into this game 4. I
thought Disdown was going to miss that then.
Sussex will take their 1-goal lead again with an absolute screamer, says Dave. As yeah, he does tuck that one in, and I assume we will play from the 4:57 on the clock. Lincoln, they have to play back from the dead here. A goal down in this game and a game down in the series. They have it all to play for, but can they really turn the tide on Sussex here?
Maybe with a shot like that from Chinny. Oh my goodness. Way up high was Chinny there, but a beautiful read and an even more beautiful shot, spiking that one down. Azazel had absolutely no choice but to fire that off his own crossbar. And, well, they've been given one, but they've doubled it very quickly.
It's a very good investment, and they have held it all the way to the moon as Azazel winning that one up at the halfway line, but gets beaten out by Distan. Lincoln, I mean, they may have over 4.5 minutes right now, but it's still a 2-goal turnaround, and that we haven't seen the likes of being possible since the random game 1 that we have, and that feels like a long time ago. Dave shot just off the mark as Azazel turns, likewise Oscillate, but denied by the Sussex defense. Both of them were, as Dave a pop nicely towards the net, but all 3 players back on the side of Sussex. They can double commit for this one. Bumping Distan into that one was private. I don't know quite what they've done, but it certainly seems to have worked out. And Lincoln, they have to build from the back again. And can they win the race to this ball? No. Private, too fast in the midfield there. Azazel from the backboard, but the clear is weak. Sussex, they just pick up the ball again.
Yeah, well, as it stands, Sussex are 4 minutes away from winning the series, but 4 minutes is quite a long time. And we have seen both teams make mistakes. Lincoln are prone to them, Sussex as well. So I wouldn't put it past Lincoln to maybe get one here, but to get two and then a third just even stay in the series.
Depends when they get the first one.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
How about
speaking
now?
of which, oh, Chini with a huge block though. Both Private and Distan block. Dave with another fake. He keeps pulling them out, and they're so impressive, but he never seems to be able to find it all the way through. Potentially an infield here to Azazel, but the touch, it just goes begging high and wide and in completely the wrong direction, as they always say there, as Chini is 50, bouncing back towards the middle. Dave, oh, Azazel just missing the touch on that doink there. Just over 3 minutes on the clock here. Sussex still looking strong, but Lincoln have generated a couple chances. They just need to actually put them away when they do. Dave looking for another fake, looks for the bump this time. Can the spill go to Azazel? It does, but Distan makes the block. Dave infield again, this time to oscillate. Lincoln just can't seem to force it through the Sussex defense right now.
No, Dave is doing everything he can, and the amount of fakes I've seen work but not result in goals, I have lost count.
Azazel with the last-ditch touch there. It could have been lights out if a third went in for Sussex then, but approaching half-time, Lincoln are still in this, but they just need one soon. Dave's touch only as far as Distan. He punts it high, follows it up towards the backboard, double commit again, but Azazel's touch is good. He goes over to I'm Private. It's high in the midfield. Chini with the touch. Oh, just coming off the Lincoln post there. Oscillate trying to build from the back, but cut out by I'm Private instantly. Sussex challenging at the midline, but Dave with another great control and fake. The 50 is okay, but can he follow it up? Azazel can. Does he have much boost though? He's behind the ball and just forces the 50. Private able to carry on without him as Oscillate putting it high into the midfield. Dave is up with boost, but it's so hard to get it past the players here. Tries to force a pinch with Azazel, but it's just desperation at this point. They're trying for these unbelievable plays that they just can't quite pull off because Sussex's defense is just a massive wall right now.
Yeah, Lincoln are trying to attack very directly. And Sussex are just there to meet them every time. In that instance, Private is going to send it all the way through, and now 3-0 for Sussex. It is looking increasingly unlikely that Lincoln are able to get back into this game and back into this series.
Dave G, maybe one fake too many, not going for that ball at the halfway line, instantly punished by I'm Private. Clearly had gotten used to getting faked. He's just like, no, I'm just going to go for this ball, as Lincoln have a miracle to pull off here, and Azazel's going to whiff contact from the wall, unfortunately for him, but can he put this one away from the wall? Maybe he just made his angle harder than it needed to be there, but maybe oh no, Lincoln, the ball just won't go in for them. Dave's shot, it's just wide. Azazel controls, can he get it past two? He can, although he's demoed for his efforts, so Distan clearing from the back. Dave onto the backboard is the answer there from Sussex. Oscillate with the shot, he tucks it in. 1 minute 11 on the clock. Lincoln, they are still in this.
Yeah, they absolutely needed that, and to be fair, they were pummeling that backboard. Oscillate finally makes a great pre-jump off that pass and is able to sink one in. It is 1-3 now, and Lincoln, they need 2 to even force overtime and stay alive. Then, you know, we've had 1 overtime in this series, and Sussex won that after almost 4 minutes. I don't know, it just seems like the mountain is too big to climb for Lincoln right now.
I'm Private looking for the double, doesn't get the second touch, but oh my goodness, a save from Oscillate on distance shot, and another save from Dave. This time as, oh my goodness, poor Chini with an absolute slammer denied there, but will it be enough? They've kept themselves in the game, but can they actually bring themselves properly back even in it? As we're approaching 30 seconds left on the clock, it looks like there's such little boost, and oh my goodness, Oscillate and Dave have just clanged each other into the sky. Sussex trying to play it out from the back. I'm Private with the touch into midfield. Oscillate has to pick it up here, tries to infield. Oh, that free flip was good from Dave, but it wasn't quite good enough. Denied by a block from Chini. Distan getting bumped, so Dave makes the touch into the corner, but Chini just puts it underneath Dave, gets it past him. Azazel, they're running out of time. They're trying to put it, but the ball's all the way at the back of the field. It was just too much for them to come back from. Or was it, as they play the ball down the line, but time is just bleeding off the clock. It's too late for Lincoln. A fantastic effort, but at the end of the day, Sussex were just that bit too good.
Wow. Yeah, I thought after that first game that, I said, let me watch a little bit and I'll see what I think. And after that, I thought Lincoln had it in the bag, but Sussex really came through, and not quite a reverse sweep, but 3 games on the bounce there after Lincoln took the first was quite impressive from them.
Yeah, I mean, what a series from Sussex. You got to feel for Lincoln. They had so much offense. They did such a good job generating chances, but the defense, the coordination, and really just overall teamwork from Sussex there kept them in that game. And when they got onto offense, they just, both teams were so hungry for it. But yeah, as we were saying, Sussex were just much more clinical. And that was the difference at the end of the day. 3-1 will be the score. On to the semi-finals march Sussex. Easily could have been a Game 5. Commiserations to Lincolns. They'll be watching Society Showdown from home. But now there were only 3 teams left. As Sussex, they join Newcastle and Durham. And the next series will be that one. It'll be Newcastle against Sussex. A rematch from the upper bracket. Can Newcastle win it again? We'll find out after the quickest of breaks. Did anyone use a stopwatch? Because like we were saying, the fastest of breaks. And how many times have you actually seen that message and seen, we'll be right back? And we actually were, as we have the teams in the lobby completely rapid. I'll let them know they can crack at it, as like we were saying, in the upper bracket, Newcastle took this in Game 5. You have to think Sussex are going to want revenge.
Yeah, well, Sussex have literally just finished playing, took a very slight breather, and now they're straight into their next match against Newcastle. Whether that will help them or work against them will remain to be seen. Newcastle have been waiting quite a little bit after their 3-0 sweep of Falmouth Phoenix, but that 3-0 sweep could really give them some momentum if they're still kind of feeling warm from that series previously.
Daxru in an awkward spot here, but makes the touch, though Private makes a more important one. Pays with his life to get that ball past the Newcastle players, as Distan denied there on the offense there. There's been a couple chances at both ends, but no breakthrough yet. It's dangerous towards the net, but a save comes out from Distan as Scorpio shooting it towards the net will have no luck. Denied by this famous Sussex defense right now, as of the last series or so, but we'll see just how well it fares up against the Newcastle offense this time. As speaking of which, probably the answer to that is not very well.
No, it doesn't seem like it has fared very well initially. Scorpio shooting from his own box, and it's just going to be all the way in. Distan caught there, actually going for boost on that left-hand side, and the net was just wide open for the ball to roll through. So Sussex not starting out in the way that they would have wanted, but we saw them warm up into the previous series, and I'm sure that they'll do the same in this instance.
That we did, as it will, but of course, be the 1-goal lead in favour of Newcastle. And remember, they took this series in the upper bracket, but they have that doubt. The fact that they have been so good at losing finals as, oh my goodness, a dangerous shot there. Drop down. Can Distan find the finish? No power on the shot from him. Scorpio denying it on the goal line reasonably comfortably, in fact, as Newcastle, they hold on to their lead, as Sussex potentially losing their edge here in, clinicality that they showed in the previous series. I say that. Can Distan put this one away at the near post? He can, after getting it past the Newcastle player at the midline, tucks it one away, and Sussex, they bring themselves even here.
Yeah, Distan not able to find the power at the first time of asking, but definitely finding the power at the second time, placing that one just beyond the Newcastle defender. They're not able to get to that, and it is now tie game in game 1.
It is indeed. A demo from Kernsey there. Like, Private had come across to challenge the ball, and Kernsey just didn't even notice him coming. He was just like, bang, I killed him. I guess that's what happened. Oh my goodness, another demo on poor Private. This man just can't catch a break right now. As Kernsey towards the midfield, off the block, as I'm Private, thankfully able to live for a few seconds there and make an important touch down the midfield. It's punted straight back at Sussex, though, from Newcastle. A bit of ping pong here. Can Scorpio win it in the midfield, though? Yes, he can. The shot just off the mark, though. Distan missing the touch. Will the shot come through from Dax? It's onto the backboard. Sets himself up patiently. Tucks it away, but Private with the save. Is it enough? Oh my goodness, Kenzie off the post. Newcastle so close to converting, and so close, but just not far enough. Dax through. Such a great play to set himself up patiently on the backboard there, but the second touch was just not good enough. And now towards the sideboard of Newcastle. Can Sussex ask a question? No, not quite. They're retreating for boost. Scorpio's got space. What can he do with it? Gets it past Private, but gets bumped for his efforts there. Chimney clearing that ball away as a shot comes hopefully towards the net. Distan, he makes the save. Kernsey on the wall, but it's infield towards no one, and Sussex, they're able to clear.
Yeah, it seems like Chinny is being a bit of a menace now in terms of the bump plays. He was just upfield there, and I think there are a few players out of position, so I'm sure Chinny might have had something to do with that. So I think the tactic from Sussex now is just have I'm Private and Distan strong on that defensive side, and then just have Chinny kind of just disrupting and yeah, just aggravating those Newcastle players on the defensive.
Kenzie making this block on the backboard, as we say. Infield absolutely quite heavy from Distan there, but Chinny will make the touch anyway. Dax picking it up patiently on the wall. Unfortunately for him, no boost in the tank. Makes the touch, looking for the corner boost of Sussex, and will get it. Infield from Scorpio off the 50 to Kernsey. 2 players commit, but Kernsey cannot get it past them. Not quite close enough. Dax through, high up into the sky. Gets the second touch onto the backboard. Chinny, he's missing there. Private has to come across. Does make the clear, thankfully, for their sake, on Sussex's end. Newcastle were not following up that touch, as dangerous as it was, as both teams may be playing too safe here, only committing 1 player into the offense. They don't want to make that potential mistake that could lose them the game. Scorpio hitting it deep, as we say, both teams really wanted to keep 2 players on defense, but maybe Newcastle here committing forward. Kenzie looking for the shot, but Distan will deny him. The block out to the side there. Touch from Scorpio, only as far as Distan again. Can he cut it inside and get it past the 2 defenders? No, denied there by Kernsey. I'm Private shooting towards the net, but Scorpio, he makes the save this time. Both defenses having to make their saves, 6 and 7 apiece. Likewise there, Distan, another one for the side of Sussex here, looking to pinch it down the line here. Still 1-1 into the final minute of game 1. Kernsey down the line. Chinny will make the touch, but it's high into the midfield. Scorpio looking to win the race to it, but 2 players committed from Newcastle means they can't follow up. Can Kernsey make the touch? He has to. It's a great touch into the corner. Nice and soft. Gets the double as well. Literally saves Newcastle's bacon with that double there.
Yeah, Sussex looking really good right now. Oh my goodness, Kenzie almost read that one, and it is top shelf from Scorpio. I don't even know how the ball went that fast. It was obviously some sort of pitch from Scorpio and Dax, and some sort of pinch. It was just completely wrong footing Sussex there, and they just could not react fast enough to the speed that ball was traveling.
How do you even react to that in time? It was an absolute supersonic clang banger, like genuinely flew. Like, I could have gone for miles. It would have landed and hit someone literally on another planet, as able to react in time for the bounce when Newcastle, but Sussex were out of luck on that one. It will be a 2-1 lead into the final 10 seconds for Newcastle. Could they have ran away with game one here as Kernsey wins the race to the ball in midfield and gets the dunk to top it off. Chinny hopeful with the touch, but it will be down on the ground. Says no, Daxaru. He just keeps it up. He doesn't care. He wants to play. Kernsey has to make the touch, and he's like, no, Dax, let's put this one on the ground. Let's just win game one. And that's what Newcastle do. They take it here, and Sussex, their sort of momentum, their rolling boulder has just sort of come to a temporary pit stop, and maybe they'll be able to get it going again. But Newcastle off to the start they'd like.
Yeah, Sussex are going to have to try a lot harder than that if they want to try and get past the defense of Newcastle. Like a few times against Lincoln, there were maybe a few half-hearted shots that still went in. In this instance, those shots are just being saved like they're nothing, basically. And, you know, you've seen Distan very good at picking his spots, very good at generating power onto that ball while remaining accurate as well. But we just kind of need to see that from Sussex in general. Otherwise, I think Newcastle will just have the slight edge on the offensive.
Yeah, as we see, curious to see who will come out firing in game two, as I feel like Sussex need a bit of a statement goal here, or else Newcastle could potentially run away with it, as Sussex, as we say, on the offense, but I'm Private. Oh my goodness, it's a disaster. Private was unable to make contact, and then Distan and Chinny unable to communicate in time, and the shot goes begging. Newcastle spared for a second there, but Sussex still on the offense. Chinny trying to force it into the corner. Hopefully Distan with the fake gets it past Scorpio. Can he tuck it in? He can. Cool, calm and composed with Distan. A hugely important lead here early on in game two for Sussex.
Yeah, that composure from Distan is something that we see from him time and time again. Knew that he was gonna, that the defender that was going to be challenging him was going to have an element of panic in the way that he was challenging. So just takes that ball so coolly, waits the defender out off the back wall and then straight into the net. Distan going to put his team one in front. It could be two here if Private can pick his spot, but Dax off the inside of the net is going to make a great save, and it's all the way down the other end. The transition play from Scorpio is going to level things up for Newcastle.
Sussex cannot catch a break. Chinny unable to stretch and react in time, and they are punished for their offense. And Scorpio, clinical, knew that he just had to win to the race to the ball. And I mean, I'm not sure why he didn't get credit for a shot there. So Newcastle currently standing with infinite conversion percentage, and that's not too bad. Doubt it'll keep up though, as it will be 1-1 here after the first minute of game two, as Sussex really don't want to go down in this one, or else it could lead to a reverse sweep position that they have to pull off, as Daxaru gets demoed, and a big demo it was from Distan, who has to force a 50 there with Scorpio. I'm Private out back through the corner. Dax getting demoed again. As Chinny, a nice cut there, means that Kernsey has to hit that ball back towards his own end. Can he control it? Yes, but it only makes him control it underneath Daxaru, who comes back, makes the touch. Scorpio, he's dead now. Bit messy on the side of Newcastle, but Sussex not able to punish here, as Chinny hopeful towards the back ball, but Dax is waiting patiently there. His touch, though, not the best, as Kernsey's going to have to clean it up. The flick comes high, out into the midfield. Can Dax make the touch from underneath it? He can, but it's down into the curb, up high, and buying lots of time there for Sussex. Should be okay for a little while on the defense here.
Yeah, I haven't really been sure what's going on the past minute. Dax was just pelting it into his own net. That was finally a decent passage of play that resulted in a shot on the side of Newcastle, but it was blocked out by Sussex pretty convincingly, although that one is a pass straight to Scorpio from Private. It's off the backboard. Kernsey is going to just bounce that one under one and over another, and now we are looking at another lead for Newcastle.
Yeah, a costly miss from Distan there. Waited too long to make that block, and no respect given from Kernsey. Tucks it underneath him, bounces it over Chinny, and Newcastle have the lead again here. Huge for the momentum of the series if they could take this game too, but I'm Private wanted to say something about that before he was denied on his air dribble by Scorpio at the back of the net, who has done some fantastic saves and put in work all across the field so far this series. Well played to him. On his switch, as I say that, he gets completely beaten out by Distan, who beats out Daxaru as well. The touch from Kernsey is high into the midfield. Can Chinny take advantage of it? No, not quite. gets around it, but not quite enough. So Scorpio, he picks it up, 50s it past 2. He's looking for pads though, as Daxtery will look to take the offense. He doesn't quite reach the block though. Distan gets it past him. Can he control it? Looks to take another touch later on, flicks it up to the wall, but won't be able to get it past the Newcastle defense then. Daxtery trying to rotate back in time as Private puts it across, hopeful towards Distan, but it's high, it's floating, and Kernty makes the touch. I don't think it's on target. No, it was actually quite a nice control touch towards the back corner there. Smart defense there from Kernty on the side of Newcastle as he puts it deep into the Sussex end now.
Yeah, well, it is Newcastle that do seem to have the control right now, but we have seen what Sussex are capable of. They can just turn up the heat instantly and fire a shot onto net. Although Kenzie with a great fake. Chini has had his axles absolutely snapped in half and thrown in the scrap heap there. Kenzie has just sent him for 6.
That is unfortunate for Chini there, and I'm sure we'll see that goal a few times. Beautiful play from Kernzy. Certainly could be the difference maker here in game 2. Could even be the difference for the series as a whole, depending on how it goes from here. Dax bailing him out there on the defensive side. Distan putting it round the wall, and another big touch from Kernzy there to deny Private. I mean, that's just such a goal that they desperately need to come back within one as Distan makes the touch around the corner, but it's all but hopeful. Easy block from Kernzy. They're sort of hoping from a mistake from Newcastle and a double commit there, but it just doesn't seem to be coming. Distan has to make the touch again at the midfield, and just too slow. I believe it was Private, but Chini, he will make the touch now around the back wall. He's allowed to follow this one up, but he's got no more boost. Rushes the touch and doesn't quite get the contact there. Distan towards the corner, looks for the double. He finds it, but not quite on target. A fantastic attempt from him, but not quite good enough. So Scorpio makes the touch there off that defense. I'm Private high, looking for the bump, doesn't quite find it though. Distan was up as well, but Kernzy beats out both of them and Chini to top it off there. All 3 players taken out by the man who did that disgraceful fake there. And he is starting to step it up here in this game to the infield. It's hopeful again, but Chini should be able to make that touch combined with Distan getting that ball downfield. But time, it's running out for Sussex here, isn't it?
Yeah, and Sussex, I hate to say it, but they do not look in reverse sweeping form right now. They might be able to get a game back, like they potentially look good enough to do that, but Newcastle just look to be more solid in about as every aspect as I can think of right now.
Yeah, Scorpio playing fantastic this game. I mean, all of the Newcastle guys, really, there's not much more Sussex could do other than the fact that if they're going to win this series, they have really got to step it up because Newcastle, they look solid. You can see how they won it in the upper bracket. And let's be real here, this isn't a winner's final or a loser's final just there. So Newcastle, they're a really strong team. It's only when they get into, that winners or losers final that do they seem to encounter some problems, shall we say.
Yeah, well, interestingly, that game, and going off what I said at the start, that Sussex needed to be more clinical. Both teams there had 4 shots. Newcastle converted 3 of them. Sussex only managed to convert 1. So I think that really is the difference maker right now. Sussex are creating these opportunities, but they're just not able to convert them at the time of asking. So I don't know. If they can start to convert, then we really have a series on our hands. But if it continues that Newcastle are able to just kind of parry away their shots like they're nothing, then I think Newcastle are going to be able to take it.
Yeah, it just feels to me like Sussex are waiting and begging for a bit of a howler of a mistake from Newcastle that just, it just isn't coming. Whereas Newcastle are able to get them out plays like that disgraceful fake. They're able to force the mistakes out of Sussex that they don't seem to be able to force the other way. And unless that can change, I can't see this game 3 going any different. Slight tactical break there, maybe from Sussex, trying to rally the troops again. Curious to see if they go about this game any differently because they need to do something different, literally anything, or else they're just going to be exiting the tournament and they will also be watching Society Showdown from home.
Yeah, well, Chini is going to start things off with a save there. That was a shot on target straight off the kickoff from Newcastle, but nothing doing really. Chini able to meet it very confidently, and we start off on offense here are Sussex, but Kanzi looking to put a stop to that. Private still in the corner trying to send one into the middle. It's over. Dax might be able to drop it down here to Chini, who is up very quickly. Distan shot blocked by Kanzi. I'm Private looking to follow it up, and Distan not able to make the touch as well. Sussex have started so well, but again, that conversion is not coming through for them.
And nearly an incredible pre-jump passing play, and then somehow on the second try, Distan was unable to make contact. Don't know if he was struggling for boost or just whiffed slightly, but it could have been very, very costly as Newcastle, they get away with that first minute of gameplay and they look to build their own offense now. With a bump on Distan, they're able to challenge that ball at the midfield, and Dax does a good job of that. Followed up by Scorpion here with a nice wave dash. Can he get the dunk? He can. It's out and it's dangerous, but Distan will make that touch. It's high into the midfield. Private allowed to hit that one. Can Scorpio make the touch here off the backboard? Leaves it for Daxter, and a nice clear from him. Scorpio, he's sitting deep. He's holding that position. They know, and they're comfortable and confident that if they wait long enough, and oh my goodness, if they keep asking the questions, that maybe they get a mistake out of the Sussex defense there. But I'm Private's touch. That was, might have flung at their own backboard, but it came bouncing back just as quick, and a double commit on the Newcastle end. Maybe they're starting to feel the heat now as Dax will be forced to make that 50. I'm Private high towards the backboard. Can Kearnsey make the touch? He can. Looking to work that run around as Scorpio has to rotate. Awkward on the backboard here means that Dax through. He has to make the touch. It looks like it's past Distan. Can Kearnsey make the touch? No. He's denied by I'm Private there. Dax through onto the backboard. Will the whiff come out from Chinny? No, it will not. A huge block, as I was worried for Sussex's sake. With Distan backing up into the net there, we could not make that block on the side of Newcastle as Kearnsey. He's up. Waiting to see the bounce in the corner there, beaten out again by Chinny as Daxaru forcing it towards the midfield, but only as far as I'm Private. It bounces round the corner, but a good clear once again from Scorpio, who seems to be the man who's always in the right place at the right time when Newcastle need him. And if he can keep that up, it's hard to see how Sussex can sort of exploit that. But of course, they did, like you were saying, they did start this game so strong.
Yeah, and it is a much closer game as well. Sussex, all three players look about as consistent as we would hope them to be. Distan obviously just being Distan and playing as we see him play all of the time, but Private and Chinny are really starting to step up and make this team click, and I think that's why we're seeing a much closer game here, and a great shot from Distan. It was just picked out by Scorpio there. Not able to convert there was Distan, but it was a very, very good attempt. Scorpio not able to get clear, misses that boost in the corner actually. It's going to be taken by Chinny, I think. Dax off the corner into the middle. Kearnsey with an awkward touch here. Might be able to follow it up himself, but not if Private has anything to say about it. But that bounce is going to just... Oh, that's right onto the crossbar. Yeah, Chinny now with a shot, but he's going to rush himself there. Distan into the middle for Private, and it is Dax finally clearing away. But so much back and forth right now, and so close to the margins between both of these teams.
Oh, Chinny just a tiny bit too close there. Was only able to catch the underside of the ball, but was in the perfect place to challenge it. He just couldn't make use of the time he was given for that shot, as all three players have been forced back for Newcastle for quite some time. But Scorpio with a big Chad challenge once again. Kearnsey up the other end. He can't get it past Distan. That 50 is going to bounce back to him. High onto the backboard. Can Scorpio make the touch again? Yes, he can, as Distan going to pick this one up in the corner again. No, denied out by Daxaru, who can't get the second block. Distan up from the backboard, following the pass from Private, who wasn't seemingly expecting the pass back to him. Could have been a chance from Sussex, but instead it goes begging as Chinny nearly gets the ball past the defense there. Sussex continuing to hammer on the doors of the Newcastle defense, but they just can't get themselves to be let in. Have they tried the doorbell? I'm not sure, because we're entering in the final minute. It's still 0-0 here.
Yeah, I would say Sussex have definitely had the better chances this game. There have been a few from Newcastle, but oh, that was another one there. I think that was a slight miscommunication from Newcastle, and they almost let it slip through. Distan trying to 50-50 that one, and it goes off to the side. Private with the touch, but Dax is just in net waiting for it. Distan up high, gets demoed, not able to follow his own touch. Private being hounded by Dax, still able to make the touch is Private, and still going is Private. Distan might not have a lot of boost to his name. Kearnsey past one, the bounce. Dax just to finish it, and it is in, despite the demo.
Oh my goodness, like you were saying, despite that demo, it did not matter. Dax gets the touch, pays with his life, but could it be the life that gives Newcastle the win here in this lower semi-final? Sussex with 8 seconds to find a response here. After all this offense they've had this game, could they put together one last chance here? The ball, it can't be hitting the ground. They're given space by Newcastle, but Distan, he can't seem to reach the ball, and players put the faith in him. Unfortunately, was unable to make it happen there after all that offense. They couldn't break through, and Daxaru with 6 saves to his name in that game and the winning goal. What a performance from him there, showing up big when it matters and puts Newcastle through to another qualification lower final.
We can also say, though, what a performance from Sussex. A, to get this far, and B, also in that final game there. That was quite something to behold. They really did play at their best, or 110% we could see from them. So massive props to Sussex in that final game there. Going into this season of NSE, and it's so important that first week to try and get into National League, whether it be upper or lower. So Sussex carrying a lot of momentum behind them, and they've got a lot to be proud of right now.
Yeah, certainly a great performance, but unfortunately they will not be the final team going into that Group C to join, of course, the likes of Staffs, Liverpool, and Loughborough. This team, it all comes down to this. It's Newcastle against Durham. Can Durham, the finalists from Society Showdown 1, qualify back and just continue the Newcastle curse in these qualification finals for them? Or can, on the contrary, Newcastle break that curse and break Durham hearts once again? We'll have to find out, and we're going to try and beat the world record break again and see how quick we can come back to you guys after this break. Because I'm putting it at less than 2 minutes, and you've never seen anything like it here for the final game of Society Showdown qualifiers. It is Durham against Newcastle, the two universities facing off. One will make it and be into Group C and be playing on the 7th of February. And you know what the other will get? Nothing.
Oh, dear.
Nothing.
That's
just
not a very good prize, is it?
Just shame. I mean, they can be proud of making it this far, and that's great. But let's be real here. You don't want to be going home with nothing but pride.
No. And am I right in saying that we saw Durham and Newcastle face off earlier?
I will double check. For some of my questioning reasons, you are absolutely correct. And it was a corker of a series. In fact, we were sat here watching it. I don't know why I have short-term memory loss, but apparently I do.
I was going to say, I thought we'd seen these teams play already.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Newcastle were going to win. They were up in Game 4 and up 2-1 in the series. But Durham, they brought it back, not just in that game, but in the series entirely, and clutched up in Game 5, which, of course, they couldn't do against Bournemouth. But they've been sitting around since that series, had plenty of time to digest that and, you know, digest the fact that they could be finalists of Society Showdown 1 and not actually qualify for Society Showdown 2. That is the reality that they could be looking at here. They, at the end of the day, they've beaten Newcastle before. They just have to do it again. But Newcastle, certainly the more warmed up team. And at the end of the day, they're coming right off hot of a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, exactly. Newcastle have got the momentum behind them. Durham having just lost to Bournemouth, but having lost 3-2. Like, we were talking about, well, if Durham go up against Bournemouth and get smashed against Bournemouth, then they might not do so well in the lower final, but they put up a fight against Bournemouth. So if they can take the positives from that, and instead of saying, well, we lost the upper final and now we've got to do this, if they can go, well, we just took Bournemouth to 5 games. Like, if we can do that with Bournemouth, then we can definitely do that with Newcastle, and we can probably overcome them. And they have already done that once tonight, despite Newcastle looking like that they were going to take it. Now they've just got to do it again.
Exactly, but it's always harder the second time, and you feel like Newcastle have all the momentum and motivation in the world right now, but a curse is a curse. And the only reason that's made this time different is that the previous 2 times they made it all the way to winners final. They lost, and then they lost again in losers final. But we were talking about that outplay when they, jokingly we were saying, deliberately lost to Durham so that they didn't have the curse of winning and then losing in the winners final again, right? So this time they lost earlier. They fought their way through the losers bracket. So now they're the ones with the momentum. But is it just losers finals that are cursed for them? Or do they have to drop from the winners final? Who really knows? As I will let the teams know that they can join the game.
Yep. Well, that remains to be seen whether there is losers finals that are cursed for them. I think we'll get a very good idea of kind of the shape of this series very soon. I imagine that we'll see a very hot off the blocks Newcastle after, just brushing Sussex aside, despite Sussex mounting a little bit of a comeback towards the end there. Newcastle were able to hold firm.
Indeed, we have Newcastle in the black. It is Daxaru, Kernsey, and Scorpio, and we have Durham in the pink. Of course, that's Zouch, Bob, and Mordisha the dishwasher, as all nearly particular offense coming through there. As speak of him, we were just talking about it. He's right back on point there. Just look at this guy's shooting. How does a washing machine do that?
Yeah, the angle there, coming right around the ball and using that air roll to just place it beautifully into the top corner. Absolutely no chance for Newcastle. They must have been rattled by that one after having, Sussex's relatively easy shooting to deal with. They've now just had one put top corner at a whopping speed of, I think that was over 100 kilometers an hour, I'm pretty sure.
Rapid.
So probably a bit of a wake-up call for them, I imagine.
Yeah, we were talking about the momentum of the Newcastle team coming into this series, and then Durham have just walked in, immediately sucker punched them. So curious to see how both teams respond based off that, as Durham have been waiting for this series for a while, as Scorpio denied by a big block from Zouch there. Bop high off the backboard there. Both Newcastle defenders are backwards here. Bop missing the touch, but Mordisha will make that block high towards the right-hand side. Zouch looking to beat Kernsey to the ball, and he does, but effectively just passes Scorpio the thing. As rotating back are Durham. Mordisha with that touch. Cleared across the field by Scorpio, but only as far as Bop, as Newcastle unable to really connect here. Going to have to try and build something different from the back.
Yeah, they would probably have been used to being given a lot of space after playing against Sussex, whereas this Durham team plays so fast sometimes and can be so suffocating. You really have to, instead of trying to get the touch, you have to just try and get a touch and hope that you get it before one of the Durham players is there to meet you. Or in another instance, you can just completely get rid of them and demolish them from the field, as was seen there by one of the Newcastle players.
To be fair, like we were saying, Durham, in terms of playing quick, they're used to their series. The most recent series for them was against Bournemouth, and they couldn't have had to have played much faster than in that. And why slow down, even if you've had a break, as Scorpio is forced to make another save there on the Newcastle end, and they're really having to stack the players back on defense in order to stay safe. But the reality is, they are the ones chasing the game right now, as Mordisha again picks up the ball and boost. Can he force Daxaru awkwardly here in the corner? He gets the 50, but Scorpio, he comes across and wins the second one there. Daxaru with a nice touch away to the wall there, buying some more time for Kernsey to come in. Durham quite clogged up here on the defense here, but a nice block from Modisha. He pops that high into the midfield, but Kernsey should be able to make this touch pop. Patient though, slams it towards the backboard. The shot from Zouch, is it on the mark? It bounces but hits the crossbar. Oh, that could have been two so easily for Durham there.
Yeah, shame there from Zouch, just misreading the height that ball was going to rebound off and found himself a bit too high, ended up bouncing it down and off the crossbar. But, you know, Durham are looking for each other, and playing it off the backboard like that to each other is a really good way to draw those defenders out and just be able to generate consistent pressure rather than just, you know, taking a pot shot and then watching it be cleared straight back up to your end.
Yeah, indeed. Kernsey just... I feel like there's just all of the Newcastle team just need to step it up a gear slightly, as most of the second balls, sometimes they're meeting the 50s really good, and Kernsey potentially here, but the shot just off the mark. Maybe not expecting the defender to miss. I think it was Zouch who's going to get away with that one. Mordisha putting it into the corner there, and Newcastle are going to desperately want that chance back as a big 50 towards the backboard. Zouch is there for the bounce, reads it perfectly and tucks it in past the two Newcastle defenders, and now it's a 2-goal lead for Durham here in game one.
Yeah, Zouch reading that drop down perfectly and is able to slot it through the two Newcastle defenders. 2-0 now on the side of Durham, despite not having played for a significant amount of time compared to Newcastle, who have just come straight off of their series against Sussex. Durham do look to be the better team right now. They're just faster, more clinical, and they're able to maintain pressure on offense for a much longer period of time than Newcastle is capable of.
Yeah, and you just worry that Durham don't seem to have gotten going yet, and how costly that miss on the potentially open net could be in terms of getting that momentum rolling for them. A team that certainly could be in their own heads right now, as Mordisha from end to end is going to pick them apart. They had to push forward there with a 2-goal deficit in 50 seconds left, but Mordisha, he's just going to add some salt to the wound there. Just a little bit of a worm burner all the way into the Newcastle net. Game one, it's all but over here, and Newcastle, you have to think, do they start to really feel that curse?
Yeah, well, we've talked about it so much that I don't think that they'd be able to shake it. They've not even got on the board yet in this game, and honestly, they haven't even really looked like doing so. Like, despite the ball being in that Durham half for extended periods of time, there's never really been a moment where I've gone, oh, that could have been, you know, a goal there for Newcastle.
One whiff on the backboard from Zouch that didn't go punished, even though it was like an open net. That would have been 1-1 as well. And now you'd think about how differently this game's gone based off that one whiff, as, Scorpio unable to punish there. And the rest of this game, it's all but a formality. You know, a nice shot there from Daxbury, but just off the mark. Likewise from Kernsey, but Scorpio, he comes in after some blazing offense from Newcastle here. This is much more likely, but, you know, in terms of game one, it's too little too late. But a good note for them and the Newcastle boys heading into game two.
Yeah, definitely a good note to end on. I just wish that they had managed to do that for the whole game, to be honest with you. That was perfect. Like, despite the shots not being clinical, they were drawing out defenders there, and in the end the final shot was good enough that it was able to beat the one remaining defender that chose to stay in net while his teammates went for the others.
Yep, and that will be the ball on the floor in game one. Durham take the initiative here in this series. Of course, when they played in the upper bracket earlier, Newcastle, they came back, they 2-1 up in the series, although the games were quite back and forth. Yeah, Newcastle, they were 2-1 up, then up in game four before they threw it away. And, well, this isn't a good note for them to be starting the series on. Well, they did get that goal near the end, and it was very well worked. They're going to need a lot more of that to fight their way all the way back through this entire series.
Yeah, I think Newcastle will warm up, though. Like, going from playing against Sussex, no disrespect to them, to playing against Durham, it is quite a big step up in speed and aggression and just having to read the ball and go for the ball that little bit quicker. So I think Newcastle, that first game is very telling of that, and I hope that they'd be able to warm up into the series and just find that extra gear, so they can start to be meeting Durham, and then we will really have a series on our hands like we did earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just a different ball. Oh my goodness, the shot, no luck on the side of Newcastle there. Unfortunately for Scorpio, his shot bouncing off the inside of that post. But as you were saying, it's just a different sort of ball game for Newcastle in this series. I want to say that, but the ball is in front of the net, but Bop comes across and makes the all-important save for Durham. A whiff on the defense, but Scorpio, he's going to buy enough time. But in terms of their series against Sussex, I feel like, in terms of the two teams, I feel like Sussex and Durham are reasonably similar standards, but the players on them are very different. You know, Sussex are a very solid team. They're often, you know, greater than the sum of their parts. Whereas Durham, you look at their players and you look at their results and the fact that they're quite similar to Sussex in some regard. Daxru, oh, nearly with a chance there. And you think they should be doing better. And it's just a sort of different sort of play style they come into the game with. The players on Durham, you'd say are stronger, but it's just that they play quite differently. And I think the fact that they went from finalists of Society Showdown to such an underwhelming season really speaks volumes in that part. And it really would continue their sort of lack of form if they do not qualify here. But they are up in the series. They are up, and they are looking to continue that momentum as Newcastle still have to fight back. But did go to Game 5 earlier in the upper bracket, and it may do the same here, but Newcastle are still yet to put, you know, a goal on the board here in this game too, and they haven't really put a meaningful one up in the entire series. It really was just a bonus one at the end of that last game, and then a ceiling pass, not quite there from Bop. I mean, the pass from Bop was great, but the connection from, I believe, Mordisha was not there. The first 2 minutes reasonably quiet, although there have been chances at both end. Only one shot for Durham as Daxru brings that ball back to Kenzie. Zouch has to pick it up on the backboard, looks for that flip. He does get it, gets it past Daxru as well, but pays with his life. Kenzie should be able to pick this one up. Can he flip it out? He can. It's underneath the Durham challenger, Mordisha, but Bop, he picks that ball up. Daxru, it's high in the midfield. Scorpio has to cover, but it ends up being quite a nice pass. Met well by Zouch, though, at the midfield. Scorpio picks that one up. Can he get it past Mordisha? No, it's high. It's up. Can he make the challenge again? Yes, he can. Approaching half-time. Newcastle, they're still very much in this one, and Durham, they don't look like quitting either.
Or Durham there almost had a chance. Zouch just wasn't quite ready for it to come off the backboard, but he's going to have to just hold it up in the midfield at the moment. Mordisha over to the left-hand side, met by Dax, who pinches up to the ceiling. Bop, that's a great touch off the ceiling. It's going to be Scorpio now, 50 over to the left-hand side. Kenzie falling on it, leaves it to Dax. Net quite open now, but I think there is one player back, but a great shot is going to test Scorpio in net. Bop there with that shot, and Scorpio had to meet that one. Bob again sending it into the midfield now. Scorpio going to have to try and chase this and beat Zouch to it, which he does. Midfield, Kenzie up or Mordisha up so much faster than him. It's awkward. It's in the midfield, but still nothing coming through, and we remain scoreless with only 1 minute 30 left now.
We are, as you say, approaching that silver goal territory. Bop with a whiff in the corner. There's another whiff from Mordisha. Durham looking nervous on defense. Stacks through, but his touch, it comes off the crossbar. I don't know what Durham are worshipping there, but an angel has come to their rescue. Somehow we're still at 0-0. Newcastle, it must be so frustrating. The block towards the backboard here. Durham onto the offense, but Dax, he makes that save there. All important. They're getting it into the Durham half. Can he get the block on Bop? He can. It's out. Kenzie with the shot, but it's just off the mark. Nice control from Zouch there, putting that one down towards Mordisha. It's a high clear into the Newcastle half. Newcastle do make that touch, but a whiff, potentially dangerous, but Kenzie in the right place again. Pops it high towards Dax. Can he take the shot? But Zouch, he's back to make that save. Infield from Kenzie. Scorpio takes the shot, but it's just off the mark. They're trying to make these plays, Newcastle, but they're just not having any luck into the final minute now. Durham, they're trying to build from the back there. They really want to put this 2-0 lead on the series. It would feel so much nicer as Durham. I feel like Newcastle have been the better team here in game 2, but Bop, all the clear. It's deep into the Durham half, but Mordisha should be able to make that touch, and he does. But the recovery, it's poor, but he can make that second touch. It bounces out towards Scorpio. He tries to make that touch, but it's off the mark again. Durham's defense holds, but Dax through. Oh my goodness! It bounces off the post. It comes back, hits him in the face, and then hits the crossbar. It just will not go in for this man. Approaching 0 seconds on the clock into the final 10 seconds. Zouch, here he comes. Can he make the flick? Can he break the heart of Newcastle again? The crossbar, Mordisha onto the backboard, but the clear comes through to Dax through. Out to the side here. Scorpio clearing it downfield, but Zouch, he should be able to control it here. Do we have overtime? Yes, we do here. Newcastle, can they bring themselves back into this series?
My goodness. I was going to say that Newcastle looked like the deserving team. They put so much on net, but then Durham just flipped the switch, and it was almost a goal in the closing stages for them, which surely would have been 2-0 series score to Durham. Overtime now, golden goal territory. Zouch looking for Modisha in the middle, is going to send it over the top, might be able to try and do something himself here. He's on the ceiling, has a flip, with an air dribble. Zouch does it all by himself.
Oh my goodness me, Newcastle, you tried so hard, but Zouch is going to make him say ouch, because he just gracefully caresses that ball past the defense and breaks Newcastle hearts here. They're going to have to reverse sweep Durham with daylight robbery here in game 2.
Man, Newcastle in regulation were so deserving of that, but Zouch, one absolute clutch master there. Only 30 seconds gone in overtime. Took that ball up to the ceiling, 40 boost to his name, and was able to work absolute wonders with it. That was an absolute joy to watch from Zouch there. And with momentum like that, carrying that into match point, and Newcastle needing to reverse sweep now. Oh man, I've made predictions tonight. Yeah, I've made predictions
yourself in
tonight.
their shoes right now. Newcastle, they've lost winners final after losers final after winners final after losers final, and now they're 2 games down in another losers final, and the ball just won't go in for them. You know, when Dax hit the post, it bounced back, slapped him in the face, and hit the crossbar. Like, that hurt to watch. You can tell he was reeing so hard he might have broken windows in his house or flat right now. And somehow they've got to break that curse here. But I mean, what a way to do it. If they could pull off this reverse sweep, it truly would be something. But Durham, they just look a tiny bit too good right now. It just feels like it's their day, doesn't it?
Here comes Ouch again, deja vu, exactly the same as we saw before, but unfortunately no boost to his name. In that instance, Kezi trying for a free flip, Scorpio onto the backboard, might follow his own touch here, it's going to be over the top, and Newcastle have taken the first game here in the first goal here in game number 3. That will be good for them as they need to try and swing some momentum in their favour if they're going to try and overcome Durham now.
It could be huge in terms of them taking this game entirely. Certainly going to help them keep their heads on. And now, for once, the ball is back in Durham's court. But Zouch, this man's on form, looking to reset. Oh my goodness, using his second jump to get back down to the ground faster. Baiting in the Newcastle defense. What a play. This man is popping off. Oh, that is satisfying to watch. And Newcastle, I hope you enjoyed your lead. It lasted all but about 4 seconds there. Back to the drawing board you go.
Yeah. Well, Zouch, you can see the confidence of this man and just the prowess in his plays right now. You can tell that incredible play that we've just seen from him winning that overtime has just filled him with confidence. And I don't know, there's not much stopping Zouch right now.
I mean, if they can take this game, maybe they put a dent in the Durham confidence right now, as they really had no right, when you look at regulation, winning that game too, as potentially a flip reset, forcing an awkward save out as Bop here, but a 50-50 going to go the way of Durham. But Dax, he picks it up, but Kernsey can't quite get it past. Guess who? It was Zouch again, this time on the defensive end. Scorpio forced it backwards here, has to turn around and make the challenge, but he does, and it is still 1-1 on the board here in this crucial game through its qualification point for Durham here. Could they make it back to Society Showdown? They'll be joining Loughborough, Staffs and Liverpool in Group C, and certainly, you know, you might not get a choice of your group, but it's nice to actually qualify and get into a group than just not qualify at all, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, but we are all tied up here in a crucial game that Newcastle need to win, so they have to find something and they have to try and find it soon, otherwise potentially Durham might be able to get a foothold back in the game and get back into it again. This could be a chance here. Dax going to turn on this one, pick a spot, but it's not going to be good. It's just a poor shot. It's going to roll along the floor. He needed to try and find the top shelf there if he was going to beat out the defense, and it just did not happen for him. Scorpio now left on his own, actually going to get faked out by Mordisha, who is going to try and send one into the middle. Another touch from Mordisha, actually almost saves his own air dribble, but to be fair, he was just trying to take it round the defense, so I don't blame him for trying to get as many touches as he could, and it is still Durham in possession and looking dangerous.
Half-time here in Game 3, qualification point as we say for Durham, but Scorpio looking to do something about that, but Zouch making the crucial save. Gets a second touch here, but only as far as Daxru, who misses his second touch. Mordisha into the corner, gets dunked out by Kernsey, forcing the response from Bob. Oh my goodness! He kept that ball out of the net. 2 players from Newcastle flinging their bodies at him, and he's just not interested in them. He's keeping that ball out of the net, and I do not know how. VAR, how confusing that must have been. How frustrating for Newcastle it must have been. Was that ball 90% in? I don't know how it has stayed out here, but it is still 1-1.
My mouth is wide open right now. I have no idea how that ball did not go into that net, and I don't think Kenzie did either. He dropped some kind of quick chat that showed how displeased he was with the fact that ball didn't. It was okay. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
That would have been ridiculous, and it is. You look at that, nothing will go Newcastle's way. What kind of prophecy is this? Datch just getting dunked by Zouch, who was just recovering. I don't know if he even meant to get that dunk, and Mordisha's got an open net to punish. Durham with the lead here in Game 3, 2-1. I don't know whether they've been eating magic stars before I think they've just been counting in all their lucky stars, because I cannot believe the things that are going their way right now. But at the end of the day, you make your own luck, and Newcastle, they're all out of change as Kernsey has to build from the back again into the final minute here. Newcastle, it may seem impossible right now, but they have to get a goal. But high into the Newcastle half. Scorpio has to make that touch, and it's still stuck in their end. He's got no more boost, and he can't get any more help. Kernsey, his touch just gets blocked out. Daxru, he's got boost, but gets blocked out by Zouch again. They just are not allowing Newcastle to get off their end. Durham as Mordisha again putting it past the defense here. It's a 2-goal lead for Durham, and they can taste the qualification at this point.
Man, if I was on that Newcastle team right now, I would be absolutely fuming. Like, I would just be I would be imploding, basically. It's, you know, the Rocket League gods have not been kind to Newcastle in this series, and they have been very kind to Durham, to a point where Newcastle might even feel cheated out of some of these games. But you know, that's just how it works sometimes, and it does look like... Kenzie hits the crossbar. It's going to go in finally, after however many crossbar hits, weird pinches, 50-50s, balls going 90% over the line. One is finally going to drop into the net for Newcastle. And with 20 seconds left, they have maybe one chance to try and save this now.
If they're lucky, can Durham successfully pull off the bath here in Game 3? Kernsey following up his touch, but Zouch, he's back, but can he get the dunk out? Oh, Zouch holding his ground in that face-off there like a cowboy, and he held his ground, made that save. Kernsey has to keep the ball up, but the 50 into the ceiling, it's bouncing down, but Dax, he makes the touch. It's still alive here. Can Zouch make the touch? He can, but it's kept up by Scorpio, but the ball is going to hit the ground. GG comes out from Mordisha. The no comes out from Kernsey. I can't imagine Newcastle are too happy about that, and I can understand why. But commiserations to them. Another loser's final lost. And it will be Durham moving on, qualifying for Society Showdown through the final last saloon spot there through the lower bracket. They sweep Newcastle, hardly in emphatic fashion, but what a series it was. I just feel scammed ourselves. Newcastle feels scammed of the victory. I feel scammed that we only got 3 games.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely crazy. Like, you do see some games where it just doesn't look like the luck is going in one team's favor, and in this instance as well, the luck was very much on the side of the other team. No discredit to either. They both played exceptionally well, and this was a very good losers final, but there were so many times where the ball was just tantalizingly close to going in, as we see a replay behind the scoreboard now.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate.
Such a crazy series.
I mean, because we know that Durham will be going in to that Group C, joining Liverpool, Staffs, and Loughborough. I believe we do have a graphic that, if we get a chance, we might be able to show to you guys on stream of the finalised group for Society Showdown. Of course, Society Showdown 2. you'll be catching all of the Gaming Society streams on February the 7th, as well as, I believe myself, I'll be casting, and well, not so much casting, but just basically a mass viewing party of all of them streams, keeping up with all of the groups. I mean, you look at them groups. Portsmouth, Salford, Essex, and Bournemouth. That Group B as well, so juicy. But I believe we may be lucky enough to interview a member of the Durham team who have just pulled off that victory. They really did stick at it through the first qualifier and this one, the second. They tried super duper hard and they did not give up. And a man who made so many important goals, who made that difference in this series, it's Zouch. And he's here with us, hopefully, for an interview. I don't know how he feels about that performance. It was emotional to watch. I can't imagine the emotions of Newcastle in terms of regards to play. Zouch, I mean, how do you feel about that series?
Yeah, all right. Wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Not too shabby, yeah.
Right?
It was pretty close. It felt a bit dodgy at times, but we won. So, yeah, I think we were just, after having lost to Bournemouth and then waiting approximately 3 months to play this series, then we were just ready to play, and we were just ready to go.
What was the feeling like after your loss to Bournemouth?
We went. I mean, we didn't go in expecting to win. We felt like, I mean, to be honest, they were kind of trolling.
Okay.
At times, so we felt like we could have punished them more, but we knew that we knew in what respects we weren't playing well. We were just like, okay, let's not do that later on.
Yeah.
And I think we didn't choke, at least.
No, definitely not.
We saved that for the main event.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
I mean,
the
to be
script has been
fair,
written.
in terms of clutching up, that game too, I don't know how you've kept a clean sheet there in that game too. And 30 seconds into overtime, you're on limited boost. You take that ball up to the ceiling. How satisfying was it to score that ceiling shot winner in game 2 overtime?
It was
All
pretty
right.
good. I didn't expect it to go in, to be honest.
Huh?
Everybody was just driving out underneath me. It was such a dodgy situation because I'd basically just gone across the pitch, like dribbled. I think in total I dribbled about 8 people, including Modisha like 3 times. So, it worked out. I was quite surprised that it went in, but I was happy to move on to the next one after that game, which did, as you say, it felt like we were on a tightrope for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, commiserations, of course, to Newcastle, who just, like we were saying it throughout the whole series. Do you think they're cursed or something in terms of losing losers finals, winners finals? They even tried losing to you guys in the uppers there to avoid the, uppers to losers final curse. I mean, do you have any like commiserations to them, or do you just think it's funny that you've put them through another round of the same pain?
It's really unfortunate for them. I mean, they played really well. They're definitely a solid team and everything.
Yeah.
I think, to be honest, it's just a consequence of York and Birmingham B being the 2 teams that went through in the first one. I mean, Bournemouth were basically locked in unless we played out of our minds, and they trolled out their minds. So it's unfortunate. We do always seem to play them in one way or another. So I mean, unfortunate, but I'm sure they'll have their time to shine, their day in the sun through NSE and all the future tournaments and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you go into, of course, not by any choice of your own, Group C. Maybe you were spared of Group B, but how do you feel about this? You're going up against Loughborough, Liverpool, Staffs. Just how well do you think you can go? And I mean, personally, from someone who watches a fair bit of Durham, I never really know quite what to expect of you, and without you know quite what to expect of yourself. I could see you finishing first in this group, and I mean, it's not very likely, but like I wouldn't be like unbelievably shocked. Like the fact that that's a possibility, but I could also see you completely just finishing 4th. I mean, what can we expect going into the main event, of course, on the 7th of February?
Good question. You can expect the unexpected probably. We're either going to be absolutely awful or great or any combination of those factors. So, I mean, we'll just turn up. We're happy to be there, to be honest. We're not expecting anything, so we'll just turn up and play our best and see what happens.
Nice. Looking forward to seeing that.
I mean, it's going to be fantastic event, and I mean, That was a fantastic series. Maybe for our heart rate and yours, it was best that it was only 3 games there. I mean, I think it could easily have gone 5, just like the upper bracket series. I mean, in terms of what we can do from now, I believe we have the University 6-Man Hoops tournament tomorrow. If you guys aren't signed up for that, just wanted to shout that out, as I believe that is happening. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you playing in that, Zouch? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not amazing at hoops myself. Do you think you'll be playing in the hoops tournament, Zouch?
I have literally played 10
A
games
lot.
of hoops in my life, and whenever I do try and queue it, the queue times are atrocious. So maybe, but maybe probably just as cannon fodder for the actual hoops mains that are out there.
All right, well, that is fair enough. As we say, all groups finalized. I'm sure you've seen them on the broadcast. Thank you, of course, for watching this evening. Hope you have a great evening in general. I've been Tylacto. This has been Orion. We've been here with the Ouch bringer, of course, Vouch for Ouch, seeing how much you can show up in the main event just over a week's time to, of course, the 7th of February. We're looking forward to seeing you then. What an event it has already been so far in the qualifiers, and what an event it will be. Thank you all for being here. As we say, have a great evening, and thank you for watching.